It is my duty to inform the House that a vacancy has occurred in the representation. The Honourable Denis Lemieux, member for the electoral district of Chicoutimi-Le by resignation effective Friday, December 1st, 2017. Pursuant to subsection 25(1)(b) of the Parliament of Canada Act, I have addressed my warrant to the Chief Electoral Officer for the issue of a writ for the election of a member to fill this vacancy.
It being 11:03 a.m., the House will now proceed to the consideration of private members' business as listed on today's order paper. Point of order? The honourable member for Selkirk Interlake Eastman is rising on a point of order.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Earlier this year, I made an inappropriate and insensitive comment in the presence of the member from Longueuil, Charles Lemoyne. I have nothing but the greatest respect for this member and for this institution, and I sincerely apologize.
I thank the honourable member for Selkirk Interlake Eastman for his gracious apology. Orders of the day.
Orders of the day, private members' business. Consideration at report stage of Bill S-236, recognition of Charlottetown as the birthplace of Confederation Act, in the name of Mr. Easter.
There being no motions at report stage, the House will now proceed without debate to the putting of the question on the motion to concur in the bill at report stage. Mr. Easter, seconded by Mr. Morrissey, moves that Bill S-236, an act to recognize Charlottetown as the birthplace of Confederation, be concurred in at report stage. Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt the motion? Yes. Carried. When it will be read a third time? Now? Now. Mr. Easter, seconded by Mr. Morrissey, moves that Bill S-236, an act to recognize Charlottetown as the birthplace of Confederation, be now read a third time and do pass. Debate. The honourable member for Malpeque.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, it's a great honour for me to rise again to speak to Bill S-236, an act to recognize Charlottetown as the birthplace of Confederation. It has been a privilege to be part of and to witness the debate and discussion surrounding the bill in both the other place and within this House. At the Legal and Constitutional Affairs Committee in the other place, 4 amendments were made to the bill. One was a correction in translation, and the other 3 improved the context and clarified the content of the bill. That debate brought renewed interest in the story of our great nation's founding and indeed improved the bill. Mr. Speaker, let me once again reiterate the bill's fundamental objectives: to affirm Charlottetown as the birthplace of Confederation, to complement provincial efforts, and to build on the designation of Charlottetown as the birthplace of our country in order to honour, celebrate, share, and educate. In the spirit of building on this designation, it is important to acknowledge once again a point that was raised throughout the examination of the bill: the lack of inclusive discussions at the Charlottetown Conference in 1864. Those were indeed different times. No Indigenous people were involved and no women participated. University of Prince Edward Island's Dr. Ed McDonald made an important point before the Senate Committee on Legal and Constitutional Affairs. And I quote what he said, quote, "Confederation is not Canada, and it is not the story of Canada. It is one of the stories of Canada," end quote. I would like to fully read into the record, as was done in the other place, the statement issued by the Mi'kmaq Confederacy when consulted by my honourable colleague, Senator Diane Griffin. And I quote, "While the Chiefs are generally supportive of the concept of Charlottetown being recognized as the birthplace of Confederation, they note that Prince Edward Island has been the home of Mi'kmaq people for over 12,000 years. Yet they were not invited to the Charlottetown Conference. In creating this legislative recognition, the Chiefs believe that moving forward, the Government of Canada must include the Indigenous peoples of the land on a nation-to-nation basis in all matters. This would also involve honoring the historic peace and friendship treaties signed with the Mi'kmaq, end of quote. Though we can't rewrite history, Mr. Speaker, we can move forward with the lessons that we've learned over time and recognize and value the importance of an inclusive society, one that respects diversity in all of its forms and the value that it brings. In my view, the Charlottetown Conference was a beginning, and in each of the 153 years since that time, we have built on that vision, and we will build further on that vision going forward. The Charlottetown Conference may be viewed as the watershed moment in the story of Confederation, the point at which Confederation turned from idea into prospect. However, the importance of the Quebec Conference in 1864 and the London Conference 2 years later cannot be understated. During consideration in the other place, the preamble of Bill S-236 was amended in order to acknowledge those important conferences and to recognize Confederation as a process, a result achieved through the participation of many. You know, Mr. Speaker, before I became an MP, I served quite a number of years as president of the National Farmers Union. And in that capacity, I had the opportunity to travel in many of the farming areas of this country, to live an overnight in people's homes, to live in the communities, to see the differences of the regions within Canada from coast to coast to coast. And I truly believe that experience showed me the great potential that this country has. We may be diverse in terms of our regions and our sectors, but in that diversity we find strength. And I really do believe the Founding Fathers built better than they knew, and we have tremendous potential to progress in the future. Let me come back to the theme of inclusiveness and relationship building. It is my hope that S-236 will inspire reflection on how we can build on the story of Confederation and how together we can develop a narrative moving forward. One possibility is to develop the narrative through tourism. As the member of Malpeque, it is my privilege to represent an area that is so rich in culture, in history, and in beauty. Each year, my province welcomes many Canadians and international visitors from around the world, as do many other areas of Canada. We have some of Canada's most incredible treasures in Prince Edward Island, and we don't take the responsibility for their stewardship lightly. Islanders as well recognize the value that Province House, the last remaining building of the Confederation conferences, and the story of Confederation helps to boost tourism and serve as an important economic generator for us. We also recognize the importance of a common vision to promote growth. In the spirit of Sir John A. Macdonald and the Fathers of Confederation, who in fact traveled to New Brunswick and throughout the Maritimes after the conference in Charlottetown, I am confident that together we will be able to find new and innovative ways to attract and educate Canadian and international visitors alike, and build both on the rich history of Canada's Atlantic region and the story of Confederation. It is important to reflect on that foundational time in our history as we near the end of the year-long celebration of our nation's 150th birthday. We look forward to the next 150 years as a progressive, inclusive, and growing country. Again, Mr. Speaker, I want to thank those who have contributed in important ways to where we find ourselves today with this bill. Senator Diane Griffin, sponsor in the other place, the member for Charlottetown, former MP George Proud, many other Islanders who worked hard towards gaining this bill, Dr. Ed McDonald, and also all the colleagues in this place and the other place whose invaluable contributions to the bill made it better. The debate itself, Mr. Speaker, has allowed us to reflect, to honour, and to educate during this important year for Canada. Mr. Speaker, it is my hope that the next time I walk over the time-worn steps of Province House and stand in the chamber where the Father stood, that this moment that is enshrined in history will also be enshrined in law. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Question commentaire. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I just want to compliment my colleague across the way. One of the things I've known, I've had the opportunity when we had our caucus to go out to Prince Edward Island. And the islanders have such a huge sense of pride in the island and the fact of the Confederation. I only need to look at my colleague, the member who just spoke on this particular piece of legislation, and the colleagues from the island, and I can tell you that this is of great meaning to the community. And we should all take a sense of pride, because I like to think of PEI being a part of my island too, even though I don't get to go that often, once so far, Mr. Speaker, but I do know that my colleagues have a passion for the island, and this is a very important issue. And maybe if my colleague can just kind of expand in terms of just how it is the people on the island really see this as an important thing that goes beyond tourism. It's a part of Canada's heritage.
Honourable Member for Malpeque.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I welcome the member's comments and thank him for his compliments towards Prince Edward Island. He, of course, can catch a plane out of Winnipeg and maybe stop in Toronto and get to Prince Edward Island. We'd welcome him a couple of times a year if he likes to come. But, Mr. Speaker, Islanders do see the Senate chamber in Province House as really an important place of history in Canada's development. It certainly, I think, was the spark, a moment in time when there was a maritime conference planned, and Sir John A. Macdonald and others sailed down in boats. I understand they had all kinds of champagne in the whole of their ship, and they arrived in Charlottetown, and they turned what was to be a maritime conference into a conference of which the vision, the birthplace for Confederation came out of. And you know, when you walk in that Province House, and it's under, to Parks Canada's credit, it's under renovation now. When you walk in that Province House, you see the decor. It's not a huge place, but you see that you walk up the worn steps, and there is a sense of history when you walk in that, what was then, I believe, the Senate chamber. When you walk in that chamber, and you see the table where our founding fathers decided and came together to have the vision for this great country, and then that was built on in the Quebec Conference and the London conferences that came after, and that to a great extent is why we have the country we have today. And oftentimes, Mr. Speaker, I mentioned when I was president of the NFU, but oftentimes I think Canadians need to see more of Canada and see the tremendous potential we have as a country second to none in many respects around the world. And that happened, that vision happened in Charlottetown, and we're proud of it as Islanders.
Questions and comments? Question commentaire. The Honourable Member for Yukon.
I wonder if the member could comment on about the people, either the leadership at the time or the common people where they were at the time, and take us back to those years.
The Honourable Member for Malpeque.
Well, you know, like so often happened in the early years, whether it was in the United States or here, there was the leaders who came together. They were certainly there. there wasn't great big crowds in the streets as you would find today at many such gatherings, but it was mainly the representatives of the people who came together, who debated, who discussed, and who made the decisions that they made that I think encapsulated the vision that became Canada. As I mentioned in my speech, Mr. Speaker, those were different times. There was no Indigenous people invited to the conference. There was no women participants. We do live in different times and 153 years later, and we see that as the errors of the ways in those times. But it is part of our history. And as a result of that being part of our history, we're now able to build on it, and as we move forward, to be a much more inclusive society, an all-encompassing and open society. Thank you.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Carleton Trail, Eagle Creek.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I am very pleased to rise today to speak to Bill S-236, an act to recognize Charlottetown as the birthplace of Confederation. Mr. Speaker, this bill gives us the wonderful opportunity to remember and honour our national history, to recall the humble beginnings and the soaring dreams of the first of our leaders who dreamed of a united Canada. History is not, as it is sometimes described, a dustbin of forgotten lore. Rather, it is the memory of how we came to be, who we were, and perhaps more importantly, a view to the future, to who we are and what we will become. As the Right Honourable Winston Churchill said, the farther backward you can look, the farther forward you can see. As a young country, it is vital to reflect on and honour our history as we look to determine the path Canada will take in the future. 153 years ago, our founding fathers met in what is now called the Confederation Chamber of Prince Edward Island's Legislative Building, Province House. Out of that tumultuous meeting came the seed of Confederation. Were it not for the tireless work and dedication of George Cartier and our first Prime Minister, Sir John A. Macdonald, it is very unlikely that Canada would never have come to be in any form. It is very likely that Canada would never have come to be in any form. In 1864, the idea of a united British North America was a far-off dream, albeit one that had its supporters, including and especially the Cartier-Macdonald administration of the province of Canada. For years prior to the Charlottetown Conference, there was talk of the need for unity of the British North American colonies in the face of the American Manifest Destiny expansion. The British desire to reduce their military presence in the colonies made unity a more pressing issue. Still, many thought this a pleasant dream, but ultimately impractical and bound to fail. Yet, it was with this goal in mind that a delegation from the province of Canada, now Ontario and Quebec, made the trip to Charlottetown to attend a conference. The original purpose of the conference was to debate the possibility of a maritime union rather than a union of the remainder of British North America. Despite the high expectations, the conference got off to a rather rocky beginning. When the delegation from Nova Scotia arrived, there was no one waiting to greet them. W.H. Pope, the provincial secretary, who had been tasked with arranging the reception, had stepped away from his post for only a moment, and in so doing, missed their arrival. They were forced to fend for themselves and find their way to the legislature in a strange city. Meanwhile, a visiting circus, the first in 20 years, had taken over the city of Charlottetown, and the Islanders initially ignored the gathering of political figures, unaware of the future impact of the historic meeting that was about to take place. By the time the last delegation, the representatives from the province of Canada, arrived in their ship, the Queen Victoria, W.H. Pope had smoothed over things with the Nova Scotia delegation. However, to his chagrin, a miscommunication led to him rowing out to meet the Canadians in an old fishing rowboat rather than waiting for them to arrive in their own proper boats. Despite these initial setbacks, the delegates were quickly enthralled by the proposal for a unified British North America. The proposal that shortly before was only a dream became more and more of a reality. Macdonald, Cartier, Alexander Galt, and George Brown laid out their practical vision for a Canada that was far more possible than perhaps initially thought. Even more than possible, the Canadian delegation expressed that a unified Canada was an imperative. The debates took place with the American Civil War as a backdrop. The Civil War was, to that point in time, the bloodiest conflict in history. In the view of the delegates in Charlottetown, the war was a result of the disparate goals of the various states conflicting with the goals of the country as a whole. Our founding fathers did not want the British North American colonies to eventually face the same end. In their view, a strong federal government was needed to unite the colonies toward a single goal. Over the course of a week, the Fathers of Confederation set into place the framework for the future. 3 years later, in 1867, our nation was born. 150 years ago, our Fathers of Confederation were optimistic about Canada's future, and they firmly believed that they had just formed what would become the greatest nation on earth. As we reflect on our past and where our country is today, we can see that they were right. Canada is a nation deeply rooted in time-honored traditions such as human rights, democracy, the rule of law, and a respect for individual freedom. We have one of the highest quality of living standards in the world, with one of the most prosperous, peaceful, and secure populations. These blessings come with a responsibility and a duty on our part to honor that proud heritage of courage, hard work, and quiet resilience handed down to us by past generations. The debate on this bill also provides us with an opportunity to recognize and celebrate the outstanding people, places, and events that are part of our history and culture. I can't think of a better way nor a better time for us to celebrate our accomplishments both at home and around the world than through the passing of a bill like this one, than in our sesquicentennial year. In celebrating the culture, history, and values that unite us, we can look forward to the future, just as the Fathers of Confederation did, and to the endless potential that Canada still holds. As we look forward, we must, in equal measure, look back, Mr. Speaker. For this reason, I will be supporting Bill S-236 at third reading. Thank you.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Victoria.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I too rise to reiterate, in this case, the New Democratic Party's support for Bill C-236. I'd like to just begin with a short preamble. As my colleagues know, this year we mark Canada's 150th anniversary of Confederation. Being proud of a country's heritage and commemorating important historical events is worthwhile for most countries, but I think it's especially so for Canada. We should feel proud of our accomplishments. We're a country comprised of remarkably diverse regions and remarkably diverse peoples. When we're celebrating or commemorating events that have transpired, it's important we're mindful of the myriad cultural perspectives and experiences that make this a great country. From coast to coast to coast, there are many different voices that contribute to the Canadian experience. We must remember that historical events have different connotations for different groups in different parts of this country. As Canada moves forward to the next 150 years of nationhood, I hope we can strive to be more inclusive of other voices and cultural narratives so that they might also be celebrated and acknowledged. With that said, Mr. Speaker, I want to say, in returning to my debate on this bill, that it's given us an opportunity to evaluate Charlottetown's role in the Confederation narrative. From what we've heard, there is consensus now among our colleagues that Charlottetown is the birthplace of Confederation. if we agree to think of Confederation as a lengthy process with many important stages and not a finite singular event. That process indeed began in Charlottetown, Prince Edward Island, but there were, as others have acknowledged, other vital steps that occurred along the way, and therefore the credit for Confederation cannot be attributed solely to Charlottetown. As some of my colleagues have mentioned in previous debate, Quebec and New Brunswick both played very important roles in that process of Confederation. Although the bill is about recognizing Charlottetown, we must remember that Confederation was conceptualized there, but not executed solely there. The point I alluded to in my short preamble is one I spoke about during second reading of this speech as well, and I think it noteworthy that we remind us, as the honourable member for Malpeque has done, that Indigenous people and women were excluded from this beginning, this watershed moment that he referred to. I implored government during second reading to ensure that recognition of Charlottetown does not therefore lead to a celebration of colonialism. As I understand it, there was little opposition to this particular point. We have all acknowledged that the Mi'kmaq people who lived in that territory were shamefully ignored during the conversations that precipitated the Union. These people had been living in that territory for thousands of years. The notoriously shameful conduct toward First Nations people is not something that can easily be remedied or forgotten. But I do agree with the honourable member from Malpeque that Canada is in fact constantly evolving, and we are living in a very different time 150 years later, as the honourable member pointed out. I understand that at committee efforts were made to amend the bill to mention the Mi'kmaq people, but these were not successful. I'd just like to take this opportunity to remind my honourable colleagues that we must consider this perspective when drafting all legislation of this kind if we are going to do justice to the so-called calls for action of the Truth and Reconciliation Commission. We have to become more inclusive as a country, and as we look back to our historical celebrations with a more critical lens than perhaps in the past, we must move forward, not omitting Indigenous participation in this country. I also want to suggest that the heritage and tourism materials around Charlottetown's role in Confederation become inclusive and address that part of our history and their contribution at the time and since then. As I mentioned in my previous speech, the materials developed must acknowledge their presence in the territory prior to the particular agreement, and that they were not included in the negotiations about the very lands that they had occupied for centuries. It's also important to support Indigenous people as they represent their own historical narratives. Confederation, as my colleague pointed out and cited Professor Ed MacDonald to this effect, is not the Canadian story, it is a Canadian story. One of many that represents our collective history. Let us not make the same mistake that those made who came before us by ignoring other cultural narratives. With this in mind, let me return to the matter of Confederation and defining its role in this process that I referred to. Recognizing Charlottetown as the birthplace of Confederation is, for many Canadians, a foregone conclusion. I believe that one of my colleagues referred to it as self-evident during committee, and I'm inclined to agree. The province is already promoting itself as the cradle of Confederation, and one arrives on the island using the so-called Confederation Bridge. I do, however, admire the tenacity of my colleagues in getting Charlottetown formally recognized as the birthplace of Confederation. My colleague referred to as the spark. This has been many years in the making, so let me congratulate the honourable member from Malpeque and all those others who brought us to this point. Complicated unions and political maneuverings often have many moving parts. The British North America Colonies Union would surely not have come together if it hadn't been for hard work and perseverance. As we'd mentioned during second reading, the initial conference was held September 1st, 1864 in Charlottetown, and the then New Brunswick Governor, Arthur Hamilton Gordon, was instrumental in its organization. Without his insistence on the initial conference, perhaps things would not come together as they did. Then, of course, it was Sir John A. Macdonald and Georges-Étienne Cartier who persuaded the Atlantic delegates to accept a greater British North American colonies union with the so-called Canadians included, people from the current provinces of Ontario and Quebec. While many items were agreed to in spirit in Charlottetown, such as having a federal and a local governments, the details were confirmed during the October 1864 conference in Quebec City. So Quebec plays no less an important part in this process of confederation. They just don't warrant the title of birthplace, in my opinion. The British North America Act received royal assent on July 1, 1867. So one can see how one needs to refer to Confederation, as I said, as a process instead of a singular event. In some ways, this is a very Canadian story. It's filled with compromises and key players from various backgrounds. It's very interesting that, as my honourable colleague pointed out during a speech in second reading, our nation was not born out of revolution or war. It was born out of a series of conferences and negotiations that led to our Constitution, our country's founding principles. And indeed, the brilliance of Canadians since then has just been that, the brilliance of compromise, honourable compromise, so we can work together, bringing the various diverse regions and diverse communities together to what is modern Canada. It's imperative we carry that diplomacy forward. It's vital we forge relationships with care and mutual respect. As has been pointed out, we can't go back and undo the past. We have the option, however, of moving forward with a commitment to be more inclusive and to build stronger nation-to-nation relationships with Indigenous peoples. Let's ensure true reconciliation is a mutual undertaking for the future of all Canadians. So, Mr. Speaker, in conclusion, we support Charlottetown as the birthplace of Confederation. We acknowledge the long process of Confederation did begin there. When composing heritage and tourism material, let's get it right this time by welcoming other cultural voices and perspectives. In doing so, we enrich our collective Canadian stories. Thank you.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Canadian Heritage.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'm proud and honoured to stand in this place and offer my contributions to the debate on Bill S-236. I would like to acknowledge some of the people that have brought it to this stage. First of all, the former Member of Parliament for Hillsborough, George Proud, Philip Brown from Charlottetown, Sharon Larter, both of whom have been tenacious in advancing and seeking to advance this private members legislation through various parliaments ever since the early 1990s. Also Senator Griffin, who introduced it and saw it through the other place. My colleague, the Honourable Member from Malpeque, and Dr. Ed McDonald all have played very, very key roles in getting us to where we are today. I would also like to thank the members from Carlton Trail, Eagle Creek, and the member from Victoria for their very thoughtful and insightful remarks here today. And finally, Mr. Speaker, the proceedings before the Heritage Committee were particularly instructive and collaborative. I want to, in particular, recognize the work and the leadership of the member from York Simcoe and the member from Longueuil Saint-Hubert, who also carried forward a similar theme to the member from Victoria with respect to the importance of Indigenous voices. Mr. Speaker, I was extremely proud on the 23rd of November of this year when we had the 23rd Prime Minister of Canada stand at the Confederation Centre of the Arts, just steps away from Province House, and accept the Simons Medal and deliver the Simons Lecture on the state of Canadian Confederation. It was a particularly poignant moment when, in the lead-up to his presentation, there was a performance, a Canada 150 signature performance by the Dreamcatchers. The Confederation Centre of the Arts is a permanent memorial to the Fathers of Confederation, and it was no more fitting on the occasion of the 150th anniversary of Confederation than to have the Prime Minister deliver remarks on the state of Canadian Confederation and then accept a wide array of questions from the packed house that was there. Truly moving. And I'm equally moved and honored, Mr. Speaker, to stand in this House at this time on the occasion of the 150th anniversary of Confederation to speak to Bill 236. As I indicated, it's put forward by the Honourable Senator Griffin. It's quite straightforward and has a simple purpose, that is to recognise the role of Charlottetown, Prince Edward Island, the role that it had, along with Quebec and London, in laying the foundation for Confederation, a pivotal moment in Canada's evolution as a country. History can be a dry topic, but today I would like to paint a picture for you about that meeting in Charlottetown that may perhaps shed some light on how it came about and why it was successful in terms of laying the groundwork for a new nation to emerge in the world. Historian P.B. Waite noted Confederation was, in many ways, a startling development. One can add up the causes of Confederation and still not get the sum of it. Like all political achievements, it was a matter of timing, luck, and the combination of a certain set of men and events. So what was that certain set of men and events? Well, our neighbour to the south was in turmoil, tearing itself apart in a dreadful civil war. Citizens living in the British colonies viewed the upheaval with great unease, wondering if it would spill over the border. À la même époque, les dirigeants britanniques.
At the same time, the British leaders wanted to focus on resources. British North America was to take responsibility for its own fate during these events. The province of Canada, created by the Act of Union in 1840, brought together under one government what we call today Quebec and Ontario, was facing an impasse and seeking a solution. The problem was the following. Western Canada and Eastern Canada, Quebec, had 50 seats in the Parliament, and that gave rise to tension. The people of Canada West were more numerous than Canada East and called for proportional representation. At that time, Nova Scotia, New Brunswick, and Prince Edward Island, who were concerned with the U.S. conflict, began discussions about a maritime union. So unification was a trend of importance to Canadians. And this is what led to Confederation. In the 1860s, a young lawyer from Kingston, a certain John A. Macdonald, and a lawyer from Montreal, Georges-Étienne Cartier, were elected to Parliament on opposite sides of the House. And respect was established between them. And it was only once George Brown formed an alliance with his leader, Sir John A. Macdonald, that they finally overcame the dead end, or the impasse. They strove to create a federation in British North America. It would bring together West and East.
And it was undoubtedly what convinced Brown to align himself with Macdonald.
Asked if they might be invited to discuss a union among all the British colonies. The architects of the Maritime Union were Charles Tupper from Nova Scotia, Leonard Tilley from New Brunswick, and John Hamilton Gray from Prince Edward Island. They agreed. A conference was arranged for Charlottetown to run September 1st to 7th, 1864. The Canadian delegates included several senior ministers, John A. Macdonald, Georges-Étienne Cartier, George Brown, Alexander Galt, Minister of Finance, and Thomas D'Arcy McGee, the poet-politician. Through the daily letters of George Brown to his wife Anne, we have the flavor of what happened at Charlottetown. The Canadians traveled in their ship, the Queen Victoria, and stocked it with provisions and gifts, all with an eye to demonstrate their goodwill to their maritime hosts. I had said that history can sometimes be dry. Well, in addition to the serious discussions, the Charlottetown Conference was a social affair, with dances, dinners, and by many accounts, lots of champagne. Interestingly, the Canadians had to sleep on the ship the first day they arrived. The circus was in town, and there was not a single hotel available. On the first day, the maritime delegates told the Canadians they would put Confederation first on the agenda and move the debate on maritime union for later. After this first important decision was made, a state dinner with dancing was held by the governor. And so it went. Serious discussions interspersed by social engagements where the delegates could all get to know and understand each other better. The discussion on Confederation was thoughtfully laid out by Cartier and Macdonald, who talked about the benefits and outlined different models of federalism. Alexander Galt presented the financial aspects, including the benefits for the Maritimes. Thomas D'Arcy McGee painted a picture of a bright future together with his words. During a tour of our beautiful legislature building, Province House, Sir John noticed a visitor's guest book. He signed it under occupation wrote, Cabinet Maker. Indeed. In less than a week, the Maritimers agreed in principle to Confederation and assented to participate in the Quebec Conference a month later. The future beckoned. These certain set of men and events need to be remembered, shared, and taught to our children, which is why we are seeking to pass Bill S-236. Commemoration is about examining the past so we can move forward into our future with knowledge and understanding of how we got here. As we celebrate the 150th anniversary of Confederation, we can see the evolution of our country, our democracy, and our values. Our very roots, as evidenced by what took place in Charlottetown, was not about conflict or war. It was about finding mutual ground and working out our differences. Let's now work hard to ensure that the spirit of working out our differences and the lessons learned in Charlottetown can be applied to our search for reconciliation with Indigenous peoples. Let's make sure that the spirit of reconciliation is not just for Canada 150, but will become part of our nation building and our national values. This is the lesson of Charlottetown. Let's keep moving it forward. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debates, the honourable member for Central Okanagan, Similkameen Nicola.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It is indeed an honour to join the debate on this particular bill from the other place. And now one of my staff actually asked me, why would a BC-based MP want to speak to this particular bill? And that's a fair question. In short, Confederation is an incredibly important part of our past. And of course, let us not forget it took an amazing vision for the elected officials of the time to broadly jump off of a cliff, so to speak, and support a vision that at the time they could not have possibly have known what the outcome would be today, Mr. Speaker. But they did know one thing, that working together united is how a stronger and more prosperous Canada would be built. And they were right. Now, there in Charlottetown, they came up with a consensus that would lay a foundation for what would become, I believe, the greatest country in the world. And now, more than ever, that is a principle we must not forget. And you see, the version of Confederation we are increasingly seeing today is one that could almost be summarized as NIMBYism, but on a provincial scale. In Quebec, they are happy to get oil for other countries that have next to no environmental regulations and certainly no carbon tax at all, while many opposed the Energy East project and instead of supporting the good province of Alberta. Now, in my home province, certainly has its own conditions, Mr. Speaker. Many oppose the Trans Mountain Pipeline. That is also against the good province of Alberta. Now, here's the funny thing about that. Tankers constantly ply the waters off the west coast of Vancouver Island. They just head to Cherry Point Station in Washington. But the same tanker headed to English Bay, well, that would be something to be opposed by the BC government. Now, in Ontario, they continue to oppose wine shipped directly from BC wineries. The same story in Alberta and Saskatchewan. It remains easier for a BC winery to directly ship to Asia than to many parts of Canada. And that, I would submit, is wrong. That is not what Confederation was about. Over my time spent working on the interprovincial trade barrier file, I could easily fill this entire speech with numerous examples of provincial protectionism or of outright political obstruction that once again overlook Confederation. Now that concerns me. So when an opportunity arose to recognize Confederation, the location where it occurred, absolutely I wanted to join in a debate and speak in support of that. In my view, anything we can do to educate about our past that can help with our future, and that we should also never take what happened in Confederation for granted. And I believe in this place in particular we should work together on this one principle. So there is a long answer why I wanted to participate in this debate. But before I close, I just would like to talk about something, Mr. Speaker. Last week, the Finance Committee traveled to both Washington and to New York. And we heard a talk at the Canadian Embassy by William A. Galston of the Brookings Institute in a speech called The Populist Challenge to Liberal Democracy. Now, in his question and answers, he referred to a recent poll of American millennials that showed shifting support for Western liberal democracies. Now, some looked more favorable at other forms of government, Mr. Speaker, than what we have for today, like the so-called Beijing Consensus. And that he said that people would often support other various approaches to governance than Western liberal democracies, specifically due to one of two reasons. Either they morally did not support, or that particular form of governance that they now had did not work for them. And I would just say, Mr. Speaker, that if we look back at what made Confederation great, it was that an equal principle that everyone that came to the table brought something unique. And regardless of the size of the provinces, Mr. Speaker, that they all brought something incredible to bear to this common thing called Canada. And I would say, Mr. Speaker, that in this place we have lots of debate, but we also have a rich history, and we know that while we may disagree on some of those national debates, that ultimately we are a part and partner to something greater. And that is the key principle here, Mr. Speaker. And when we support reducing interprovincial trade barriers, when we support the rule of law by making sure that pipeline projects which are approved by our Parliament of Canada through a very judicious process, if we allow those things to happen, those things make it so the performance of our system of governments to the average person, because we do have people in Alberta that are resentful. We do have people in British Columbia that are resentful. We have people in Quebec. I remember, Mr. Speaker, as a child of the 70s, seeing debate after debate, national sovereignty referendum after another one. Go on. But again, if we act as partners in this great thing called Canada, and we can show that we believe morally that Canada is good and that we all bring something unique to the table, Mr. Speaker, I would contend that that goes a lot to addressing the performance issues that some may have with our system of governments in this great country. And I would just argue, Mr. Speaker, that if we can allay those concerns, if we can see pipelines built properly, if we can see national issues addressed in this place, if we can see interprovincial trade barriers come down, then from that moral principle that we are better together, Mr. Speaker, I believe we will see Canada continue to be the greatest country in the world. I thank this place for allowing me to speak to this important bill. I am grateful to be part of this great country, and hopefully we can see this bill passed as quickly as possible. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Red Deer Mountain View.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and it's certainly an honor for me to be able to speak to S236, an act to recognize Charlottetown as the base, as the birthplace of Confederation, and I do applaud the member from Malpeque, whom I've known for a number of years, for making sure that this can come to this House and to this place. And earlier this morning, as the parade had come in, I had a chance, as I always do, to look at this beautiful place and to think of all of the history that is part of this building. And then I think back to Charlottetown. My wife's family had come from Charlottetown, as a matter of fact, just on Grafton Street. And when the Fathers of Confederation were there speaking, getting together, they were there. And, so they had lived in the community. So I had a great opportunity to have that reflection. And, of course, going to Charlottetown, as we do on occasion, certainly we do walk the stairs and we get a chance to see just where Canada had really taken root. So for us to be able to speak about this at this place and at this level, so we're now at third reading, it makes me feel very good about the history. And as the member from Malpeque had mentioned, it's really a story of Canadian families. And my wife's family, the Moore family, in 1892, they could have stayed in Charlottetown. They lived in a very nice place, but instead they decided to come west and as surveyors and to take a look at this vast country to see the kinds of things that were there. And then another 10 years later, when he had an opportunity to come to Alberta, he brought the whole family. And my wife's father was 1 year old when he had come in 1903. And so they became Albertans. And they spent, our family has been there. It was before Alberta was part of this great confederation. And so we had this bond that we have between Charlottetown and Alberta. And I know that when we think about the importance of this entire country, I think it's so important that we are able to look at the families and the relationships that exist there. I know that we had a chance to bring my wife's father back to Charlottetown, and this was probably in the mid-'80s, and he hadn't been there. But we did have a chance to take a look at the house that he had, and the picture that we had on the wall. This particular tree was maybe about a 2-inch diameter. When we were there, it took 4 of us to girth the thing. So, you can see that a lot of things have happened, but a lot of things have happened in this country as well. And they are things that we should be proud of, and we should recognize the strength that there was in the people that decided that this is something that was important to them. Because the other side of families, my own family had gone to the U.S. in 1870. They had come from Germany and led to the U.S. in 1870. But this was right after the American Civil War. And so the distress and the situations that occurred there had them come to Alberta as well in 1903. So there's been this great bond and this mixing that we have in society, and it's because of families. And we see that, and again, when they came to Alberta, it started off first, what you were selling was going to be draft horses, because that was the power of the day. It then went into saddle horses, because that became the next commerce that was associated with it. Then it went into cattle and finally into grain. And I know that the member from Malpeque, he and I have had many discussions on the grain side of things. And, I know that our discussions on the Canadian Wheat Board, they go back a ways, and there's a lot of discussion that is engaged there. But it's people trying to do the best for their community and making sure that they prosper. But it all happened because of people getting together and recognizing the concerns that we had as a country back in those days. So I'm proud of that aspect of it, and certainly, do we have things that we need to look at to the future? Yes. Should we spend all of our time worrying about where we were 150 years ago?
let's think about it and let's recognize the significance that is there, but let's also think of the fact that we are the best country in the world, and that has been done because of the people that brought us all together, and we have continued to work so well together. This, I think, is the important part for us to realize that, yes, the mistakes and issues that have happened, they've built the character that we have as a nation, and we should all be proud of that. Unfortunately, we spent too much time turning around and saying, well, if we had just done that, we'd have been so much better. Well, where else would you rather be than here? And that, I think, is the critical part that we all should be so proud of. So again, these are the stories of Canadians. They are the stories of the distress. I understand. I mean, we look at what had happened during the American Civil War, as I had mentioned, and able to move from there. We look at the concerns and the reason why our nation came about and why the discussions had taken place. That also is so critical. So when we look at those aspects of it, I think it's extremely important. I guess the other thing, and I know that we are coming close to a close here, it has been a melting pot for nations around the world as we come here and we work together. And we look at the strengths that we have, and we want to make sure that that is what we maintain. There is a Canadian identity, and it is from the people that we have here. It is the people that have been in this place for the last 150 years. This is a House of Commons, and I've always told people, we are the common people. The moment we think that we are above that, that is the time that we shouldn't be here. But this is the House of Commons. We reflect everybody in this country, and I'm so proud that we are able to stand up and continuously say that Canada is the best place in the world. Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate. The honourable member for Brantford-Brant.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, for acknowledging me to be able to speak to this. And first of all, I want to congratulate the member from Malpeque for introducing this particular bill to the House of Commons. And of course, as my prior colleague speaker, the importance of the individuals who sat at that table and discussed how they had a vision for what Canada could be in Charlottetown are people that reached out beyond that, far beyond that, especially after we became a country. And that's why I wanted to stand today to relate a story that happened recently in my constituency office, and it was a local farmer. His name is Willie Hilgendag, and he is the owner of Beaupark Farms. Now, Beaupark Farms may mean nothing to most of those who are listening, but it's one of the most significant historic farms in the country. It is part of adjacent land, a floodplain to the Grand River that flows through my community of Brantford and Brant. And the significance of Beaupark goes back to pre-Confederation, but as Willie entered my office that day, he had a life-size cutout cardboard of George Brown. And George Brown, as you know, was one of those key players in Charlottetown to discuss his vision for the country. And so George became and was, as the owner of Beaupark Farms, a huge historic figure in terms of shaping that part and the part of the world that I live in. And frankly, I must tell you, because of Willie and the work he's done and the things he's written about Beaupark Farms, and by the way, Willie is an immigrant to Canada who came from Holland, the Netherlands, and has maintained and grown and improved Beaupark. And if you've ever want to see one of the most beautiful operations, farming operations, certainly Beaupark Farms reflects that today. But through Willie's work, he has literally set up a portion of one of his farm buildings for the recognition of George Brown. And it's a wonderful mini museum, thank you, Mr. Speaker, a mini museum that he invites the public to at various times of the year to come out and learn more, not only about Beaupark and not only what they do today, but the history of Beaupark. And that's where I have to admit I was a little lacking in terms of knowing what Mr. Brown had done, knowing he was connected to where Confederation, the home of our country, really began, where the seeds were born. But one of the things he did that was hugely significant to the country, and frankly, agriculture in this country, is he bred prize-winning cattle and he took them to Chicago. Now you can imagine how they had to be shipped in those days to the most prominent place. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for allowing me this time and reminding me I only have a very little time left. I will likely exhaust the time, so please feel free to cut me off at any point as I try to wrap up here. But Mr. Speaker, I want to tell this story because this story hits to the heart of who makes up this country and what they've done for the country. And so as he actually had these prize cattle shipped to Chicago, where they were world-renowned and purchased by buyers from across the world, he put Canada and he put Beaupark Farms on the map in my country, in this country. And I could kind of see by the smile on the member from Malpec's face that he may know about Beaupark Farms, and he may know this story, and he may know what George Brown did to influence agriculture across this country, just as this member has done previously with his work in the agricultural community representing farmers. So thank you, Mr. Speaker, for this time. I hope that story kind of hits home with the member who is behind this bill. Thank you so much.
The honourable member for Brantford-Brant will have 5.5 minutes remaining in his time when the House next resumes debate on the question. The time provided for the consideration of private members' business has now expired, and the order is dropped to the bottom of the order of precedence on the order paper. Ordre du jour.
Orders of the day. Government orders, business of supply.
Motion. ISIS fighters returning to Canada in the name of Monsieur Paulus Chalbois Haute-Saint-Charles.
Alors, aujourd'hui.
Orders. Today is the last supply day of the supply period ending December 10, 2017, and therefore the House will go through the usual procedures to consider and dispose of the supply bill.
Says, do honourable members agree that the bill be distributed now? Is that agreed? Agreed? Agreed and so ordered. Monsieur Paulus, appuie.
Mr. Paulus, seconded by Mr. Bazin, moves that the House, A, condemn the horrific acts committed by ISIS, B, acknowledge that individuals who joined ISIS fighters are complicit in these horrific acts and pose a danger to Canadians, C, call on the government to bring to justice and prosecute any ISIS fighter returning to Canada,
insist that the government make the security and protection of Canadians its priority, rather than the reintegration of ISIS fighters or the unnecessary financial payout to a convicted terrorist like Omar Khadr. Debate. Débat. L'honorable député.
The honourable member for Charlebourg Haute-Saint-Charles. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'll be sharing my time with my colleague from Selkirk Lake. Mr. Speaker, I'm going to read our motion that we're debating today because it is a very important motion. Mr. Speaker, the Islamic State traitors coming back to Canada are part of a group that have burned alive soldiers, beheaded so many men, and raped so many women and children. They've been complicit in violent acts that are beyond our understanding. We know that some have come back, that some plan on coming back, and that some have not had permission to travel. Now, our Prime Minister may believe that these terrorists can be reintegrated, but his minister himself has said that these people cannot be reintegrated. Mr. Speaker, do you think these kinds of individuals can be reintegrated in our country after having been complicit in these kinds of crimes? Is it truly acceptable, Mr. Speaker, that these murderers have the right to come back to Canada and to live freely? Think about it. These aren't just criminals. These are men working day and night to destroy all those who do not share their ideology. And we don't know who they are, where they are, and what their plans are. The Minister of Public Safety should have been proactive in informing Canadians about these criminals, but rather than that, he's simply given us vague answers and assured us that all is well. He assures us that all is well, even if the information from his department dates back to 2015. That's 2-year-old information. However, Canadians remember all the terrorist acts that have happened here in Canada. They do not feel reassured by the Liberals who are still trying to accommodate these sick, dangerous individuals. Canadians will remember that in December 1999, there was Ahmed Rissam, known as the Millennium Bomber, and he was stopped arriving in the United States from Victoria, British Columbia. He had explosives in his car because he was part of a plot to bomb the Los Angeles International Airport the day before New Year's Day in 1999. In April 2004, a radical Islamic convert from Lebanon also fired shots on the Jewish school's library in Montreal, Talmud Torah. There was an Ontario terrorist plot in 2016, and anti-terrorist forces arrested 18 terrorists, the Toronto 18. They were accused for having planned to explode rigged trucks and to open fire on many areas, including the Canadian Parliament, the headquarters of CSIS, and the Peace Tower. They also wanted to be able to behead the Prime Minister, Mr. Speaker. In August 2010, Ms. Baudin Ahmed in Ottawa was stopped for having facilitated terrorist activities and participated in a terrorist group. In 2013, Mr. Speaker, Shihab Seghair and Rayed Jazer were charged as being part of an al-Qaeda plot whose plan was to derail a train to New York on this side of the border. Mr. Speaker, we often talk about Islamic terrorism, but we're talking about Canadian Muslim groups here who helped actually prevent plots. On October 20, 2014, 2 members of the Canadian Formist were shot in Saint-Jean-sur-Richelieu by 2 converts, and Patrice Vincent died. On the 22nd of October 2014, Michael Zihap Bibo killed Corporal Nathan Cirillo, a Canadian soldier, before going into Parliament and opening fire on Parliament security services. On the 30th of September 2017, Abdoulaye Sharif, 30 years old, brought Mike Chernick to Edmonton and killed him, knifed him near the Commonwealth Stadium, and he then ran away and ran over 4 pedestrians during a police pursuit. Mr. Speaker, we can see that this threat still exists, but our Prime Minister seems to be completely indifferent to the possibility of a major attack here in Canada. Here's a perfect example. The Prime Minister has shown again his lack of judgment in answering questions of our leader on the government's position on reintegrating Islamic State fighters when they come back to Canada. Our leader asked here during a question period last week if the Prime Minister would not be focusing on Canada's safety because Canadians have enough. It's the Conservatives who amended the Criminal Code in order to make an offence those who leave Canada to fight with the Islamic State group. It's the Conservatives who tried to give new law enforcement agencies more tools to fight Islamic State fighters. The Prime Minister is talking about poetry, counselling, and group therapy for these fighters. When will the Prime Minister take Canadian safety seriously? That is what we are trying to find out. That is what our leader asked the Prime Minister. But listen to the Prime Minister's answer. He said to our leader, Mr. Speaker, the Conservative Party has learned nothing from these past elections and lessons that Canadians are trying to teach them. They organized elections against Muslims. They organized elections based on Islamophobia, and they're still playing the same games, simply engaging in fear-mongering. The fact is that we focus on Canadians' safety. They are playing the politics of fear, but Canadians reject that. Mr. Speaker, in that answer, the Prime Minister also said we can see that Stephen Harper's Conservative Party is still alive and well. So he says they're using the same approaches that they always have. Well, Mr. Speaker, that's what our Prime Minister said to our leader with his same little smile, his same little arrogant smile. But I think Canadians have had enough. Mr. Speaker, why is the Prime Minister trying to paint our questions about Canadians' safety as a form of Islamophobia? The Prime Minister has to understand that Conservatives think security is important. All polls show that Canadians of all political stripes want to live safely. It's common sense. Are Canadians Islamophobic? Are Canadian Muslims who are against jihadists also Islamophobic? No. Why is it wrong to ask questions on the way this government is managing the return of these fighters to our country? Why should we be made to feel uncomfortable about asking these kinds of questions? The Liberals are spending a lot of energy on ensuring that these Islamic State fighters who come back to Canada are going to be received with open arms as poor lost children. But they're not lost children, not at all. These are violent men who are capable of continuing their mission in Canada against the infidels. Yes, Mr. Speaker, we are all, for them, infidels, whether we be Christian, Jewish, believers, non-believers, men, women, LGBTQ, members of the community. We are all targets of these sick individuals. And for reasons that escape me, the Liberals think that all of a sudden these people no longer intend on killing Canadians. Mr. Speaker, we must not let up on our efforts to counter this violent movement. And we must not believe that September 11, 2001 was meant for any country except Canada. Islamic State fighters, yes, have dispersed. But as I recently asked the Prime Minister in this House, Mr. Prime Minister, I said, who are these people? Where are they? And what is their plan? It's a simple question. Who are these individuals? Where are they? And what is their plan? This is a simple question that begs a simple answer, not simply an evasive, vague answer. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. The Honourable Member for Yukon.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
For his speech. I wonder what, for the people where there's not enough evidence to lay charges that have returned, what does the member suggest the government do? And is he in agreement with the efforts to rehabilitate those people where charges cannot be laid? There's not enough evidence to lay charges.
The Honourable Member for Charlebourg-Saint-Charles. That's a very good question, Mr. Speaker, and that's why today we want this debate to call on the government to take action, because all we've been told is that, well, there isn't enough evidence. But there are at least 189 people who left Canada who are known. We know they went to Syria, Iraq, and other countries as jihadists. And so what's happening with the return? Well, colleagues of the government side, that's your job. You need to ask the Prime Minister to take concrete action. We, on this side, knew that as soon as someone leaves as a jihadist, they're a criminal. However, the current Prime Minister has removed that. So we put steps in place at the time. You weaken the legislation. Questions or comments? The Honourable Member for Belleuil-Chambly. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague for his remarks. I have difficulty in understanding why we can't do both at the same time. Now, if police services and other law enforcement agencies can collect enough evidence to lay charges, then they do it. To claim otherwise is ridiculous. And when we're talking about de-radicalization, well, that is a public safety measure. During the last Parliament, Conservatives brought in legislative measures to strengthen, in a draconian fashion, many pieces of legislation. However, we have to also de-radicalize. That requires community efforts, and these initiatives never received the support of the previous government. So rather than condemn those efforts to prevent radicalization, why is there not acknowledgement of the fact that there isn't simply one group? There are many groups. There are, for example, hate crimes that are on the increase. There are anti-Semitic things being done. So if we want to ensure public safety and de-radicalization, we have to work at all levels, not simply target one specific group. So why are the Conservatives denigrating efforts to de-radicalize when that also ensures public safety? The Honourable Member for Charles. Mr. Speaker, I respect my colleague. However, he's putting words in my mouth. I never said we're against de-radicalization, and I never said we're against doing things that could prevent radicalization. We're now asking for an account on those people who have left as jihadist fighters, combatants, and what's going to happen when they come back, because public safety of Canadians comes first. We're talking about people who aren't wondering whether or not they should go and fight. They've already made that decision. We want to know who they are, where they are, and what's going to happen.
The Honourable Member for Barrie Innisfil.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I think the Honourable Member is quite right in not conflating this issue as a de-radicalization issue within Canada. We're talking about people who've left this country, who fought against this country, and are now coming back into this country and are being reintegrated back into the country. And so the issue of the passport is important because these people are dual citizens. Does the Honourable Member believe that their passport should be revoked and that they shouldn't be allowed back into this country after they've left to fight us?
The Honourable Member for Charlebourg-Saint-Charles. Thank you. And I'd like to thank my colleague for his question. Yes, that is one of the measures that should be put in place. Now, obviously, the distinction has to be made between those who were Canadians by birth and those who were given Canadian citizenship. There is a distinction that has to be made. However, it is important to say that as soon as you decide to be an enemy of the state, a traitor, then there have to be strict, effective measures that are in place, whether that be sending them to prison, revoking their passports. We have to do everything we can. And there are other countries who act much more radically in that regard. The British have even asked their snipers to go and shoot those people who were enemies to their country fighting abroad. So we have to deal strictly with these people. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Selkirk Interlake Eastman.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I want to thank my colleague from Charlesbourg, St. Charles, for bringing this motion forward today. He's just been doing amazing work as our Shadow Minister for Public Safety, using his experience as a colonel in the Canadian Armed Forces to apply that knowledge and that experience to making sure Canadians are safe, that national security should be paramount in all decision-making that we do as parliamentarians, and especially that we'd hope to see the Liberal government do. And we're not witnessing that today, Mr. Speaker. Now, it is really a disappointment that here we are again talking about how ISIS terrorists are returning back to Canada, are not being properly prosecuted by the Liberal government, are not being properly monitored by the Liberal government, and really this is an affront to our veterans, to our troops that have gone over and fought against ISIS. It's a slap in the face for them to have gone and put their lives on the line to protect national security, to fight alongside our allies, and to protect the most vulnerable. Let's not forget, Mr. Speaker, that ISIS terrorists conducted one of the greatest genocides that we've witnessed in the 21st century. And these are people who have no problem with throwing members of the gay community off of buildings. They have no problem with selling women and girls into sexual slavery. They have no problem in wiping out a complete culture like the Yazidis because of their religion. Ethnic cleansing, genocide, mass atrocities. That is the hallmark of ISIS terrorists. And these are the people that the Liberals want to reintegrate into society. That is disgusting. I met just yesterday with some members of the Yazidis community, and they cannot believe that this government would reduce the number of Yazidi refugees that are welcome into Canada so that they can finally be protected, that they can have some of their families reunited, even though husbands and brothers and fathers were crucified by ISIS. Even though their daughters and their mothers and sisters were sold into sexual slavery, and some of them were able to get here to Canada, that this government has no problem allowing those ISIS terrorists not only to be welcomed back into Canada, but to be reintegrated into our society. And how do you change that ideology after they've already participated in committing these mass atrocities, either directly or indirectly? They shared that ideology, but the Liberal dogma on this is what is problematic. It's almost a perversion of what we've seen in projecting human rights, but then turning around and allowing these terrorist criminals into our country and to allow them to take poetry classes, become better bloggers, you know, maybe have a pottery class or two. This, to me, is something that we should be dealing with those as a precursor to them being radicalized. But once they've been radicalized, I don't think you can deprogram them unless they are actually incarcerated. Now, Mr. Speaker, you know, we've been talking about how our troops, the proud men and women of the Canadian Armed Forces, have gone and served this country and fought with our allies in Iraq, have supported operations in Syria. And it was this government earlier this year that actually removed the danger pay of some of those members of the Canadian Armed Forces who were part of Operation Impact in the fight against ISIS. And it was only after veterans, military members and their families cried out about this danger pay being taken away, the tax benefits that are awarded to those who are putting their lives on the line in operational missions in the fight against terrorism, and only after the work that we did as the official opposition to hold the government to account, that the Minister of Defence and the Treasury Board President had to back down on removing that danger pay from our troops. $1,800 a month for all those that were deployed. And they deserve every penny of it. Canadians asked them to take on these roles, and they deserve every penny of it. But did the Liberals learn from that, Mr. Speaker? Not at all. The Liberals then turned around in September 1st and retroactively applied to September 1st that those members who are ill and injured and cannot return to work within 6 months will have their special allowances cut. For those that have enlisted in our Special Operation Forces, for those that are fighter jet pilots, for those that are members or commandos of the JTF-2, Joint Task Force 2, that are out there fighting ISIS, our submariners, if they can't get back to work within 180 days, they will lose their special allowances for the particular skills that they've developed as members of the Canadian Armed Forces. That's almost $23,000 per year. That is ridiculous. And you know, we framed it in this House as this, that you know, you can have two Canadians leave Canada. They go to Iraq. One goes as a member of the Canadian Armed Forces to fight ISIS. The other goes and becomes a terrorist as a member of ISIS. And when they return, and if that soldier is injured in theater and out in the field and comes back and can't get back to work within 6 months, he loses his special allowances by $23,000 a year. However, if they're an ISIS terrorist and they're coming back, welcomed with open arms by the Liberal government, and we're going to put you into reintegration programs. That, again, is a perversion of public policy. It is completely disgusting. Now, I can tell you, Mr. Speaker, Liberals don't like to hear the truth. They really don't like to hear the truth. But I can tell you that even though the Public Safety Ministry is saying that returning foreign terrorist travelers and their families, specifically women and children, require the appropriate disengagement and reintegration support. That, again, is I can see that for somebody that might have been exposed to it in our communities here in Canada, but once they've been abroad, and we're seeing, different members interviewed, and especially the ISIS brides that are coming back with their families, they believe in the ideology. Yeah. They're going to raise their children to commit jihad down the road, and you aren't going to deprogram these individuals. And the Liberals are committing $3.5 million to the Community Resilience Fund to do all sorts of things like poetry, like pottery, like blogging. Why do we want to put these people, these terrorists, back online to radicalize more people and have better blogging techniques is beyond me. But again, it's a perversion of Liberal policy. So instead of reintegrating, these terrorists should be charged. They should be arrested. We should prosecute them to the full extent of the law. And they should be incarcerated, where over a period of time, sometimes it might be life in prison, or maybe it's a 14-year sentence or a 10-year sentence, then you can offer them the proper programming so that they can reintegrate into society as productive members of our public when they are released from jail. Terrorists should be in prison, not in poetry classes. Now, Mr. Speaker, there is laws to support this. High treason, Section 46 of the Criminal Code, and it says, anyone assists an enemy at war with Canada or any armed forces against whom Canadian forces are engaged in hostilities, whether or not a state of war exists between Canada and the country whose forces they are, commits treason. Treason. That is pretty clear. Part 3 of that. It says again, in Section 3 and in Section 4, whether it's done as a conspiracy, as an act, as an overt act, it's still called treason. Criminal code violation. High treason, punishable with a life in sentence charge. Section 83, 1.81, anyone who attempts to leave or leaves Canada to become an activist in a terrorist group. Again, 10-year sentence tied to that. Why aren't we prosecuting? These people left to become members of ISIS. They were terrorists committing jihad. 83 1.9. They can even just facilitate terrorist activity. They leave or not leave. Commission of offense for a terrorist group, 83.2, is liable for life in prison. There goes on and on in Section 82, Section 83 of the Criminal Code, whether you're promoting it, whether you're directing it, whether or not you're just leaving the country to get trained is a criminal code offense. And so the question becomes, why isn't this government, this Liberal government, actually prosecuting these individuals, incarcerating these individuals, rather than give them a hug in a poetry class?
Questions and comments? The Honourable Parliament Secretary to the Minister of Public Safety.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. To the Honourable colleague Cross, the speech is disappointing. And I'll tell you why it's disappointing, because there's a few pieces of information that he would know as fact. And that is, any government of any stripe, Conservative, Liberal, or one day an NDP government, saw that an individual committed a terrorist act, and we had evidence of that, they would be fully prosecuted to the full extent possible under the law, without question. In fact, currently, although under the 10 years for the Conservative government, there were 0 prosecutions of fighters returning to Canada. They had absolutely no prosecutions whatsoever. We already have 2 underway, and I would think that the member would want to be talking with us about how we can go after more. So I just want to set the record straight on that point first. And the second question I would ask to the member, who's so belittled and talked down anti-radicalization, is what would he say to the experts in security, not only within Canada but across the world, who say that to those individuals who haven't committed violence yet but are on a track to committing violence, that we have an obligation that was unfulfilled in the last 10 years, that was heavily criticized in the last 10 years, to say we have an obligation to ensure that those individuals do not become terrorists, that we stop it before it happens. What does this member have against prevention?
Honourable member for Selkirk Interlake Eastman.
So, Mr. Speaker, typical Liberal mantra, here's a person crossing the wires again. And if he had listened to my speech, I said anything we can do in a preventative mode up front to de-radicalize is money well spent. But this isn't what they're saying here. What we're saying and what they're doing is trying to de-radicalize those that are already radicalized and belonging to ISIS. These terrorists, and I've got to remember again, the revisionist history the Liberals like to promote. ISIS only started losing territory in the last 18 months. We only started seeing ISIS terrorists return home in the last 2 years. And of course, who was the government in the last 2 years? It was the Liberals. These individuals have come back under their watch. And I want to remind them that if they want to look at the track record, the Toronto 18 domestic terrorists here, the first one is just getting out of jail now, in January. And I hope that the Liberals make sure they look at that sentence and make sure that he isn't pardoned and he isn't given early parole. This is the individual that radicalized all those youth and should be actually held behind bars and serve his entire sentence, not early parole, which Liberals love to do. So, Mr. Speaker, fact and reality is different than what was just said by the Parliamentary Secretary. And we need to make sure that we keep the record straight.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Belleuil-Chambly. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
What the Parliamentary Secretary said insofar as if ever there was sufficient proof to lay charges against someone who committed any kind of crime, whether it be terrorism or any form of violence, absolutely that's what needs to be done. But the challenge here that seems to be neglected in this motion is the fact that there are a whole slew of issues that aren't actually being addressed. It's fine to enumerate points of the criminal code that these people may be in breach of, but the fact is, and the experts agree on this, there's all sorts of challenges, for example, related to the evidentiary standard with regards to intelligence gathering, and insofar as that would apply in court proceedings. There's challenges as to actually getting that being admissible in court. And so when it comes to dealing with that situation, we need to interact positively with the government and help get that going so that we can lay charges against these individuals, as opposed to fabricating this notion that somehow any one party would want to welcome dangerous people back with open arms. No, it's about due process, which is a fundamental core of Canadian values. And Mr. Speaker, one last point, because I asked the sponsor of the motion why Conservatives continue to denigrate de-radicalization efforts, and I was told that that wasn't what this is about, and that's exactly what this member just did in his speech. So I'm having a difficult time understanding why we're making these ludicrous comments about poetry reading and things like that, when the reality is that these community grassroots efforts are sorely needed, and they will ensure public safety by making sure that these people aren't getting radicalized in the first place. And may I add, in closing, Mr. Speaker, a good reminder is radicalization, not just one group. Important to keep that in mind.
Honourable member for Selkirk Interlake Eastman.
Mr. Speaker, you know, the left, both Liberals and NDP, tend to get caught up in this whole issue of de-radicalization. And I can tell you, any preventative programming that we can do and working with communities is a positive thing. But I actually was, at a meeting last night that had a lot of people from the Iranian community there, and they are very concerned about how the Liberals have gone soft on terrorism. They're concerned that we aren't holding to account those that actually have joined terrorist organizations. So the problem is that we have the criminal code, which says quite clearly that terrorism and treason are indictable offenses underneath the criminal code, but all the left can do is talk about, they've taken hug a thug to hug a terrorist now. Let's make sure that we're only dealing with those. This motion is about dealing with those that have already been convicted of, or those that have participated in terrorist organizations by joining ISIS, by joining Al-Qaeda, by joining Al-Shabaab and all the other different terrorist groups out there. And let's make sure that we are holding those individuals to account, and the Liberals are giving them a pass and putting our public safety at risk.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Public Safety.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chair. And let me, Mr. Speaker, let me just say at the onset that, and I said it in my question, there is not a person in this House that doesn't unequivocally condemn terrorism, that wouldn't, at the first opportunity, if evidence presented itself, pursue to the full extent of the law somebody to be charged, tried, and convicted if the evidence demonstrated that they committed an act of terror. The assertion, the outrageous assertion that there is someone in this House who feels otherwise, of any party, is unbecoming of this place, and it's disgraceful that anyone would stand and make such a statement. Of course, we all unequivocally condemn the horrific acts of Daesh. Of course, each and every one of us, although we may disagree about the policies and the mechanisms that we use to go after terrorists, each and every one of us wants to hunt down and find those that would do others harm. However, there are a few points that are very concerning that the member opposite was making and that I've heard, unfortunately, being made from his party. He said he wasn't disparaging anti-radicalization efforts. And yes, in his speech, he talked about poetry readings and how people are soft on individuals who would want to do us harm. When in fact, the poetry reading he's talking about is being conducted by a university aimed at young people who've committed no crime, young people who might be beginning to walk down a dark path, and God forbid we should use the arts to try to reach somebody who might be heading down a bad path. Is that their assertion? Their entire focus on attacking our efforts on anti-radicalization shows the fundamental problem with the 10 years that they occupied in power. Their complete unwillingness to look at the need and imperative nature of prevention. Prevention in all of its forms, whether or not it's health, or it's in crime, or, yes, in terrorism. Because there are terrorist acts that have been committed. And I have already said we must pursue those individuals who committed those acts with every ounce of our force. But there are all sorts of terrorism that has not happened. Victims who have not yet been victimized. People who have not yet been attacked. And would it not be our job, every day, in every single possible way, to use every tool at our disposal to ensure that those that would seek to do us harm are pulled from that path? That we stop those acts from happening before they're ever committed. And that's what, for some reason, the opposition can't get their head around. The idea that there are two separate but equally important priorities. Going after those that have committed wrong, that have already broken the law, and that with our international partners we must pursue. But there is also those that would have not yet done harm, who are misled, who are beginning to head down a dark path, who can be pulled away from that direction. There's nothing at odds about pursuing those two objectives at the same time. The other problem that I have with the rhetoric that we're hearing from the other side is it doesn't match the record. Now, for the 10 years that the Conservatives were in power, and they're now talking about the importance, and I agree with them, of protecting our communities, there was $1 billion cut to the very agencies that are designed to protect us. And let's go over those. $430 million cut from the RCMP. $390 million cut from the CBSA. $69 million cut from CSIS. $42 million from the Canadian Security Agency. $171 million from CATSA. So not only did not keep up with inflation during that period for this ultimate priority that we all share, they slashed during that period of time. And while they talk about how Liberals won't pursue those that have come back and where we have evidence, in fact, there are actually two matters that are actively being pursued to convict individuals where we have evidence. And under a decade under the Conservatives, that number, 0. Not a single one. And so for them to stand up and say, well, there's been a sea change, and suddenly now we're not doing anything, is a little rich. And it's the cloak that is put around it, as if they and they alone walk the streets concerned with protecting Canadians from terror. It is unbecoming of this place. And I wish that we could spend more time in this place having the kind of intelligent debates that, frankly, we saw with all members, including Conservative members, around the security and intelligence framework. The kind of conversations that we're having around C-59 right now to create the best and most leading-edge policy framework and oversight mechanisms and resources for our police. That's the debate that's worthy of this place, not this motion, which we're going to spend a day talking about. It's unfortunate to try to angle for whatever particular partisan gain. And of course, this place every day, we try to advance what our party does well and they do poorly. But when it's framed this way, it's so cynical. So with that, Mr. Speaker, I want to point out one last thing as just a rebuke to what we were heard earlier around this notion of extremism, and to point out not only do we hear them belittling it in their text, but in that 10 years they were there, that work to stop people walking the path of violent extremism simply was not done. According to Dr. Lauren Dawson of the Canadian Network for Research on Terrorism, Security and Society, quote, all the G20 nations are convinced of the need to move into prevention programming, but, quote, the previous Conservative government had little or no interest in following up on this, end quote. And according to a former CSIS analyst, Phil Gursky, quote, the previous government had an abysmal record when it came to countering violent extremism and early detection. The Conservative government didn't care, period, end quote. I don't know that they didn't care. I wouldn't make that characterization. But I think their priorities were in the wrong place. I think that while they went after, rightfully, those that had committed acts, they did not do a fraction enough to go after those that were beginning to walk that dark path. And their lack of regard for it in their debate and their discussion in this motion, I think, is heavy evidence of it. Mr. Speaker, we recognize and condemn the depravity of groups like Daesh. That's why Canada has renewed our military commitment to the global coalition against Daesh until March of 2019. In addition to training, advising, and assisting Iraqi security forces, we have expanded our intelligence capabilities. We are conducting aerial surveillance and reconnaissance to air-to-air refueling. We are leading a coalition medical facility. And as the situation continues to evolve, we will reevaluate how the women and men of the Canadian Armed Forces can be most effective and ensure that we equip them with the resources they need to get the job done. On the home front, when people have given support to Daesh and other terrorist groups and they return to Canada, whether they were active in combat, fundraising, propaganda, or in some other way, they are confronted with the full weight of Canadian intelligence and law enforcement agencies controlling and managing their return. Canadians can be assured that our world-class security and intelligence law enforcement agencies actively track and assess all potential threats. To this end, they work 365 days a year with domestic and international partners, including Five Eyes, the G7, the European Union, Interpol, and many others. These are professional, nonpartisan agencies whose skills and expertise are sought all over the world. Mr. Speaker, they work for us, they work for a Conservative government, they would work for an NDP government, they would work constantly, vigilantly, ceaselessly for any government of any stripe. It's what they did, it's what they do. They monitor returning extremists closely and gather and share intelligence in accordance with the law. They conduct investigations, collect criminal evidence, and lay criminal charges wherever possible. They use criminal code tools like peace bonds and terrorist listings, as well as no-fly lists, passport revocations, and other authorized threat discretion measures wherever appropriate. Whichever tool they use, their work is apolitical, based on expert assessments and threats to public safety and national security. At a recent gathering in Italy, G7 interior ministers, including our Minister of Public Safety, committed to working together to address this very issue. This will involve multi-agency cooperation, risk assessment, and possible interventions as our allies continue to deal with this shared threat. To give a sense of the situation on a global scale, I would direct honourable members to the most recent public report on the terrorist threat to Canada. It shows, for example, that over 6,600 extreme travellers from Western countries went to Syria since the start of that conflict in 2011. The number of Canadians involved is relatively small. About 250, with a nexus to Canada, have gone abroad to participate in terrorist activity of some kind. Some went to Syria and Iraq, and many others went to countries in conflict zones. Around 60 of them have returned to Canada. These were numbers at the end of 2015. CSIS confirmed in its annual public report released this past February that the numbers stayed largely stable, and that remains the case. We should neither underestimate nor overestimate that threat. We shouldn't understate it because there are people who have felt and may continue to feel so strong an affinity for the vile ideology and conduct of groups like Daesh that they traveled halfway around the world to get involved. Some of them may have been active participants in brutal violence. Certainly, as the motion before us states, people who team up with terrorists are complicit in atrocities, must be found, must be convicted, must be put in jail. When these individuals return to Canada, they merit and receive the full attention of our security, intelligence, law enforcement agencies. At the same time, that's exactly why we shouldn't overstate the threat. Our expert, highly skilled, highly trained security services are on the job. They lay charges when there is evidence to support charges. And even when there isn't enough evidence for criminal prosecution, they keep a close tab on these individuals to make sure the Canadians are kept safe. They evaluate the extent to which each returnee remains bent on radical violence, and they take appropriate measures to keep us safe. As for the 100 to 190 Canadians who remain abroad, experts don't necessarily expect a great influx back to Canada. For one thing, many of them may be dead. Of those who are still alive, it may not be easy to leave whatever country they're in, and some of them may not want to. For those who do come back and face the same full force of our security and intelligence, it will be exactly the same treatment as those that arrived here already. So that's how we deal with people who've been radicalized. It is, of course, far preferable to prevent radicalization from happening in the first place, which is why I spent so much of my initial conversation in my speech talking on this point, Mr. Speaker. That's why we've established the Canadian Centre for Community Engagement and Prevention of Violence. Setting up this new centre was a commitment we made during the last election. We set aside funding for it in our very first budget, and it has been up and running since June. Canada has certain local initiatives, such as the Centre de Prévention de la Radicalisation menant à la...
Such as at the Centre in Montreal,
run by the Calgary Police Service. These programs and others like them engage in direct intervention with people at risk of becoming radicalized. Our new federal centre is not meant to supplement. Rather, it is a coordinating body that helps local initiatives work to prevent violent extremism of all kinds. It includes Islamic extremism, white supremacy, or others. The Centre also facilitates the best practices and supports research to develop an evidence base around what approaches work best to combat radicalization in a Canadian context. This is important work, and prevention is really the most effective way of reducing the threat posed by radicalization in the long run, not instead of a robust security and enforcement response, but in addition to it. So I hope we're hearing from the comments opposite an approach that is misled, that there is a need to ensure that we approach both sides of the equation with equal vigor. Mr. Speaker, I would also like to address this motion's reference to the case of Omar Khadr. Canadians obviously hold deeply divergent views about how he ended up on the battlefield in Afghanistan in 2002 and about what happened there. It was undoubtedly a tragic situation, particularly for the family and friends of Sergeant Christopher Spear, who were killed. and for Sergeant Lane Morris, who was injured. There is conflicting evidence and commentary about what occurred on that day 15 years ago. There is, however, no ambiguity about the fact that the Government of Canada violated Mr. Cotter's rights when he was in custody. The Supreme Court has been very clear on that point on not one occasion, Mr. Speaker, but two. Court proceedings have already cost upwards of $7 million, and prolonging them would have cost millions more, not to mention the cost of settlement itself, all to fight a case that was virtually unwinnable for reasons that were purely political. The settlement was the only sensible course of action. It saved taxpayers an enormous amount of money, and it reminds us the fundamental point that Canadian governments must apply the Constitution, follow the law, and respect the rights of citizens, no matter how controversial they might be. I'm proud to be part of a government that upholds Canadian rights, and I'm proud to be part of a government that prioritizes the security of Canadians. And, Mr. Speaker, we know that when there is a difficult case, when there is to be an arbiter of whether or not a Canadian citizen's rights were violated, it is not this place, but the courts that make that determination. It is the courts that tell us whether or not our charter has or has not been upheld. And when we violate fundamental rights, there's got to be a consequence. And our charter is a document that protects each and every one of us. And I think that is what can be so dangerous in this debate. Each and every one of us has an incredible zeal to protect our fellow citizen. Probably every single person here, if they were to list the top 2 or 3 things they wanted when they came to this place, was to make their community safer, to make their family safer, to make their friends and neighbors safer. It is a prime motivator, I believe, for almost any person who runs. But when we get here, in our zeal to do so, we have to ensure that we do it right. And that, yes, we go after those that perpetrate violence, that create victims, that we ensure that they are incarcerated and that they face justice. But similarly, we have to make sure that those same actions don't transcend into violation of the rights of innocent people. The O'Connor Inquiry, Iacobucci, and we look at the recommendations that came out of them, where there were serious failures in our intelligence and our security that led to innocent people facing dire circumstance. Freedom is delicate. It must be carefully guarded. And those that would attack us, those that would commit terrorism, well, they hope that we suspend freedom, that we live in terror, and we lead our lives differently. But when we get the opportunity to be in a free country, we have to hold that responsibility close. And that balance, prevention, enforcement, protection, guaranteeing of rights, is one that we must debate with the utmost caution, weight, consideration, and lack of partisanship. And I hate to say it, Mr. Speaker, but this motion fails on that account.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Elgin, Middlesex, London.
I want to start because I rarely heard the word rights used a lot. And some of the members may know that I worked very diligently on the LGBTQ2 apology, and therefore I had opened a lot of doors in that community where they have now come to me and start sharing some of their views. So following that apology, within 2 hours I started receiving contacts from people that were part of that community saying, I am a Muslim gay man, and I fear for my life now with this return of ISIS fighters. We talk about the rights of the ISIS fighters, but I want to know, what are the rights of people that came to Canada in fear of their lives because of these people torturing, burying alive, and a variety of other things to that specific population, where we know that gay men were buried alive by some of these ISIS fighters within their own communities, within their own culture, What about the rights of those people who feel that they're going to be victimized now that they are Canadians by these ISIS terrorists?
Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Public Safety.
Well, I thank the member for her question because I think it drives to the heart of exactly what I was talking about, the paramount nature of our charter. You know, I've been very lucky to have a close relationship with a lot of different communities in my riding. And when we debated the matter of equal marriage, I went into mosques and I said, the charter protects you, it also protects the LGBTQ2 community. And that equal marriage is fundamental and sacrosanct. And I said in those mosques that there may be a day when people or a government turn on your rights, when they don't feel that your rights are so important. And the charter that annoys you today because it's protecting with people that you don't think should be protected suddenly will become your closest friend, your greatest shield. And that's exactly why it is the courts, not this place, that protects that charter. And absolutely, without question, that if somebody is a gay Muslim, if somebody is asexual, if somebody is anything that they want to be, I don't care. Everybody's rights has to be protected in this country. Hate in all forms is abhorrent. And I don't see the point here except to say that that balance must be struck. And I would say to the person who makes an Islamophobic comment that it's detestable, just as I would say to anybody who made a comment against somebody because of their sexual orientation was equally abhorrent.
The Honourable Member for Belleuil-Chambly. Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague for his remarks and for having set the record straight, because I think that, while as he knows, I often strongly disagree with some of the decisions made by the Minister of Public Safety, insinuating that anyone in this House or any party would seek anything other than to take action in the courts. Well, that's what we would do. Now, the efforts undertaken to deal with radicalization are important. The member addressed the issues, but the question I have for him deals with prisons. When we talk about incarcerating people who have returned, experts have raised concerns about the fact that prisons may well be schools for further radicalization. In that context, does the government intend to go into prisons and to take some action at that level? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Public Safety. Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank the Honourable Member for his question. This is a very important issue. If someone is incarcerated, well, we need to know what the situation is. It's a good question in this context, because once the person has been incarcerated and is then released, who will that person be who leaves prison? Will the person be ready to be integrated into society, to positively contribute in our culture and society? So that's why the prison stage is a very important one.
Going and touring virtually every federal penitentiary in this country when I was the critic in opposition. And I saw some pretty horrible conditions there. And given the fact that 93% of those who go into prison will come out, I do think we have to be preoccupied with who goes out those doors. I know that this is a matter of preoccupation and concern for the member. It's something that I look forward to working with him closely on.
The
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of National Defence. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Canada is fighting terrorism inside and beyond the borders, and we are very proud of our outcomes in Iraq. However, it's true that there are people who will be coming home. I find it very unfortunate, the alarmist tone coming from our Conservative colleagues. And we do. They keep raising things like revoking passports, for example, and criminal charges. However, when we have adequate evidence, that's what we do. They cut money in surveillance, and they didn't necessarily succeed in laying charges at their time, during their time. We're talking about 180 people who may be returning. And I'd like to know if the parliamentary secretary can tell us if Canadians can trust in our intelligence services in Canada.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And absolutely, they can. There are many people working very hard throughout the country and throughout the world to protect our security. And their work is incredible. They work very hard on a daily basis to protect our country and to protect everyone.
It's so important, not only that we have faith in them, but that we put in oversight mechanisms to make sure that they're doing that job well. So it's not just us patting ourselves on the back, but we have oversight mechanisms to make sure that we're conducting that work appropriately. And that secondly, we have to acknowledge when there's been failures and when we put in mechanisms to fix them. You know, I have, unfortunately, in this job, had occasion to sit across from people who've been the victims of terror, who've had lost loved ones at the hands of terrorism, and that is gut-wrenching. I also have sat across from people who are innocent Canadians who were wrongly accused, who later it turned out had done no wrong, and who wound up in foreign jails being tortured for years, away from their families with incredible amounts of psychological abuse. And that's why this balance is so important, what we do, ensuring, and it's not a competition one against the other. We can ensure our security while also protecting our rights.
Questions and comments?
Honourable Member for Hull-Aylmer.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I must say, as a Member of Parliament, I get to see some great speeches and some great debates, and today was certainly one of those occasions. And I'd like to thank the Honourable Member from Ontario for really what I thought was a very enlightening debate. And I'd like to go back to the key point that he made, Mr. Speaker, and the key point was that truly all Canadians, all parliamentarians are preoccupied by the safety and security of Canadians, and that it would be, I think, unfair and below the dignity of this place, as the member so rightly put it, to say otherwise. I'd like to ask the honourable member if he can please tell this House how the government right now is using the full panoply of tools available to it to make sure that we're fighting radicalization in knowledge forms before somebody's radicalized, during the time that they have decided to engage in that activity, and afterwards.
Good question. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my honourable colleague for his excellent question. I think when you look, I talked a little bit in my speech about what we're doing on the matter of trying to build up Canada's capacity to deal with anti-radicalization, and unfortunately, for a decade, it was really a very neglected area. And so a lot of that is really done at a community level, because what works in one context won't work in another. And that's not only true in a Canadian context, but it's true abroad. That, you know, if we have to look at the reasons why that horrific act happened in St. Foy. And, you know, I ended last week with the victims who were of that tragedy, who witnessed happen in a place that they thought was the most safe. And we have to ask, what is the context that led a person like that to commit such an act of hate? Where do we draw the line back to where that process of radicalization began to get people way before they ever commit any such heinous act as that? And so investing in communities, understanding that radicalization in all of its forms and permutation requires different solutions, and that we have to work really at a community level, and that's what our efforts in anti-radicalization really are about, Mr. Speaker. I think that the point that, and I realize that you're fidgeting in your seat, so I may not get time to finish the other because it's a really great question, but I do want to say this. which is the more that we dial down the hyperbole, the more that we stop saying, you don't care and you care too much, you're trying to hug a criminal and you're trying to, you're just trying to lock them away forever even if they did something minor. The more we get away from that kind of frame and say that we all share the same objective, and it's a question of policy approaches, it's a question of who has the best evidence, the best direction that we can take to get it done, then we get into a debate that's real and honest and I think beneficial to actually getting the results that we all care about.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Belleuil-Chambly. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd just like to say from the outset, and as I said in my questions to the parliamentary secretary, it goes without saying that we all condemn terrorist acts. We're all disgusted by these acts, those committed by jihadist groups and those carried out, for example, by neo-Nazi groups. We find all those steps horrific, all those actions horrific. And we think all steps, necessary steps, should be taken.
With all due respect to the fantastic interpreters here in the House, that it's worth repeating in both official languages that we find any violence committed by any terrorist group, whether it's ISIS or neo-Nazis, to be abhorrent, something we denounce. And insofar as we have the evidence required to go ahead with criminal proceedings and press charges, it should absolutely be done so, and that is not something that is up for debate no matter which party is in power. And on that, I certainly agree, as I said, with the parliamentary secretary. Monsieur le Président,
Mr. Speaker, what is unfortunate in politicizing a situation like this when it comes to safety for all Canadians is that when radicalization happens, one has to ask oneself, what are the best ways to tackle this? But before getting to that point, there's another point that has to be made. Over the course of the debate on the Conservative side, I've heard them say, well, we're not talking about those who are being radicalized. We're talking about those who have already been radicalized and who are coming back. But, Mr. Speaker, it's very important to say that the problem isn't the law or political will, because we have a legal system that deals with that, not a political system. What we're talking about is how to use evidence.
Support is something that's extremely important when we look at this particular issue with people who are foreign fighters who are returning to Canada. In particular, in what ways intelligence gathered can be admissible as proof and as evidence in court. And that's something that even experts have had a hard time grappling with, in how we can lay charges with that evidence. And that's something certainly that we acknowledge that the government needs to look at and the government needs to work on, and certainly something that can help law enforcement press charges when they may be required. But when we're looking at pressing charges, it's not just what evidence is admissible. It's also even the question of laying terrorism charges, something that we didn't see in the previous Parliament with the previous government, something that we didn't, that we've now seen twice with the current government. And it's complicated, Mr. Speaker, because as experts have said, often terrorism charges don't relate to the violence in and of itself, which usually falls under another part of the criminal code. The terrorism charges usually relate to the planning of said violence, which then makes it very difficult, especially when we fall into this trap that this motion does, which is targeting specific groups. Et je vais vous expliquer pourquoi, Monsieur le Président.
I'm going to explain why, Mr. Speaker. Let's look at the shooting in Moncton, for example. This was an individual who, for all intents and purposes, committed a terrorist act. He himself, through his words, said he wanted to attack the RCMP because the RCMP supported a government that he felt was corrupted. Well, it's hard not to say that was a terrorist act. Let's take the attack in the Metropolis, where a premier of Quebec that had just been elected was a target. That could also be qualified as a terrorist act. But there were no criminal charges that qualified that as terrorism. There were criminal charges, yes, under sections, but it's important to say this because it shows how complex the system is, how difficult it is to judge intentions of individuals, what is considered to be terrorist. That is very complicated, and we have to work on it. But given this context, it's also important to say this. It's important to trust those people who work in our intelligence agencies, our law enforcement agencies, the RCMP, for example. It goes without saying that if there is sufficient evidence, then we should be able to trust, and we do trust, that they will be able to engage in criminal proceedings. But it's very complex to talk about evidence and admissible evidence. There's no point in prosecuting if someone is released for a lack of evidence. So one can feel impatient, yes, but that's the reality of our legal system. You know, if we have to be able to respect democracy, and if we don't, all will be lost. So it's very important to remember this.
The question of resources. And that's something that's extremely important and that we raised over the course of the debate of what was Bill C-51 in the previous Parliament. The fact of the matter is, Mr. Speaker, is that you can change the law. You can make the strictest laws possible. You can say we're going to throw everyone in jail and throw away the key. But if the men and women in uniform don't actually have the human and financial resources to do the work, the law is useless, Mr. Speaker. And that's a key issue here. The Commissioner of the RCMP himself has said that the focus on radical Islam has taken away from other investigations at a time where we're seeing a rise in hate crimes, a rise in anti-Semitism, which are also forms of radical violence, which are also in some cases even forms of radical terrorism. And that, Mr. Speaker, is something that's really important to keep in mind, that it's not always a legal issue, it's sometimes a political will to provide the appropriate resources to the national security agencies and to police bodies, something that unfortunately certainly wasn't done in the last Parliament, and there's still certainly more work to be done in the current Parliament, and that's something that's really important to keep in mind, Mr. Speaker, if we actually want the RCMP, among others, to have the resources to be able to do the work that they need to do to keep Canadians safe. Et Monsieur le Président, quand on parle...
And let's come back, Mr. Speaker, to the issue of radicalization. This really is at the heart of this motion today. I put a question to the sponsor of the motion. I wanted to know why the Conservatives were denigrating and putting down these efforts to radicalize. And they were saying, well, it's not about being for or against radicalization. And yet, the colleague who made his remarks right after him started mocking the anti-radicalization efforts for about 5 minutes. And that's completely inconsistent. In the last Parliament, nothing was done to fight radicalization. And even though, for various reasons, I often disagree with many of the Minister of Public Safety's positions, I do agree on this. We're very pleased to see that there's finally an effort to invest at the community level, to have centers that will fund local projects. And these now are being mocked by the Conservatives, perhaps not through the motion, but through the remarks that we've heard by those who have risen to speak. And that's very unfortunate, because if we want to make sure that the public is safe, then we do have to tackle radicalization. We do have to make sure that these people don't leave to engage in these activities. There are various extremist groups that exist, whether they be Islamic State, whether they be extreme right neo-Nazi groups, that are taking advantage of these people. For example, young people who may have mental health issues, for example. And rather than assist these people to ensure public safety and not treat them as victims necessarily, but to help them so that we can ensure public safety, rather than support that, they're mocking it. We have to support these community initiatives. I put a question to the parliamentary secretary on the kinds of efforts that need to be deployed in prisons.
I heard a comment in the benches here from a Conservative saying, well, you know, I guess what they're saying is don't put them in jail because they're going to get radicalized there. That's not what we're saying, Mr. Speaker. What we're saying is that you can't do one without the other. The experts all say that one of the worst places to get radicalized is often in prison. So it's great. If there are criminal charges that are brought and the person is found guilty, certainly no one's debating whether they should be in prison or not. The issue here is that when they're in prison, make sure that the programs are there to fight that get to the root of that radicalization that's taking hold within them, that is leading them to be a threat to national security and to public safety. That's what's at stake here, Mr. Speaker, because if you want to just take the approach to incarcerate and then forget about it and see no evil and hear no evil, then that person, if they ever get out, will have slipped through the cracks and not only will be someone that society has not come in aid of, but someone that will pose a threat to public safety. So if the objective here is to protect public safety, then make sure that you're cutting the evil that is radicalization off at the root, and that means providing the proper programs. And certainly, as I said, I recognize the efforts that the government has made to begin working and funding and showing best practices on some of those efforts, but more needs to be done. And again, prisons are certainly one example. I appreciate the openness that the parliamentary secretary showed to recognize that that's an issue and work on it. But certainly, as I said, more needs to be done for that. Monsieur le Président.
Mr. Speaker, let's continue on tackling radicalization. I'm very concerned. And I'm concerned about the whole issue and the whole debate around who we're talking about. There are those who have been qualified as, painted as foreign fighters. That's true. However, evidence is extremely important. There are individuals amongst these people who are victims. There are individuals who are brought to another country, whether it be by families or whether it be because that was a vulnerable person and they were convinced to leave. But then that individual gets to the country and realizes, without necessarily having participated in violence, that they made a mistake and they come back. Should those people be prosecuted? Perhaps. However, evidence is required. But it's important to make the necessary distinctions. When someone comes back, there has to be a rule of law that exists. When I'm talking about, and there have to be rights. And I'm not just talking about rights and freedoms. I'm talking about rule of law. So it has to be understood that we can't just say, well, there's a list of people and let's just incarcerate them all. Because that's not an approach that will guarantee the safety of individuals. We have to understand the importance of evidence. We have to gather that evidence properly so that even when there are criminal prosecutions, that they are successful. If we're going to do that, the outcome of these prosecutions has to be, yes, incarceration, but rather than just blame the government and just partake in a ridiculous form of debate and mockery, rather than threaten the safety of Canadians, it's important to acknowledge that work has to be done. Law enforcement agencies and prosecutors have to have the requisite evidence in order to be able to undertake these criminal prosecutions, because that will ensure the safety of Canadians. But let's have a positive dialogue. That's the approach that we are advocating for.
It's clear that for me, and it's not a secret, the difference in approaches and the approach of the minister, and as I said at the beginning of my speech, Mr. Speaker, it's our will to ensure the security and safety of Canadians.
Such an important issue such as this one, that to engage in dog whistle politics and use expressions like welcoming back with open arms and throwing things out like reading poetry to denigrate counter-radicalization efforts does a disservice to the people attempting to do, the men and women doing the serious work of making sure that Canadians are safe. It does a disservice to this House, where we all believe in the importance of ensuring Canadian safety, and it does a disservice to the real efforts and debate that needs to happen over the proper ways of dealing with this situation, Mr. Speaker. J'ai eu le plaisir quand, au comité de la...
At committee, I had the pleasure, with respect to the work we were doing to change the Act. We traveled for a week, and we visited 5 cities in 5 days. We stopped in Montreal, and I had the opportunity to visit the Radicalization and Violence Prevention Center. It's unique. It's one of a kind. And there were people in New York who called the center because they were concerned about the radicalization of a loved one within their family. And when we heard from them, they talked in a very nuanced way about how they went about things. Now there's a role for the RCMP and for the national safety agencies, national security agencies, when there's someone who presents clear and present danger for the public. So it is police forces with the national security agencies come in then. But this was a group that tried to ensure they had ties with the community so that someone who was concerned about a family member would have someone to talk to. Now, when we see an attack, as we saw at the Islamic Center in Quebec City, or what we saw in Edmonton, one incident is just as concerning as the other. Now, when we see people who are engaging in this combat against radicalization, we have to help them. But we also have to, there has to be criminal prosecutions. But we can't simply say that we're going to recognize just one aspect of a very complicated issue. We have to have justice. We also have to provide concrete solutions which will not only ensure public safety, but will also make sure that we don't lose young people who may fall between the cracks, who can be saved from this scourge of radicalization.
Democrats, certainly, and I want to say, as I said several times in my speech, that, again, the minister and I certainly have our differences. It's no secret in this place. But there's one thing on which we will always commit to working together, no matter what the partisan issue is, and that's ensuring the safety of Canadians. And to do that, Mr. Speaker, there's a lot that needs to be done, and I've mentioned some of it. Getting terrorism charges right, getting the peace bond process right, getting the evidentiary process right. These are all challenges with regards to intelligence gathering. These are all challenges that we have. Getting the counter-radicalization efforts right. The government's taken some good steps. We think we can do more. Doing it in federal prisons, making sure that on some instances where there are best practices, showing more robust federal leadership, despite the importance of supporting those grassroots efforts. So those are all things on which we are ready to work with the government on. And it's part of the reason why it is so disappointing to see the kind of hyperbole we see today. Why? Because when it comes to ensuring public safety, there are important measures that need to be taken. And it's not about stoking and fanning the flames of fear, but rather about standing in this place and having the courage to take on these important challenges that we face, that all experts agree are challenging, but that are at the core of the mandate that we have as parliamentarians. Et ça, pour ça, Monsieur le Président,
and I'm very happy to say that we will commit to working on all these issues with the government, and be assured that at any proposal that is put forward, like C-59, as we did in the last Parliament with C-51, we will not allow human rights to be sacrificed. this doesn't mean that there aren't concrete efforts that can be made. For example, making sure that the RCMP has more resources, and to really improve the array of things we use to counter radicalization. We have to put an end to this scourge, but not simply address one issue in all of this. There's a lot of work to be done, Mr. Speaker, so let's put to one side this kind of discourse and do what Canadians expect of us. Thank you. Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Charlebourg-Saint-Charles. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I'd like to thank my colleague for his speech. Now, it seems that we veered off the issue of the debate. The motion today has to do with people who have left Canada. There seem to be 149 who have engaged in jihad abroad. Now we've got about 60 who have come back. The question we're debating today is why the government is not giving Canadians clear data on what is being done and what these people are doing. Now there are de-radicalization programs. We're not talking about that. We're talking about people who are consorting with the enemy. We've been investing millions, billions to bomb these people, but the government, first it withdrew its C-18s, and now the government is talking about de-radicalization. That's not what we're discussing. We're saying, what should the government do when dealing with enemies of Canada? Now, again, de-radicalization is not the issue. The Honourable Member for Belleuil-Chambly. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I've looked at the text of the motion. There's not one word on the number of fighters and what they've done. He speaks in generalities. He speaks in generalities in order to spread fear. And this is what is lacking here today, Mr. Speaker. If we're talking about fighting radicalization, well, that's an approach that we really need. And this is where we think there has to be more work done. Now, in my speech, and I'll repeat for my colleague, the Honourable Parliamentary, and for the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, if we have sufficient evidence so that police forces can engage in criminal prosecutions, let them do so, and we'll be very happy to agree to that on behalf of the safety of the public. Now, there might be parts of the legislation that may be changed a bit, but the Conservatives' problem is that they are ignoring the true problem and are simply attacking us, and we want to ensure public safety.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I want to make 2 points. One is the Minister of Public Safety has said categorically that all the people that can be charged will be charged to the full extent of the law, just like any other criminal. And it's surprising to me, maybe embarrassing for the Conservatives, that the two speakers that should know something about this, the sponsor and a critic, aren't aware of that. And so just to make sure that the people of Canada are aware of that, and that any future Conservative speakers are aware that those that can be charged will be charged to the full extent of the law. And the member made that point, the Parliamentary Secretary made that point. So the people that are left that can't be charged, and what should we do with them? The second Conservative speaker said they can't be changed, they can't be rehabilitated, nothing can happen. Whereas the rehabilitation efforts of the government, as emphasized by the speaker opposite, I think belies the whole attitude to making Canada safer. The Parliamentary Secretary said 93 people that go to jail come out again. If you do nothing, if you have that philosophy that nothing can be done to really rehabilitate them, what a dangerous place Canada would be. Maybe it doesn't always work, but it certainly works in a lot of cases, and Canada's a lot safer because of it. And I really appreciated the member's speech making that point about rehabilitation, both for these people coming back and all criminals.
The Honourable Member for Belleuil-Chambly. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
question, and once again, and I say this again with all due respect to the interpreters, it's worth repeating in our other official language, is that there's no doubt in my mind that no one in this House is saying that should law enforcement have sufficient evidence that they lay charges and prosecute anyone who should be prosecuted. There is no debate about that, Mr. Speaker, despite what we seem to be hearing. But the issue here is that by simply prosecuting and incarcerating is not the end of the story. And that's what's at play here, because even as I said in my question to the parliamentary secretary, no one is saying that someone who is found guilty in a court of law should not go to prison. What we are saying, as the experts are saying, is that prisons are one of the worst places to become radicalized for some of these violent ideologies. So we should be making sure that there are programs in place so that these people were attacking this horrifying notion that is radicalization in the system while ensuring public safety. And if the Conservatives don't understand that ignoring the fight against radicalization for 10 years was not the right approach, then I don't know what to tell them, Mr. Speaker, because everyone agrees that no matter that the terrorism is horrible and that if we have enough proof, prosecute, but we also need to attack the root of this, which is radicalization, something that they choose to ignore.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. To the National Defence Minister, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my riding neighbour to try to assure people rather than frighten people, especially when so much has been put into ensuring safety. But my neighbour talked about what we went through when Corporal Vincent was killed. Now, can the member confirm that the people in my riding and all the Canadian public can have confidence in the system of national security and safety and our intelligence services? Can they ensure that our public will be safe and also that human rights will be respected? The Honourable Member for Belleuil-Chambly. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my neighbour in the neighbouring riding. Now, Mr. Speaker, this is a good question because we're not going to tear our shirts when addressing the importance of this issue. There's work to be done, and any action that we consider valid in attacking the scourge of radicalization, we think we should undertake. But the question, Mr. Speaker, is that we also have a responsibility to assess the situation and to understand why they have done this, not because we want to write an academic paper, but if we want to truly ensure public safety, then we are duty-bound to attack the scourge of radicalization. And we also have to use all methods to ensure public safety. Now, incarceration is one of these solutions. But we don't want to take the approach of the preceding government.
Oh, my goodness. Every once in a while, I forget one of these. Honorable Deputy, the Honourable Member for Cowichan-Malahat-Langford.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. You know, as members of Parliament, all of us, we get correspondence from constituents that is quite frequently critical of other countries' judicial systems, not upholding the rule of law, making sure that those who are charged with a crime get their day in court and due process. But some of those same voices turned a blind eye to the process that went on in Bagram Air Force Base and in Guantanamo Bay, which we know did not meet our high standards of justice. And I think that's important to raise because my colleague was talking about the importance of the rule of law and making sure that our judicial system has the resources. And if the state is so sure of a guilty verdict, it should be prepared to take that person to court bring them to court, bring the evidence through, and charge them and convict them the way we afford everyone in Canadian society. And it's important to bring up because in this motion we see specific mention of Omar Khadr and the process he went through. You know, earlier this year I had the chance to meet with his lawyer Dennis Edney and ask him why did he take that case against all of the advice of his colleagues. And he said it was because the rule of law was not followed. And I'd just like my colleague to comment, you know, if we were to have confidence in our justice system and to talk about the importance of a government not cherry-picking when our rights apply and when they don't. And we're so sure of a guilty verdict, the state should have the resources to put a person through our court system and get a guilty verdict the same way as is afforded to all people who are charged with crimes.
The Honourable Member. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
And certainly from the work he's done on the Justice File and on that committee, he will recognize, as I do, on many of these issues, public safety and justice issues, there's one thing that bears repeating that is too often forgotten in these types of debates. The fact that respect for due process and disgust of abhorrent things that have been done by certain people are not mutually exclusive. And it's about time that we repeat that over and over again because it is so important to recognize that respecting due process, which is, as far as I'm concerned, and certainly most everyone in this House should be, one of the pillars of our democracy, saying that we respect that and we want it to happen properly and looking at ways that we can improve that to make certain things perhaps easier does not necessarily take away from the fact that we find absolutely abhorrent the things that we see happening with regards to terrorism and other forms of violence. And that's a key point, Mr. Speaker, because if we continue to dismiss the importance of due process and go into this type of thinking where somehow what happens in places like Guantanamo Bay is acceptable, then that's when radicalization wins, Mr. Speaker. So it's up to us to stand against that, recognize that we all want the same thing, Canadians' public safety, but also realize that there's a proper way to go about it. That's what we're committed to do. And if the government has good ideas, we're certainly going to support that. If they're not as good ideas, we'll certainly be critical of that. But we all have to have that debate in a specific context where we all recognize the importance of these issues.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Medicine Hat, Cardston Warner.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I wish to advise that I'll be splitting my time with the honourable colleague from Mecantic-Larab. I rise in support of my colleague's motion to condemn ISIS terrorists and their supporters and to call on this Liberal government to not allow Canada to become a safe haven for terrorism and terrorists. As I've said in this place before, the top priority of this House must be to protect all Canadians. The protection of our people should be placed ahead of political manoeuvring and should be of top concern for all members of Parliament, regardless of their party. This view is shared by my Liberal colleagues on the Public Safety and National Security Committee, who, earlier this year, endorsed a national security report which stated, and I quote, "National security is one of the most fundamental duties, if not the most fundamental duty, conferred upon government." On the issue of Canadians who have left Canada to join ISIS and are now returning to Canada, I believe the Liberal government is failing to meet the National Security Report standard. The government's threat level is currently at medium as a result of growing terrorist attacks and threats globally and here at home. A medium threat level is where a violent act of terrorism could occur. A 2016 CSIS publication titled "The Foreign Fighters Phenomenon and Related Security Trends in the Middle East" stated clearly, and I quote, "One does not have to speculate terribly much to see the potential threat from ISIL to the West, given its vast cadre of foreign fighters native to or previously resident in those countries. This unprecedented pool of foreign recruits suggests that ISIL would certainly have the capability to undertake attacks," end quote. We owe it to those who sacrificed and fought to protect Canada from threats, both foreign and domestic. Our armed forces, our veterans, our police and national security agencies have paid a price to give us the freedoms we enjoy today. We owe it to every Canadian to ensure that all reasonable and lawful measures are taken to protect our nation from the threat of those who would do us harm and compromise our national security. Let's be clear. Canadians are strongly opposed to welcoming terrorists back to Canada. We should not mince words. ISIS fighters are terrorists. They have people who have publicly beheaded Canadians and other Westerners. They have burned other human beings alive. They have drowned people in cages. They have thrown people off buildings for simply being who they are. They have raped and enslaved women and girls, and there appears to be no manner of unspeakable atrocities that ISIS terrorists would stop at to harm those who are not deemed to be true believers. Mr. Speaker, if we as a House cannot come together to condemn ISIS and their atrocities, if members of this House cannot stand against oppression, slavery, murder, and war, if we cannot agree to oppose the annihilation of the freedoms of worship, belief, and association, then this House has lost its moral compass and its moral authority. ISIS terrorists stand against everything we as Canadians hold as fundamental to our way of life, the very foundations of our society. There are clear tools to deal with these threats, however. Canadians who attempt to travel to join ISIS are recognized and have been convicted under the Criminal Code for treason, which is a crime against our society and our country. Canadians who participate with ISIS, Al-Qaeda, and other terrorist groups that seek to kill and destroy all who oppose their strict doctrine and beliefs are in reality committing treason against Canada. And there are charges that can be levied in Canada for returning ISIS terrorists as well, and that is also treason. In Canada, there are two criminal charges for treason. The first is high treason, which is defined under 46 of the Criminal Code, as being those who levy war against Canada or assist an enemy at war with Canada or any armed forces against whom Canadian forces are engaged in hostilities, whether or not a state of war exists between Canada and the country whose forces they are. In my view, this describes those Canadians who have taken arms and joined with the radical ISIS terrorist groups and to attack humanity. There's also the charge of treason, which includes those who in Canada conspire with any other person to commit high treason or to do anything to use force or violence for the purpose of overthrowing the government of Canada. In fact, the Criminal Code is explicit that for Canadian citizens, treason applies while in or out of Canada. There is another tool for the government to use to help protect the security of our country, and that would be to revoke the Canadian citizenship of dual citizens who have traveled overseas to join or commit terrorist acts. When the Liberals passed Bill C-6 in June 2017, they removed the authority to strip dual citizens of their Canadian status if convicted of terrorism, treason, or espionage. So today, we can't stop these people from returning, and we can't deport them either. Moreover, as Canada falls behind other Western countries in taking away citizenship from these terrorists and extremists, it makes Canada the destination by default for any anyone with a Canadian citizenship. Canadians oppose ISIS terrorists returning to Canada or rejoining our society. These terrorists have, by virtue of participation and their acts against others, forfeited that right. Based on the law of armed conflict, ISIS terrorists are legitimate targets for such a time as they take part in hostilities at both the operational and tactical levels for international engagement for Canadian soldiers. Stuart Hendon, a lawyer and instructor at the Royal Military College and the Canadian Forces College, was explicit that the government can target ISIS, Canadian or not, who are engaged in conflict. Unfortunately, unlike many of our allies, Canada, under the Liberals, has withdrawn from this active conflict. If this government will not stop this evil from returning to Canada, will they not vigorously pursue charges of treason? If we are going to provide funding to reform ISIS collaborators, something the Minister of Public Safety has admitted is a low, very low, probability that can actually occur, let it be from behind bars. Let them begin to repay their debt to humanity as soon as they set foot back on our soil. Mr. Speaker, we should treat ISIS terrorists as the criminals that they are. Should they receive any supports from the taxpayer, whether to de-radicalize or reintegrate, let that funding flow through Correction Services Canada. Mr. Speaker, there can be no forgiveness without repentance. The Bible says in Luke 3:17 that if your brother sins, rebuke him, and if he repents, forgive him. Mr. Speaker, all who have supported and fought for ISIS are rebuked by the citizens of Canada, if not by this government. For Canadians linked to ISIS, let them serve a sentence in Canada and do their penance, under far more generous conditions, I might add, than under their oppressive regimes that they support. Only then should there be forgiveness and acceptance into our society. Mr. Speaker, the Minister and his Parliamentary Secretary have said that all that can be done is being done. However, Canadians are confused about this government's position and actions regarding these terrorists. On November 23rd, the media asked the Minister of Public Safety directly if passports were being taken away, if names were being added to the no-fly list, if these people are neutralized in terms of a threat. The Minister replied that steps are beginning to be taken and that all Canadians can be assured that they are safeguarding the security of the country. While I and my colleagues appreciate that disclosing specifics on security operations would be counterproductive, the Minister's comments that steps are beginning to be taken are not a strong reassurance to Canadians that this Liberal government is on top of this issue. Mr. Speaker, what I will commit to with the Minister of Public Safety and the government is that we will work together to get this issue of national security and public safety right for the best interests of all Canadians. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Qu'est-ce que commentaire? La députée de Glen.
The honourable member for Glengarry Prescott Russell.
Mr. Speaker, and I know first off I want to thank my colleague for his speech, and I just want to reassure this House that none of us are saying that ISIL is a good Samaritan. All of us are condemning the Daesh. They're terrible. It's a terrible organization. So none of us in this House are saying this. But I also want to remind my colleague that what they're portraying with the official opposition is I have seen this movie before. I have seen it in the 2015 election. I have seen it in 2014, 2013. The fear and mongering that the government is not doing anything on protecting citizens is just completely false. And my dad used to tell me, put your money where your mouth is. And I want to ask my colleague if he believes that our government is doing absolutely nothing to fight the Daesh, then I would ask if he agrees whether or not that the previous government cut $1 billion out of security services, if that was an okay thing to fight ISIS.
Honourable member for Medicine Hat, Cardston Warner.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague for his very passionate question. I will tell you this. Canadians are not deceived by the platitudes of any government or the rhetoric of any government, to be honest. Thank you. I think it's important to recognize that when it comes to public safety and national security, there is a threat to this country. There's a threat to our citizens. And it would behoove all of us in this place to put the partisanship behind us, to not point fingers, and to suggest that we all need to work together. We have said repeatedly in the National Security Committee, I have personally, that we are committed to work on C-59. We're committed to get that right. There's a reason the government has given this bill to the committee before second reading, and that is because there's some things that we have to get right in it that isn't quite right yet, and they acknowledge that, which is great. I'm encouraged that the fact that we can actually work together to improve the gaps that exist in our national security, that we can improve those things that would give confidence to our public on protecting them and our future as a country. Thank you.
Questions and comments? Question commentaire? The honourable member for Sarnia-Lambton.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague for a great speech. And, you know, I've been watching as this evolves and watching what the government says, and, you know, I see that our allies are taking preventive action to prevent these ISIS terrorists from returning to their countries because they understand the hazard that exists. But it seems to me that our government is lost in naivete, you know, coming with these reintegration services and not being clear about how many there exactly are and what exactly is being done. It doesn't sound like they have a plan, and I wonder if the member would agree.
Honourable member for Medicine Hat, Cardston Warner.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would agree that on its surface, there is the appearance that the current process of reintegration and de-radicalization is naive And to suggest that, that a poem is going to help de-radicalize someone is definitely naive. Are people capable of being rehabilitated? Sure, our system has proven that over and over again. Are these people capable of being rehabilitated? Should we welcome them without consequence back to our country when they have forfeited the right to be Canadian because they're fighting against everything we as a democracy believe in? No. No, I do not.
Essay commentaire, questions and comments. The honourable member for Central Okanagan, Similkameen Nicola.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I think that any debate worthy is where we have thorough facts. This member has been serving quite honorably on the committee that is studying Bill C-59. He has served this country as a police officer for most of his adult life. There has been concerns from the Conservatives in regards to the lack of information. How many returning fighters from Syria and Iraq have come back to Canada? The information that we've been given is about 2 years old. Does he find it concerning that the government is not forthcoming with that information? That the government is also not letting us know whether or not they are being supervised? Mr. Speaker, I'm particularly concerned because many of these individuals may have participated in genocide, human trafficking, all sorts of heinous crimes, including attacking our allies, perhaps even firing at Canadian armed forces abroad. Mr. Speaker, if the member could please comment on these issues.
The honourable member for Medicine Hat, Cardston Warner.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague for his question. Yes, I think it behooves us as a country to have a clear picture of the threat that exists to our country. Now, as I said in my speech, it would be counterproductive to have the operational details revealed to the public on exactly what is going on, but there needs to be confidence that something actually is happening, that something actually is occurring and being directed by our current government to stop the tide of returnees, to do something that's going to give them sober second thought that they can return to Canada without consequence. I appreciate that there is a steep hill to climb when it comes to convictions for war crimes, but there is mechanisms in place with which we can overcome those hurdles. It only takes one individual to cause chaos in our country and destabilize us, and we need to do whatever we can as a country and as a government to ensure that we prevent that from happening. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Before I recognize the honourable member for Mégantic-L'Érable on resuming debate, I must inform him that he will have approximately 5 minutes before we move on to statements by members. I will have to interrupt him right before that as a result. The honourable member for Mégantic-L'Érable. Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to salute my colleague, the one who preceded me for his speech. He should be a source of inspiration for many colleagues opposite. I'd also like to thank the member for Charlesbourg, Haute-Saint-Charles, who moved this motion and which is enabling us to shed some light on the situation, the return to Canada of these ISIS fighters who traveled to Iraq or Syria and are now returning to the country and who are causing concern among Canadians, and rightly so. Now, Mr. Speaker, since the beginning, I've listened to the remarks made by my Liberal and NDP colleagues, and I'd like to go back to the essence of the motion as put forth today. It condemns the horrific acts committed by ISIS, acknowledges that individuals who joined ISIS fighters are complicit in these horrific acts and pose a danger to Canadians. The motion calls on the government to bring to justice and prosecute any ISIS fighter returning to Canada. And, Mr. Speaker, the motion also insists that the government make the security and protection of Canadians its priority, rather than the reintegration of ISIS fighters or the unnecessary financial payout to a convicted terrorist like Omar Khadr. Now, Mr. Speaker, this is the motion that we're debating today. In my mind, it's simple, logical, and meets the expectations of Canadians when it comes to the government's responsibility to protect Canadians from the terrorist threats coming from abroad. And I must point out that these threats are increasingly common. We need to ensure Canadians that public safety is a priority for them. We are calling on the government to put the safety of Canadians ahead of the comfort of Islamic fighters returning to this country. Now, let's be very clear, Mr. Speaker. They are terrorists, threats to our nation, people who've been associated closely or less closely to people who have decapitated others, drowned people in cages, attacked the homosexual community, who have enslaved girls and women. And no one can deny, Mr. Speaker, that ISIS has committed horrific acts abroad. And we cannot accept this on the part of anyone, whether they are Canadian or not. Now, we're talking about individuals who have traveled to fight against us in Syria, in Iraq. And these are fighters who've now returned to Canada. Don't you think that some of them, Mr. Speaker, may have maintained links with the people they were aligned with a short time ago? Let's not forget that Canada has already faced 2 attacks based on Islamic ideology in the past and avoided a 3rd. Now, we know that there are at least 30 ISIS fighters, former ISIS fighters, who've returned to Canada, and that's an estimate that was prepared 2 years ago by the government. The government doesn't seem to be in a position to tell Canadians why they think that the figures haven't changed. The government has continued to refuse to tell Canadians how many ISIS fighters have returned to Canada since 2015 and how many of them are under ongoing surveillance. Last January, Mr. Speaker, the show Enquête disclosed a number of things. First of all, a comment made by the assistant director at CSIS in one of the rare interviews granted, because it's very rare for these interviews to be granted. And she put the following question about an attack, whether these people are coming back to commit an attack on Canada or because they want nothing to do with terrorism. Now, that may be the case, Mr. Speaker, but all we need is one to come back with the intent to commit acts of terrorism here for us to justify taking action as soon as they return so that we can protect Canadians, all Canadians, Mr. Speaker. Now, Mr. Speaker, I will continue my remarks following statements by members and a question period. As you said, I've got a number of things left to say. The Honourable Member for Mégantic-L'Érable will have 5 minutes remaining in his speech when the House returns to this debate, and another 5 minutes for questions and comments.
The déclaration de député,
The Honourable Member for Bécancour-Nicolet Sorel. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the holidays are almost upon us, but for 800 families in the Quebec City region, there's only uncertainty and worry. I'm talking about the Davie shipyard workers who will lose their jobs because of a lack of federal contracts, even though they are the best shipyard in North America. And yet, Davie has successfully delivered on the one and only contract that Ottawa gave it. It is inexplicable to see Davie forced to lay off workers because of a lack of work when Irving, with its $63 billion in federal contracts, has not even delivered a single ship. It is inexplicable to see Davie, that has just delivered a ship at a quarter of Irving's proposed cost, is laying off its workers when the government is forgiving Irving's cost overruns. It is inexplicable, unless this is a concerted effort to obliterate Quebec expertise to the benefit of other provinces. And now we're moving from the inexplicable to the unforgivable. Thank you.
For Kitchener South Hespeler. Mr. Speaker, I stand today to express my sincere appreciation to all the men and women working days, afternoons, night shifts, 12-hour continental shifts, and weekends. I have great respect for all the workers in manufacturing facilities because I too, Mr. Speaker, have worked on all shifts during my 13 years of experience in manufacturing. I want to thank all the workers in my riding and Waterloo region at places like ATS Automation, Beamer Box, Kober, Cult, Irwin-Heimer, Grand River Foods, Ontario Globe and Safety, Frito-Lay, and Toyota, among many others. I want to take a moment to ask members to join me in saying thank you to all the workers in manufacturing facilities across this country to support their families, themselves, and to provide Canadians with all the manufacturing products that we take for granted in every day in our lives. Thank you very much.
The honourable member for Markham Unionville.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in the House today to welcome His Beatitude, Louis Raphael Sacco, the Patriarch of Chaldean Catholic Church of Babylon, to Canada. Patriarch Sacco is visiting Canada for installation of new Canadian Eparch Bishop Soro. Christian in Iraq long faced persecution from terrorist groups. Recently, I met with Patriarch of Melkite Catholic Church, who visited my riding of Markham Unionville. I also attended a prayer for peace religious services at St. Michael's Cathedral in Toronto to pray for Coptics and other Middle Eastern Christians who are facing persecution. Mr. Speaker, I'm proud to stand with my Conservative colleagues to defend religious freedom at home and abroad. I warmly welcome His Beatitude to Canada. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Scarborough Centre.
Mr. Speaker, I would like to pay tribute to a constituent of mine, Ian Jones, who passed away on October 16th after a brief illness. I knew Ian as an artist and a photographer. This year, residents have been enjoying Ian's scenes of Scarborough as part of my 2017 calendar. This was a retirement hobby for Ian, who helped mold young minds for 25 years as an elementary school teacher for the Toronto District School Board. His goal was always to inspire and help his pupils feel good about themselves. I plan to honor Ian's community service with a Canada 150 pin, and his wife, Dominic Hemmett Jones, and family were proud to accept it on his behalf. I would like to extend my sincere condolences to Dominic, Ian's mother Grace, his siblings Catherine, Francis, and Anthony, and all of his loved ones. We were blessed to have Ian as part of our Scarborough community.
The honourable member for the Smethey, Mississippi, Churchill River.
Mr. Speaker, the Saskatchewan High Schools Athletic Association volleyball tournaments were held all over the province. I'm happy to stand in the House today to congratulate all our inspiring athletes in Northern Saskatchewan. Among the winners, the boys volleyball team of Island Lake First Nation Minnesota Reserve won Provincial 1A boys volleyball. The Alacross girls volleyball team won the silver medal. The Lalage Community Dene High School boys volleyball team won the silver medal. I would also like to congratulate all the parents, coaches, trainers, and school staff on their dedication and the support they bring to young athletes. I'm grateful that they are contributing to health and well-being of our youth, as we know full well that competitive sports bring a sense of confidence and enhance the importance of self-care among youth. To all the athletes and the teams who made it to the tournaments, we are proud of you.
The honourable député de Mount Royal.
The honourable member from Montreal.
Mr. Speaker, tomorrow Canadians from across the country will be meeting with MPs, asking us to decriminalize payment for sperm and egg donors and surrogates. Under the Assisted Human Reproduction Act, intended parents who require assistance to have a child, including cancer patients, infertile couples, and members of the LGBTQ2 community, can be subject to a maximum fine of $500,000 or imprisonment for up to 10 years for simply offering to pay a sperm or gamete donor or surrogate. As a result, many Canadians either lose the opportunity to become parents or are forced to look to jurisdictions such as the United States, where payment to donors and surrogates are legal, but unfortunately health regulations are much looser. I therefore invite my colleagues from all sides of this House to join with me in support of amending the AHRA to stop criminalizing people who just want to love a child of their own.
Hear, hear. The honourable member for Edmonton Manning.
Mr. Speaker, last week in question period, the Prime Minister was asked to defend his Sunny Ways plan to bring ISIS fighters back to Canada and hope for the best. What shocked me was the absurdity of his answer. Instead of defending his plan to bring ISIS fighters back to Canada and somehow fix them,
he began his response by talking about Muslims and Islam.
Yes.
Mr. Speaker, I find it hard to believe that the Prime Minister of a multicultural, multi-faith country is unable to differentiate between Muslims and ISIS fighters.
Yes.
I have heard from Canadians across this country who were just as shocked as I was that the Prime Minister could make such an absurd and insulting comparison. I demand that the Prime Minister apologize to Muslims in Canada and in the world for that insulting.
The honourable member for Surrey Centre.
Mr. Speaker, it is wonderful to be back in Canada's national capital, but I'm also grateful for the opportunity I had to visit Washington, D.C., the capital of our neighbours to the south, earlier this week. Over 4 jam-packed days, members of the Canada-United States Inter-Parliamentary Group met with 62 elected officials from the United States Senate and Congress. It was encouraging to see that many of the issues important to Canadian MPs also matter deeply to our American allies, and we took part in many productive discussions on topics such as NAFTA, trade, and our mutual security. Our visit to Washington was reinforced the notion that Canadians and Americans share far more than just a border, and we look forward to working with all parties in the United States and Canada to build a future that benefits both of our nations. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Vaudreuil-Soulanges. Mr. Speaker, it is a privilege for me to rise today in this House to honour the Community Volunteer Centre L'Actuel on its 35th anniversary. L'Actuel provides essential resources to the members of my community of Vaudreuil-Soulanges who are the most in need. For 35 years now, the organization has been working with respect, integrity, and dedication in order to improve the daily lives of seniors, adults, and children. I would like to thank the General Director of L'Actuel, Ms. Francine Plamondon, and the volunteers who have worked tirelessly to support the most vulnerable in our community. Over the holidays, as they have done every year since 1982, they will be providing support to members of our community, young and old. Mr. Speaker, today I congratulate L'Actuel for its important work. Thank you.
Honourable member for Kitchener-Conestoga.
Mr. Speaker, this past weekend I had the privilege of participating in 3 Christmas parades in Kitchener-Conestoga. The parades, the lights, and the Christmas carols point to Christmas, the time when we celebrate the birth of Jesus Christ, the Prince of Peace. Joy to the world, the Lord is come. At Christmas, we're reminded again of the incredible blessings we enjoy in this great country of Canada and to give thanks. Christmas offers us time to reflect on what is truly important in life and to commit to spreading Christ's message of peace and goodwill in our families, in our community, in Canada, and around the world. This Christmas, please join me in praying for those affected by the violence in Iraq, Syria, Myanmar, North Africa, and beyond. And right here at home, remember those who are grieving the loss of a loved one, those suffering debilitating illness, and those who are isolated and lonely. And please, let's remember our brave men and women in uniform defending freedom all around the world whose loved ones will celebrate this Christmas without them. Merry Christmas and a very Happy New Year.
The Honourable Member for Montarville. Mr. Speaker, Canada 150 provides us with a unique opportunity to highlight the accomplishments of great Canadians in our ridings. Yesterday, I had the privilege of moderating the Canada 150 Recognition Gala in my riding of Montarville. Please join me in congratulating
Marie Fragasso, Lauriane Beaulieu-Lemay, Benjamin Bernatchez, Jérémy Tremblay, bear with me, Samuel Di Pasquale, Toussaint Riendeau, la troupe de théâtre
Saint-Bruno Players,
Chantal de Serre, le centre de bénévolat Saint-Basile, l'Envolée et les petits bonheurs de Saint-Bruno, Minta, Réal Dubois, Jean-Pierre Renèche, Richard Pelletier, Jean-Luc Dalpé, Richard Grive, Marc Savard et Marcel Babeux. Bravo. Bravo à tous.
Congratulations to all, and thank you from the bottom of my heart for your daily involvement in our community.
The Honourable Member for Niagara Centre.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to honour and congratulate 4 Niagara Regional Police officers. 2 weeks ago, I attended a service at Rideau Hall when Constables Daniel Bassey, Jake Braun, Neil Ridley, and Alan Rivet received declarations of bravery from the Governor-General. On October 10th, 2015, Mr. Speaker, these officers subdued an active shooter in Fenwick, Ontario in the Niagara region. While Constable Ridley negotiated with the distraught man, the man suddenly opened fire, hitting both Constables Ridley and Braun. Despite their injuries, the officers, joined by Constables Bassey and Rivet, were able to neutralize the threat, preventing the situation from escalating any further. These officers go to work every day, Mr. Speaker, to protect and defend the most vulnerable within our society, often at great personal costs attributed to them. These men exemplify courage, bravery, and the best Niagara has to offer. I'd like to congratulate Constables Ridley, Braun, Bassey, and Rivet for their declaration of bravery. Thank you for helping to keep Niagara safe.
Member for Central Okanagan, Similkameen, Nicolet.
Mr. Speaker, recently I've become aware of a disturbing trend. The Canada Revenue Agency has been targeting single parents, most often single mothers, and typically because an ex-spouse has left a relationship with no forwarding address. In response, these single moms are seeing their marital status changed back to married or living common law by the CRA. That in turn can result in their Canada Child Benefit being reduced, stopped, or even clawed back. Essentially, these single mothers are being penalized with the presumption of guilt, while CRA says, prove us wrong. And they don't make that an easy process to fix. Now, I'm asking single parents impacted by this to contact me. With the assistance of the CRA Minister's Office, we have already helped one single mom with 3 kids, and I know there are many more who need our help. I know all members of this House will join me in wanting to resolve this problem for single parents. They and their children deserve our respect, support in fixing this. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Humber River, Black Creek.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It is my pleasure and honour on behalf of all of my colleagues to rise in the House today to acknowledge the visit of Patriarch Louis Raphael Seiko. Patriarch Seiko has come to Canada for the installation of Bishop Bawai Soro at the Good Shepherd Chaldean Cathedral in my riding of Humber River, Black Creek. There are very few moments as meaningful as this for any community, and this installation is a milestone. I was happy to have the opportunity to be present at this momentous occasion to celebrate with all of those in attendance. Canada is committed to the promotion and protection of peaceful pluralism, respect for diversity, and all human rights, including freedom of religion or belief, and that it is an integral part of Canada's engagement in the Middle East and the world. Welcome to all of you to Canada. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable member for Burnaby South.
Mr. Speaker, my community is in the midst of a profound housing crisis. Rents are increasing, more people are homeless, and businesses are starting to relocate as their young employees cannot afford to buy their first homes. The government brags about its new national housing strategy, but they are doing nothing to immediately address what is becoming an emergency situation in Burnaby. University of Toronto housing specialist Professor David Hulchansky writes today in the Globe and Mail that the Liberals' newly announced policies will, quote, help very few of those in housing need. He instead suggests we need a, quote, real national housing strategy that would create an inclusive housing system, much like our healthcare system, addressing 1, how to stimulate adequate housing production, 2, how to produce a mix of housing choice, 3, how to assist those who cannot afford adequate housing, and 4, how to address sexism and racism in our housing system. The government needs to start delivering real housing solutions right now, such as guarantee those living in co-ops that they will not increase their rents next year. Thank you.
The honourable member for Bellechasse-les-Etchemins-Lévis. Mr. Speaker, after many difficult years, Davie Shipyard's new management has managed a spectacular turnaround since 2012 and has turned this company into a Quebec jewel, drawing on the expertise of its workers, whom I salute today. The shipyard has successfully refitted and repaired icebreakers such as the Louis Saint Laurent for the Coast Guard. It has delivered the Miko Perry Pride for the private sector and is now delivering the supply ship Astérix on time and at the planned cost for the Canadian Navy. Marc Veilleux said to me one day that the only way to prove that shipyard detractors were wrong was to succeed. And I say to you, mission accomplished. Canada needs you.
The honourable member for Quebec-Mactaquac.
Yesterday was the International Day of Persons with a Disability. It aims to promote the rights and well-being of persons with disabilities in all spheres of society and development, and to increase awareness of the situations of persons with a disability. This year's theme is Transformation Towards a Sustainable and Resilient Society for All. À travers...
The goal is to foster environments that allow persons with disabilities to reach their full potential free of discrimination. That is why last week our government tabled the optional protocol of the Convention on the Rights of Persons with Disabilities. We will also be tabling an accessibility bill by the summer. Please join me in highlighting this day and advancing the rights of people with disabilities. Thank you.
Oral questions, questions orales. The honourable member for Milton.
Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister wrote the Minister of Finance, and this is what he said. As Minister, you must ensure that you are aware of and fully compliant with the Conflict of Interest Act. Now, Mr. Speaker, the Minister was fined by the Ethics Commissioner for not being in compliance with the Ethics Act. I'm wondering, does the Minister realize that he has failed the most basic fundamental of his mandate letter and the express desire of the Prime Minister? My question is simple. Why is he still Minister?
The Honourable Minister of Fisheries.
Mr. Speaker, my colleague continues on a useless fishing trip that they've been on for a number of weeks. Mr. Speaker, Canadians know and members of this House know that the Minister of Finance, upon assuming office, worked with the Ethics Commissioner proactively to ensure that he was in compliance. He's followed all of her recommendations, and as this House and Canadians know well, Mr. Speaker, he's gone above and beyond that advice and will continue to work with the Ethics Commissioner, and that's why, Mr. Speaker, we support the important work he's doing on behalf of Canadians.
The honourable member for Milton.
Mr. Speaker, if the Ethics Commissioner gave the recommendations to the Minister, why is she now investigating him on 3 different cases? Just days after the Minister of Finance was found to not be in compliance with the Act, the Ethics Commissioner actually opened up yet another investigation. And this time, it had to do with whether or not he should have introduced Bill C-27, specifically since it would have directly benefited his family business. So, Mr. Speaker, again, another investigation, another conflict. How many more investigations must there be for this minister to step aside?
The Honourable Minister of Fisheries.
So, Mr. Speaker, again, my honourable colleague knows that the Minister of Finance, as he always has done, is working with the Ethics Commissioner with respect to this particular circumstance, and will be happy to answer any and all questions she may have. The reason why he's continuing his important work as Minister of Finance, Mr. Speaker, is because the Canadian economy is growing at a faster rate than it has in a decade, with an average growth of 3.7% over the last 4 quarters. When that member was in the cabinet of the previous Conservative government, she would have loved to have economic results like that.
The honourable member for Milton.
Mr. Speaker, well, I can assure you of one thing. The Minister of Finance is going to be answering a lot more questions of the Ethics Commissioners in the coming days, because she now has launched yet another inquiry. This time, she would like to know from the Finance Minister and discuss this timely sale of 680,000 shares in Morneau Shepell, which happened on November 30th, because, Mr. Speaker, this actually was a value to the seller of the tune of $500,000. So my question is simple, and I think it's the one that the Ethics Commissioner is going to be asking. Was it his $680,000 shares that were sold on November 30th?
Honourable Minister of Fisheries.
Again, Mr. Speaker, the fishing effort continues. The Minister of Finance has been very clear. As part of the normal compliance upon taking office, he assumed a number of decisions. That is not a surprise to this House. All of that was done in consultation with the Ethics Commissioner. And, Mr. Speaker, why we on this side of the House want the Minister to continue his important work for Canadians is because since taking office, the economy has created more than 600,000 jobs, most of them full-time. Unemployment rate is now at 5.9%, its lowest level in a decade, something that previous party couldn't achieve.
The Honourable Member for Richmond-Arthabasca. Mr. Speaker, the Ethics Commissioner has asked for yet another meeting with the Finance Minister in order to discuss his conflict of interest situation. Can the Minister of Finance simply tell Canadians if it was he who sold 680,000 shares a few days before the implementation of new fiscal measures that he himself introduced? The question is simple. Now, did he sell these shares in his company? Mr. Speaker, I guess I have the opportunity to repeat to my colleague that the Minister at all times followed the advice of the Ethics Commissioner. And, Mr. Speaker, I think we have to get rid of this idea of mystery around this this piece of legislation. Mr. Speaker, it was me who on November 4th, as a government leader in the House, I said we would be back in December to bring this measure in January. The Honourable Member for Richmond-Arthabasca. Mr. Speaker, the Minister of Finance was responsible. Canadians should be able to expect that their Finance Minister will be honest, responsible, accountable and transparent. But he was fined for having hidden his villa in France. He's being investigated by the Ethics Commissioner, and he has refused to disclose to Canadians his many numbered companies, and he forgot to place his shares in a blind trust. Now, here's the question everyone's asking. What is the Minister waiting for to resign? The Honourable Minister of Fisheries. Mr. Speaker, Canadians expect that the Minister of Finance continue his great work to create employment for the middle class. We have the fastest economic growth in the G7. Mr. Speaker, our economy has created more than 600,000 jobs, most of them full-time. And we have an economic record which, frankly, the Conservative Party would have been proud to have when they were in government. The Honourable Member for Rimouski-Neigette-Témiscouata-Les-Basques. Mr. Speaker, the Finance Minister still isn't out of the woods. For the third time, he will have to meet with the Ethics Commissioner. The Minister keeps repeating that he's done nothing blameworthy, that he's been following the rules, blah, blah, blah. But if he's done nothing wrong, how can he explain that no one in Parliament has had to spend as much time with the Ethics Commissioner? The Honourable Minister. Mr. Speaker, the Minister of Finance, like all members, and like all members of Cabinet, has assumed his responsibility. When he was asked to come and serve in Cabinet, he decided to work with the Commissioner in order to make sure that his affairs were in order and that the guidelines of the Commissioner were followed. The Minister of Finance did this at all times, but Mr. Speaker, the Minister also has a significant responsibility to work to increase economic growth, to improve the lot of all Canadians. He is a remarkable person and he should continue his good work. The Honourable Member.
Working with the Ethics Commissioner doesn't mean the same thing as being under investigation by the Ethics Commissioner. The Finance Minister has responded to criticism with classical liberal entitlement. He has dismissed the questions asked by the opposition and by journalists, threatening legal actions to those who would even dare to challenge him. Well, the Ethics Commissioner doesn't think these questions are absurd because for the third time she'll be following up with the Finance Minister. How can the Finance Minister stand there and say with a straight face that everything is fine when obviously everything is not fine?
Minister of Fisheries.
Mr. Speaker, my honourable colleague may not want to accept the answer which the Minister of Finance, which the Prime Minister, which our government has given consistently, is that it is the responsibility of all members of this House to work with the Commissioner, as the Minister of Finance did, at all times to ensure that we are in compliance with the rules that are applicable. Now, Mr. Speaker, one thing that this government is focused on is improving the economic condition of middle-class Canadians, and that's why almost 600,000 full-time jobs is an impressive economic record for any government, and certainly one that Canadians should be proud of.
The Honourable Member for Rosemont-la-Petite-Patrie.
Who's having a rough time. The Revenue Minister is also in hot water. Not only Nobody can find the $25 billion she keeps talking about. But this morning, two diabetes organizations held a press conference saying that either CRA is giving them wrong information or there is a massive lack of communication between the minister and her own agency. Two different stories, same incompetence. Mr. Speaker, does the minister know what she's talking about?
The Honourable Minister. Mr. Speaker, our government is committed to help improve measures for disabled people in a fair, transparent and accessible way. I was proud to announce the reinstatement of the Advisory Council for Disabled Persons. Now, this committee was ended by the Conservative government. Now, we're trying to enhance the quality and accessibility of services for disabled persons and also for their families. The Honourable Member for Rosemont-la-Petite-Patrie. For weeks now, the Minister has been repeating over and over again that she was able to deal with $27 billion in fiscal avoidance, but we don't know where that is. Mr. Speaker, she's not going to find it in a Cracker Jack box. Now, and the CRA doesn't know what she's talking about. This is unbelievable. Can the minister make a difference before identifying money and recovering that money? Now, the minister is saying anything at all, and her own agency doesn't know what she's talking about. The Honourable Minister. Mr. Speaker, our government is firmly committed to putting an end to abusive fiscal practices. We have been recovering things in an effective way and following our investments to make sure that the agency has all necessary tools to deal with fraudulent actions. We did invest money to this end. There have been two companies affected and they were advised of changes, and we've also established new premiums that we will be recovering.
Mr. Speaker, last Thursday, the Minister of Finance was asked yet again if he sold his shares in Morneau Shepell on November 30th, 2015. And here's what he said. I do not know on what exact date those shares were sold. He's also said in the House that he gave the transaction records to a journalist. How is it possible that a journalist knows the date on which he sold the shares, but he doesn't?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Tonight, he's always been clear that he did sell shares when he came to office in November 2015, and I wonder what is he alleging? What's the story there, Mr. Speaker? If he would have read the newspapers this weekend, Mr. Speaker, in the National Post, he would have read, Tories can stop blowing smoke because there's nothing suspicious about the minister's share sell-off. That was in the National Post. I know the member enjoys reading rebel media. He should broaden his horizons. Thank you.
Order. The Honourable Member for Carleton.
Actually, I enjoy reading the transaction ledgers that show on which date what shares were sold. And there's where I found that the minister appears to have sold his shares on November 30th, 2015. His father sold shares at roughly the same time. They both sold millions of dollars just before the minister introduced tax measures on the floor of the House of Commons. The minister said there's no coordination in this matter between him and his father. Did they use the same stock brokerage firm? Yes or no?
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Finance.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Let me quote something else I read recently in the papers, the Financial Post this time. The attacks on Morneau's ethics, on the minister's ethics, are beginning to look unethical in and of themselves. That's precisely what the member is doing. It's beginning to look disgraceful to see the Tories engaged again and again in a smear campaign and focusing on everything that doesn't really matter to Canadians, because what Canadians care about are the jobs that we've created, 600,000 in the last 2 years, the fastest growth in the G7, and the minister has always worked with the Ethics Commissioner, will always work with the Ethics Commissioner. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Carleton.
Mr. Speaker, the kindest thing we can say about our millionaire finance minister's conduct in the sale of these shares before he introduced his tax measures is that by selling those shares at that time, he avoided paying the same tax increases that he would impose on others at the end of the month. Unfortunately, low-income people suffering from diabetes don't have access to the same kind of sophisticated tax maneuvers that the minister used. Why is it that this government continues to raise taxes on those with the least while letting the wealthy get off scot-free?
The Honourable Minister. Mr. Speaker, our government has pledged to look at measures for disabled persons and to look at them and make them transparent, accessible and fair. We reinstated the Advisory Committee on Disabled Persons. Mr. Speaker, contrary to the members across the way who dissolved this committee in 2006. So we have reinstated this advisory council, and we want to enhance the quality and accessibility of service for disabled persons and their families.
That's the consolation. The government says to people with diabetes, you lost your $1,500 tax credit, but that's okay. We gave you a committee instead. Mr. Speaker, that minister's office said the CRA has not changed its decision-making process with regards to the disability tax credit eligibility criteria. Now we have an internal memo that was sent from senior officials in her department to 51 other officials that says that people with diabetes are now excluded. Why did she mislead the House in that matter?
The Honourable Minister. Mr. Speaker, all Canadians will get those credits to which they are entitled. There was an increase in the number of approvals of these credits. They have increased by 20% between 2014 and 2016. We brought in measures to make these credits more accessible, and our efforts are bearing fruit. We have allowed these super nurses to fill out the forms. We are working for the most vulnerable Canadians, Mr. Speaker.
Quote, there have not been any changes to the way the law is interpreted. She also said, the rules are the same and apply just as they always have. We now know through an internal document released by ATIP today, internal CRA memos sent to dozens of officials urged those officials to reject all diabetics for the tax credit except in exceptional circumstances. Why did this minister mislead the House?
The Honourable Minister. Mr. Speaker, our government is trying to help the most vulnerable Canadians. In 2015-2016, our government invested more than $41 million in diabetes research. In 2017, we invested $5 million to help young people with mental disease issues. We've also been making access to credits, disability credits, better, and we're working to help the most vulnerable Canadians, Mr. Speaker.
51 different officials in her department, the top decision makers indicated that except for rare circumstances, diabetics were to be rejected every time. That minister denied the existence of any change in the practice or the policy. We now know that that was not true. She stated in this House falsehoods, and her department has raised taxes on the most vulnerable people in the country. Why?
The Honourable Minister. Mr. Speaker, all Canadians should receive those credits to which they are entitled. No change was made to the admissibility or eligibility criteria, and I'm happy to tell you, Mr. Speaker, that there has been an increase in the number of approvals. There's been an increase of 20% between 2014 and 2016. And as I have been doing throughout my life, I'm continuing to work for the most vulnerable people. The Honourable Member for Laurier-Sainte-Marie. Mr. Speaker, Bill C-47 on the arms trade does not comply with either the spirit or the letter of the treaty. Now, a former human rights minister said this bill was simply inadequate. In committee, the NDP proposed 6 amendments to the bill on the basis of expert testimony. Can the minister finally listen to Canadians, accept our amendments, and correct the deficits in this legislation? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and my colleague across the way will know that a committee deals with its own affairs, but we are keeping our electoral promises to comply with this trade ban. Now, this is essential to protect persons and as a member of this treaty, as a member of the G7 and NATO, we will assume our responsibilities. The Honourable Member, Mr. Speaker.
Bombing campaign of Yemen and its merciless blockade has killed thousands and left millions of people on the brink of famine. But Canada has remained silent on the role of Saudi Arabia in this conflict and continues to sell arms to that country, making it potentially complicit in the conflict. When will Canada show moral leadership and suspend the sale of arms to Saudi Arabia?
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Absolutely committed to an export control system that is rigorous, that is transparent, and that is predictable. Our government is taking steps to further strengthen the export regime. We've allocated $13 million to help Canada accede to the Arms Trade Treaty. With Bill C-47 that we just spoke of, we are moving forward on a key campaign commitment to strengthen Canada's arms control regime and accede to that treaty. C-47 will allow us to join our G7 and NATO allies by acceding to the treaty and playing a leadership role in regulating the trade of conventional arms around the world.
The Honourable Member for Beauce. Mr. Speaker, we have a Finance Minister who's been fined by the Ethics Commissioner for having not reported his villa in France, a minister who is being investigated in another investigation for having sponsored a bill that could have benefited his own company. A minister who still refuses to disclose his assets in various numbered companies, a minister who still refuses to answer opposition questions as well as journalist questions, and above all, Mr. Speaker, a minister who has refused to resign. When will the Honourable Minister resign? Mr. Speaker, I'll tell you why. We have a Minister of Finance, Mr. Speaker, who has presided the fastest growth in the G7, who's presided at the increase by 600,000 jobs. Mr. Speaker, we have a minister who has brought the unemployment rate down 5%, and a finance minister, Mr. Speaker, who has also helped to reduce child poverty by 40% and is helping senior citizens as well. The Honourable Member for Beauce. Mr. Speaker, we have a finance minister who is not respecting the mandate letter he got from his own Prime Minister, who said that they should respect both the letter and the spirit of the law. Now, this is a minister who has had to meet with the Ethics Commissioner. Now, Mr. Speaker, we've lost confidence in this minister, and this for all the stated reasons. When will the Finance Minister resign? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As the Honourable Member knows, it is expected of all ministers when they accede to their positions that they'll meet with the Ethics Commissioner. But our minister went even further, and he has been serving Canadians brilliantly for 2 years. The Honourable Member for Louis-Saint-Laurent. Mr. Speaker, the least one can say is that the Ethics Commissioner has to work a lot with this minister because, Mr. Speaker, the Finance Minister forgot to say that he had a company in France. He introduced legislation that would benefit his company, his family company, and he sold 680,000 shares just a few days before he introduced his tax policy. So this minister is meeting. We want answers to this question. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Mr. Speaker, the Ethics Commissioner is independent and impartial. She is fair, unlike the opposition. Now, she has been working with the Honourable Minister since the beginning, and as soon as he came to Canada, he went even further than what was necessary by putting his assets in a blind trust. Now, that's what the Finance Minister has been doing for 2 years. The Honourable Member for Louis-Saint-Laurent. Mr. Speaker, what the Minister of Finance is doing is, well, he promised to place his assets in a blind trust. He did not do so, and he created a company. He has a company which he didn't report in France. And it seems he sold 680,000 shares. Will this Finance Minister finally work in a serious way with the Ethics Commissioner? Why will the Finance Minister not say that it was he who sold these 680,000 shares? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Mr. Speaker, the Minister of Finance has been working with the Ethics Commissioner. He's always done so. He said when he came to Ottawa that he would sell his shares. Now, Mr. Speaker, what are the allegations of the opposition members? He's saying that the tax measures we brought in December 2015, they were targeting the richest 1% and helping the middle class. I'm trying to understand what the opposition argument is.
This week, the Assembly of First Nations is holding their Special Chiefs Assembly, where a resolution will be presented to reject Bill C-58, the Liberals' effort to gut our Access to Information Act. And today, 5 chiefs stood with me calling on the Liberals to fix C-58, since it introduces significant new barriers for First Nations trying to access even basic information. The Liberals like to talk about how the most important relationship is with Indigenous people. So will they finally actually consult First Nations and fix this regressive bill?
The Honourable President of the Treasury Board.
Mr. Speaker, we have consulted with First Nations, and in fact, we've received suggestions that include clarification that, in fact, broad requests, particularly historical records to substantiate Indigenous claims, are in fact legitimate and consistent with the Act. Further to that, we support amendments to C-58 to strengthen the bill by making it explicit that no department can refuse a request simply because of the subject, the type of record, or the date of record is not specified. And furthermore, we've also listened, and as a result of that, the Information Commissioner will...
The Honourable Member for Timmins, James Bay.
Speaker, the Minister of Indigenous Affairs refuses to explain why lawyers in her department suppressed thousands of pages of police evidence that named 180 perpetrators of abuse, torture and child rape at St. Anne's Residential School, and then had the cases thrown out. And now that they've been forced to turn over the documents, she sent her lawyers to Superior Court to block those survivors from getting new hearings. Why? Who are they protecting? Just how many survivors of St. Anne's have had their legal rights compromised and their cases thrown out because of the legal obstructions of her officials? How many?
Honourable Minister for Crown Indigenous Relations.
Mr. Speaker, I want to be very clear with the member that we are not blocking reopening of cases. We are asking for clarification on what procedural fairness means. The adjudicators have given conflicting definitions of procedural fairness, and we are committed to ensuring justice for the victims of this dark chapter in our history.
The
Honourable Member for Shefford. Mr. Speaker, we all know that starting a business requires dedication and hard work. From hiring employees, to finding office space, to bookkeeping, business owners need to know their tax obligations to ensure that they don't receive a surprise tax bill from the Canada Revenue Agency. Can the Minister of National Revenue update this House on what the CRA is doing to support small business owners? The Honourable Minister. I'd like to thank the member for Shefford for his question and for his warm welcome in Granby today. Small businesses are important players in economic development across the country, more specifically in our regions. This morning, I was proud to announce the expansion of the liaison agent program. Small business owners will be able to receive a visit by the liaison officers to understand their tax obligations and get off on the right foot.
Calgary Rocky Ridge.
Well, Mr. Speaker, for weeks, the Minister of Revenue has told this House that nothing has changed for type 1 diabetics applying for the disability tax credit. But we know that this is not true. This morning, Diabetes Canada produced an internal CRA email detailing a new Liberal policy to automatically deny the tax credit, including to those who have received it for years. Will this minister apologize for the misleading answers that she's given this House and reverse this heartless decision before Christmas?
The Honourable Minister. Mr. Speaker, all Canadians must receive the benefits they are entitled to. I'm happy to state that there was an increase in the number of approvals of this credit by 20% between 2014 and 2016. We have put in place measures to make this benefit more accessible, and these are bearing fruit. We have simplified the forms. We have enabled nurses to fill in the forms when they can't find a doctor. So no changes have been brought to the eligibility criteria for persons with disabilities, and we will continue to work for the most vulnerable Canadians.
Order. The honourable member for Calgary Rocky Ridge.
Well, Mr. Speaker, is this minister even aware of what's been happening in her own department since May? For 7 months, the CRA has been denying the disability tax credit to vulnerable Canadians. And this minister just shrugs her shoulders and says nothing has changed. We know that it's not true, and the proof is right here, Mr. Speaker. Will this minister apologize for this heartless attack on type 1 diabetics and reverse this tax hike?
Hear, hear. The Honourable Minister for National Revenue. Mr. Speaker, our government committed to administering the measures for persons with disabilities in a fair, transparent, and accessible way. I proudly announced the restoring of the Committee for Persons with Disabilities, contrary to the Conservative government that in 2006 had abolished it, Mr. Speaker. So by restoring it, people will benefit from advice for persons with disabilities in Canada, Mr. Speaker, and we are going to continue to work for the most vulnerable Canadians as we have done since the start of our mandate. The Honourable Member for Côte-de-Beauport, Île-d'Orléans, Charlevoix. For weeks now, the minister has said time and time again that her government has recovered some $25 billion that escaped the Liberals and has been the case for 2 years because of tax evasion. What's worse, her own senior officials and the Assistant Deputy Commissioner have refused to confirm this amount, the amount the minister is crowing about, without evidence. She is misleading Canadians. In light of these facts, how can we continue to have confidence in this minister when she too is hiding the truth from us? The Honourable Minister. Mr. Speaker, our government is firmly committed to fighting tax evasion and aggressive tax avoidance. The agency has a very effective recovery process. It has been strengthened following investments of some $1 billion that we made. And we have put in place the tools that we need to be effective to deal with tax frauds. All companies and individuals affected have been advised. We are on the right track to recovering $25 billion. We have advised people, and I can assure you that The
honourable member for Sarnia-Lambton.
Mr. Speaker, every day is consumed by constant vigilance and management for type 1 diabetics. Before they get into their vehicle, before they go to work, before they eat, after they eat, and before they go to bed, diabetics are consumed with knowing and managing their blood sugar. Living with diabetes is a constant struggle. This minister can say what she wants, but the diabetics I've met say that living with diabetes is 24/7. Will this minister finally do the right thing and reverse the heartless decision to refuse them their tax credit?
The Honourable Minister of National Revenue. Mr. Speaker, all Canadians are to receive the benefits and credits they are entitled to. And indeed, Mr. Speaker, all person living with a chronic disease deals with consequences on their family. I am happy, however, to say that there has been an increase by 20% in the approval rate for these benefits between 2014 and 2016. We have put measures in place. Mr. Speaker, we restored the Committee for Persons with Disabilities that will make recommendations, and we will continue to work for the most vulnerable Canadians, Mr. Speaker.
Saint-Bagat.
The Honourable Member for Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagot. This government continues to lack compassion. Parents of severely disabled children are no longer receiving benefits on the pretext that their children is no longer their dependent. But it's not a choice to place a child in a specialized facility. It comes out of need, and it comes with a bill. This situation is already very difficult for parents without the government making it worse. When will this government show some compassion and pay to parents of disabled children the benefits that they are entitled to? The Honourable Minister. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I am committed to Canadians receiving the benefits they are entitled to, especially the most vulnerable. That is at the heart of my mandate letter. It has never been the intention of the agency to cause problems for anyone. Some people have not yet provided all of the information required for examining their file, and I would invite those people to contact the agency, Mr. Speaker, to receive assistance on their specific cases.
North Island Powell River.
Reconciliation was one of the 4 pillars included in Canada 115 celebrations. Unfortunately, the Liberals told Indigenous chef Richard Francis that sharing his traditional foods couldn't happen at a Canada 150 event. Touring the country for years sharing his traditional foods of whale and seal as a tool of reconciliation, he described this incident as exactly the type of oppression he's working to eliminate. Actions matter more than words. So if the government is serious about reconciliation, will they apologize to Chef Francis and act to honour UNDRIP?
The Honourable Minister of Canadian Heritage.
Mr. Speaker, of course, in the context of Canada 150, we made sure to support the importance of reconciliation. We know that our history has had some wrongs, and we want to make sure that we can acknowledge them and make sure that we all work together on the path of reconciliation. Many Indigenous communities across the country have engaged in Canada 150. Again, this morning, I was there to support a great Canada 150 Indigenous project, and I really hope that all of us in this room and this House will be able to support the importance of reconciliation in the context of Canada 150. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Olebourg, Haute-Saint-Charles. Mr. Speaker, instead of showing leadership in condemning the horrific acts committed by ISIS, instead of acknowledging that ISIS fighters are complicit in these horrific acts, instead of bringing to justice and prosecuting any ISIS fighter returning to Canada, and instead of making security and protection of Canadians its priority, the Liberals are treating these traitors as vulnerable children and are trying to reintegrate them with financial compensation and poems. Why?
Honourable Minister of Public Safety.
Mr. Speaker, the honourable gentleman is simply wrong. Like every other civilized country, Canada has a full range of counter-terrorism tools, and we use all of them, including the Global Coalition Against Daesh, security investigation, surveillance, monitoring, intelligence gathering, lawful sharing, collection of evidence, criminal charges, prosecutions, peace bonds and public listings, the no-fly list, hoisting passports, authorized threat reduction measures, prevention initiatives to head off tragedies in advance. We need all of them, and we use all of them to keep Canadians safe.
Honourable Member for Barrie-Innisfil.
The Liberals are proposing a reintegration program and support services for returning ISIS terrorists. The Public Safety Minister says the government has identified about 250 people with links to Canada who are suspected of overseas terrorist activities, or as he's called them, terrorist travelers. 2 years ago, CSIS identified it as a major, unparalleled threat to the West, and it was warned returnees could recruit or inspire individuals in Canada and could even be planning attacks here. Mr. Speaker, doesn't the minister think it's time for the Liberals to rethink this crazy reintegration plan?
Minister of Public Safety. Mr. Speaker, the opposition has spent the last week deprecating Canadian security agencies on the front line, but the previous Conservative government left CSIS without clear legal protections under the criminal code. They put our security in a muddle with the Constitution. They provided no framework for dealing with data sets. They left Canada trailing behind on cyber safety. They did nothing on prevention, and they reduced the budget for our security agencies by more than $1 billion. There's no lessons to be learned from them.
I would remind the honourable member for Bellechasse-Lévis that we need to be able to hear on both sides of the House, and I would invite him not to interrupt. I think that he's fully aware of the rules, especially Rule 16.
You know what, Mr. Speaker? Nobody in the last election voted for a government to protect the rights of terrorists. At least 60 people who left Canada to fight for us, to fight abroad against us, have returned home. The Prime Minister says the Liberals have ways, and I quote, of deprogramming people who want to harm our society. Well, Mr. Speaker, while our veterans wait for promised benefits, our deployed troops see their pays cut, and seniors struggle to make ends meet, why would the Liberals spend a single dime on terrorists?
Honourable Minister of Public Safety.
Mr. Speaker, the honourable gentleman is sound and fury, signifying nothing. The best experts do not agree with him. Phil Gursky, a former CSIS officer now in the private sector, said this: the previous government had an abysmal record when it came to countering violent extremism and early detection. The Conservative government didn't care. And Dr. Lauren Dawson of the University of Waterloo said this: the previous Conservative government had no interest in following up on this, so Canada is late. We're getting into the game 5 years late. That's the Conservative record. It's a mess.
Honourable member for Don Valley North. Order.
Mr. Speaker, my riding of Don Valley North is located in the Greater Toronto area, which offer marquee destinations for tourists from China, including Niagara Falls, Casa Loma, Rouge National Urban Park, and world-class cuisine. Can the Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Small Business and Tourism please update this House on the government's plan to tap into the Chinese tourism market?
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, our government is committed to welcoming more visitors from China in 2018, the Canada-China Year of Tourism. Today, the Prime Minister and Minister unveiled a new logo for this amazing year to come. We have developed a strategic plan for the fast-growing Chinese market. We are working to enhance tourism marketing in China, working with Canadian tourism businesses to become China-ready, increasing air and visa access, and developing experiences that are in high demand by Chinese visitors. We will continue to develop Canada's world-class tourism industry, which creates jobs and opportunities for middle-class Canadians.
The honourable member for Bellechasse-les-Échemins-Lévis. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. He was conspicuously absent yesterday. Can you tell me what planet the Minister of Transport lives on to dare to say we can't artificially create a requirement that doesn't exist? The preserver and the protector are kaput. It's clear there's a need for a second resupply ship. Denying it is showing contempt for our men and women in uniform and compromising national security, as our government did for Asterix. When will the government put Obelix into the Navy, to the Davy Yard?
L'honorable Ministre des Transports.
The Honourable Minister of Transport. Well, I can't not seize this opportunity, Mr. Speaker, to ask my colleague where he was when the government put in place the strategy, the naval shipbuilding strategy. I can tell you, he was sitting around the cabinet table at the time, and he did nothing.
Order. The Honourable Member for Longueuil Saint-Hubert.
Mr. Speaker, there are many people very exasperated by the Minister of Heritage, the cultural sector, print media, many people, Liberals on her side. Everyone's calling on her to take action for our media, but she's refusing to take action. When we talk about newspapers closing down, she talks about Radio-Canada or a fund that funds magazines only. Even her colleagues and Fred Pellerin, Boucardiouf, Alexandre Taillefer, even a former Jean Chrétien advisor is not pulling any punches with her. So can she tell us at least one thing, one solution that she plans to put in place to save print media? She's got plenty of ideas in a report that was prepared for her. Honourable Minister. We have invested $2.3 billion in the CBC, the telefilm, and in other areas, and that is creating jobs for thousands of people across the country. Not just that, we are concerned by what is happening in the print media. We know that they are facing challenges. That's why I've announced that we're going to be modernizing our approach to better ensure and support written media, whether it be in print or digital format, and we will ensure as well that we are showing leadership in this transition towards the web to ensure the viability of this industry.
We celebrate the 20th anniversary of the historic Ottawa Treaty, banning the use of anti-personnel landmines. Because of Canada's leadership, there are now 162 states party to the treaty. 28 countries have been declared mine-free, and over 48 million stockpiled landmines in 88 countries have been destroyed. Cependant,
However, some work remains to be done. Can the Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Foreign Affairs inform the House of the measures Canada intends to take to rid the world of anti-personnel landmines? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. I want to thank the member for Ottawa West Nepean for her question, and I wanted to say that we had leadership under Lloyd Axworthy on this file, and we continue to be leaders.
Since December 3rd, 1997, when the Ottawa Treaty was signed, including the destruction of 51 million landmines worldwide. And just today, our minister announced $12 million to pursue Canada's goal of ridding the world of landmines. Nous restons prêts à travailler.
We remain prepared to work with our international partners to continue to defend the world, a mine-free world.
Despite promising not to do so in the last election, these Liberals continue to fight our veterans in court. Today, in the Equitas case, the BC Court of Appeal ruled against veterans. Does the Prime Minister regret breaking his promise not to take our veterans back to court?
The Honourable Minister of Veterans Affairs.
Mr. Speaker, we value the significant contributions that veterans and Canadian Armed Forces members have made and continue to make in protecting Canadians and their peace and security at home and around the world. Regardless of the results of this case, we remain and are committed to bringing a pension for life option, and that is what we will do. We need to deliver the right option for a lifelong benefit for ill and injured veterans. We took the time to get it right, including consulting with veterans, some of whom are involved with the Equitas Society. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable député de Pierre Boucher.
The Honourable Member for Pierre Boucher, Les Patriotes Verchères. Mr. Speaker, the government's missing the boat on the Davie file. 800 jobs are in jeopardy between now and Christmas in the Quebec City region, and not a single minister had the heart to go and meet with the workers. 800 jobs is worth 5 minutes of your time, and the time is right because there are union representatives here today in Ottawa. Will the Minister of Public Works, the Minister of Defence, the Minister of Transport can show some respect and accept to meet with these workers, the workers who are here today?
Ministre des Services Publics.
The Honourable Minister. Mr. Speaker, we are very concerned by the possibility of job losses on workers and their families. We acknowledge the excellent work that was done on Asterisks. Our government has been in contact with the shipyard, and I can assure you that we are very aware of the situation, my colleague and I. The Honourable Member for Manicouagan. Mr. Speaker, Irving can't deliver a single ship with the $63 million in contracts from the federal government, but the federal government gives it preferential treatment. Today we're being asked to adopt 54 million in additional votes to absorb the cost overruns by Irving at a time when 800 workers at Davie are going to be losing their job because there aren't any contracts. So Ottawa is compensating another shipyard that's too costly and can't deliver the goods. If this isn't favoritism, then what is it? Can she, or the minister, or another minister take 5 minutes? The Honourable Minister. Mr. Speaker, our government has to provide the Coast Guard and the RCMP with the ships they need to protect Canadians. Our strategy is a long-term commitment, and we will be supporting the industry and creating jobs across the country. This strategy has contributed significant funds and 7,000 jobs. We monitor the shipyards to ensure that they are meeting the requirements of the strategy when it comes to jobs and spin-offs. The Honourable Member for Montcalm. Mr. Speaker, through the member for Louis Hébert, the Liberal government has misled Canadians. The Ethics Commissioner couldn't give her blessing to a payback of some $70,000 in Papineau. The report by the CEO wasn't even available. And members of this government knew that full well. Will the Prime Minister apologize for, once again, having taken people for fools?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. These assertions are entirely false, as confirmed by the Conflict of Interest Commissioner. Not only that, but the Liberal Party has moved forward with the strongest standards in federal politics for openness and transparency, including facilitating media coverage, advanced postings in public accessible spaces, and timely reporting of events, details, and guest lists, Mr. Speaker. In contrast that to opposition parties who continue to organize their fundraising events in secret, barring journalists and hiding details about who's attending their closed-door events. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Allard.
Order. I would like to point out the presence in the gallery of Her Excellency, Minister of the Status of Women and Rights of Women from the Haiti Republic.
Member for Calgary Rocky Ridge is rising on a point of order.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Misleading the House is a serious matter that I know that no member would do deliberately. So today, the Minister of National Revenue again claimed that there had been no changes to the disability tax credit. I have in my hand a copy of an email obtained through an access to information request, which contradicts the statements that this minister has made today and in the past, and I ask unanimous consent to table this document.
Is unanimous consent? No, there is no unanimous consent.
The Honourable Member for Longueuil is riding on a point of order.
Response to a point of order made earlier today by the member from Selkirk Interlake Eastman. In May, the member from Selkirk Interlake Eastman publicly made inappropriate, humiliating, and unwanted comments to me that were sexual in nature. These comments have caused me great stress and have negatively affected my work environment. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Les Etchemins-Lévis. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Just to follow up on question period, I have a committee that says that the Royal Canadian Navy urgently needs a supply sheet. I'd like to have the unanimous consent of the House in the spirit of transparency to table this report.
Is there unanimous consent?
No, there is not unanimous consent.
Dépôt de document.
Tabling of documents.
Order. I'd ask members to take their conversations into the lobbies, and I'd ask Honourable, they're way ahead of me, isn't that wonderful? Tabling of documents, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Pursuant to Standing Order 36(8), I have the honour to table in both official languages the government's response to 10 petitions.
Dépôt de projet de loi émanant du gouvernement.
Introduction of government bills, statements by ministers, reports from interparliamentary delegations.
Is the Honourable Member for Elgin, Middlesex, London.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I have the honour to present in both official languages the 10th of the report of the Standing Committee on the Status of Women Estimates, Supplementary Estimate B, 2017 through 18. Thank you very much.
The Honourable Member for Pitt Meadows, Maple Ridge.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have the honour to present in both official languages the 9th report of the Standing Committee on Industry, Science and Technology entitled Supplementary Estimates B 2017-2018. Vote B under Atlantic Canada Opportunities Agency, Vote 1B and 5B under Canadian Northern Economic Development Agency, Votes 1B and 5B under Canadian Space Agency, Votes 1B and 10B under Department of Industry, Vote 5B under Department of Western Economic Diversification, Vote 5B under Economic Development Agency of Canada for the regions of Quebec, Vote 10B under National Research Council of Canada, Votes 1B and 5B under Natural Sciences and Engineering Research Council, Vote 1B under Social Sciences and Humanities Research Council, and Vote 1B under Standards Council of Canada, and finally Vote 1B under Statistics Canada. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Kingston and the Islands.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I have the honour today to present in both official languages the 10th report of the Standing Committee on Environment and Sustainable Development entitled Preserving Canada's Heritage, the Foundation for Tomorrow. Mr. Speaker, the committee found that many of our historic places throughout Canada are under threat and in serious disrepair or disappearing. Further, the federal government must take action to preserve Canada's historic places. This report puts forth recommendations to address the rehabilitation and preservation. Therefore, pursuant to Standing Order 109, the committee requests that the government table a comprehensive response to this report. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Portneuf-Jacques-Cartier. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We all agree that this government has to show leadership in preservation and conservation. However, we disagree with the way in which these financial resources are being managed. At committee, our suggestions were rejected, and this initiative will entail extra costs. Even though the intentions are honourable, the Conservatives on this committee feel that it would be irresponsible, given our huge deficit, to spend more without consideration of the financial impact. The Honourable Member for Miramichi-Grand Lake. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. It gives me great honour to table in both official languages the 9th report of the Standing Committee on Agriculture and Agri-Food, entitled Supplementary Estimates B 2017-18. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Moose Jaw, Lake Centre, Lanigan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I have the honour to table in both official languages the government's in both official languages, the 12th report of the Standing Committee on Government Operations and Estimates, entitled Reaching Canadians with Effective Government Advertising. Furthermore, Mr. Speaker, pursuant to Standing Order 109, the committee requested the government table a comprehensive response to this report.
And just to be clear, does the Honourable Member for Moose Jaw, Lake Centre, Lanigan also have a dissenting comment? No. Okay. Introduction of private. The Honourable Member for Moose Jaw, Lake Centre, Lanigan also have a dissenting.
I do not, Mr. Speaker. I believe my information is that one will be forthcoming, but it's not prepared at this time.
Dépôt de projet de loi.
Introduction of private members' bills. First reading of Senate public bills. Motions. Presenting petitions.
Excusez-moi.
Motions.
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader, who didn't catch my eye, I guess.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I do have a number of travel requests that I'll be going through. I believe if you were to canvass the House, you would find the unanimous support for these endeavours. First off, that in relation to its study on trade relations between Canada and the countries of the Association of Southeast Asian Nations, 7 members of the Standing Committee on International Trade be authorized to travel to Singapore, Kuala Lumpur, Malaysia, and Bangkok, Thailand in the winter or spring of 2018, and that the necessary staff accompany the committee. Next, that in relation to its study on the clean growth and climate change in Canada, 7 members of the Standing Committee on the Environment and Sustainable Development be authorized to travel to Halifax, Nova Scotia, Calgary, Alberta, and Vancouver, British Columbia in the winter or spring of 2018, and that the necessary staff accompany the committee. Next is that in relation to its study on Canada's engagement in Asia, 7 members of the Standing Committee on the Foreign Affairs and International Development be authorized to travel to Tokyo, Japan, Seoul, South Korea, and Manila, Philippines in the winter or spring of 2018, and that the necessary staff accompany the committee. Next would be that in relation to its study on Canada's global engagement on human rights issues, particularly through the United Nations and its agencies, 5 members of the Subcommittee on the International Human Rights of Standing Committee on Foreign Affairs and International Development be authorized to travel to New York, United States of America in the winter or spring of 2018, and that the necessary staff accompany the committee. Next to that, Mr. Speaker, is that in relation to its study on human trafficking in Canada, 7 members of the Standing Committee on Justice and Human Rights be authorized to travel to Halifax, Nova Scotia, Montreal, Quebec, Toronto, Ontario, Edmonton, Alberta, and Vancouver, British Columbia in the winter or spring of 2018, and that the necessary staff accompany the committee. Next to that, Mr. Speaker, that in relation to its studies of access to early childhood services in the minority language and French and English as a second language programs, 7 members of the Standing Committee on the Official Languages be authorized to travel to Whitehorse, Yukon, Vancouver, British Columbia, Edmonton, Alberta, and Winnipeg, Manitoba in the winter or spring of 2018, and that the necessary staff accompany the committee. Finally, Mr. Speaker, that in relation to its study on strategic electricity in Interties, 7 members of the Standing Committee on Natural Resources be authorized to travel to Toronto, Mississauga, Oshawa, and Chalk River, Ontario in the winter or spring of 2018, and that the necessary staff accompany the committee. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary is going all in, I guess. And I hope he's not threatening that he's going to read them one at a time if he doesn't get a yes, but we'll see what happens. Does the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary have the unanimous consent of the House to move these motions? Agreed. The House has heard the terms of the motions. Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt the motions? Carried.
Presenting petitions, the Honourable Member. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have over 2,000 signatures on this petition on the rights of parents. It gives me great honor to table. Well, member for Abitibi-Témiscamingue. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to table 2 petitions calling on the Canadian government to adopt a food strategy because the survival of our farms depends on it, the quality of our food depends on it. We also need to be able to foster local food production and purchase, and I hope the government will implement what the petitioners are calling on the government to do.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to present 2 petitions. The first, hundreds of petitioners are calling on the Environment Minister to educate Canadians about the impact of our diets on our planet through the climatechange.gc.ca website. The petitioners note that reducing animal products from one's diet is an effective way to reduce one's carbon and water footprint, and that the dietitians of Canada have found a plant-based diet among the most healthful. Second, Mr. Speaker, hundreds of petitioners have noted that Canada does not currently have a national flower, and the Master Gardeners of Ontario created an online poll in which almost 10,000 Canadians voted, and 79.5% of those voters chose Cornus canadensis, also known as bunchberry, and call on our government to adopt the national flower in Canada's 150th year. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member Elgin, Middlesex, London.
Signed by to the beautiful and scenic riding of Elgin, Middlesex, London. The petitioners call on the government to ensure that campgrounds with fewer than 5 full-time employees will continue to be recognized as and taxed as small businesses. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Saanich Islands.
I rise today to present a petition with literally hundreds and hundreds of signatories. It focuses on the really difficult to even say out loud the issue on which it focuses, the unethical organ harvesting from Falun Gong practitioners in the People's Republic of China. It urges the House and the Canadian government to publicly request that People's Republic of China government launch an independent investigation into forced organ harvesting from Falun Gong practitioners in China and to actively discourage Canadians from seeking organ transplants. There are a number of specific requests in this petition, Mr. Speaker, but they all go to the issue of stopping organ harvesting from Falun Gong practitioners in the People's Republic of China.
The Honourable Member for Nanaimo, Ladysmith.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Coastal voices from Halifax to Cowichan Bay, Vancouver Island, urge this House to act now on the long-standing issue of abandoned vessels. They point out that no effective programs or regulations exist. They call on the government to designate Coast Guard as the first stop to end the runaround on the jurisdictional quagmire of abandoned vessels, to create good green jobs by supporting marine salvage businesses, to support recycling, and interestingly to support my private member's bill, which has now been deemed non-votable. We'll still find other ways to bring those coastal voices into this House.
Député d'Algoma, Manitoulin, Kapuskasing.
The Honourable Member for Algoma, Manitoulin, Kapuskasing.
Time to table petitions on behalf of constituents from Hearst, Hornepayne, and Jug, and other Canadians from Thunder Bay, Rebel and Kirkland Lake, and it's with regards to the Algoma passenger train. They remain concerned that it's still not back on rail, and that there is substantial hardships for residents, businesses, and other passengers. They indicate that 75% of the properties on the rail line are inaccessible, and that there are very few industrial roads, and those that are there are very hard to, they are not safe, and they're not year-round. And they also indicate that the cancellation infringes on the federal government's obligation to First Nations. They would ask the government to put the Algoma passenger train back on track, of course, Mr. Speaker, and to ensure that the mission of Transport Canada is actually responded to. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Guelph.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm pleased to table in the House today a petition from Dublin Street United Church in Guelph, joining the United Church moderator Jonathan Cantwell in requesting the House of Commons to support Bill C-262. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Présentation de pétition.
Presenting petitions.
Questions on the order paper. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. The following questions will be answered today. Question 1237 to question 1239, question 1241, question 1242, question 1244, question 1248, and question 1251. Furthermore, Mr. Speaker, if the government's responses to questions number question 1240, question 1243, question 1245 to question 1247, question 1249, and question 1250 could be made for orders for return, these returns would be tabled immediately.
The pleasure of the House. The aforementioned questions be made orders for return, that they be tabled immediately. Agreed. So ordered. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
And finally, Mr. Speaker, I would ask that all remaining questions be allowed to stand at this time, please.
Agreed. Agreed, and so ordered. Orders of the day.
Government orders the business of supply resuming debate on the opposition motion standing in Mr. Paulus regarding ISIS fighters returning to Canada.
L'honorable député de Mégantic-l'Érable a 5 minutes.
The Honourable Member for Mégantic-l'Érable has 5 minutes left. Mr. Speaker, I'll continue on from where I was before the question period. Once again, the Minister of Public Safety dismissed the motion tabled today by the opposition, and this is not understandable for me. The Minister of Public Safety quoted a former RCMP analyst in an investigation, a journalist investigation, was asked, when can we decide that someone is a danger? Mr. Gursky's response was, I cannot guarantee that someone who has traveled to a certain place with a certain ideology, we cannot be 100% sure that this person has abandoned these ideas. So, Madam Speaker, I see there's been a change, but Madam Speaker, this is why today the opposition is asking the government to act on behalf of Canadians to defend their safety. The problem, there can only be one problem. If somebody commits irreparable actions with tragic circumstances, will it be one Canadian, 2, 3 Canadians? We cannot project what will happen, and there have been horrors that have been committed over the past few years. We live in a world where these things are possible. We used to think they weren't. And that's why, Madam Speaker, the government has to say how many of these Canadians who have fought for ISIS, how many of them are being surveyed? Now, how many of them are being monitored? The RCMP admitted that they wanted to follow these former ISIS fighters who had come back to Canada, and yet, Madam Speaker, it's very clear people who left Canada to fight with a terrorist group abroad are liable to imprisonment. In Section 46 of the Criminal Code, they say anyone who helps an enemy with which Canada is at war or fighting, that this person who fights with other forces, and I'm not going to continue, but that person would be guilty of treason. Another section of the Criminal Code says, is guilty of treason anyone who leaves Canada and who takes a conveyance in order to leave Canada and go abroad to join people who are engaged in a fight against Canada. Madam Speaker, it's clear. People who left Canada to join ISIS have committed a criminal act. So why, when they return, are they not simply charged as soon as they return? We have all the information we need. We know where they've come from. Then we know why they were there. So there should be a charge to ensure the safety of Canadians. Since 2015, the government has been doing everything to appease the Islamic State. 2 years ago, they withdrew their CF-18s at a time when the international community was trying to stop the propagation of ISIS. And also there was the more than $10 million that was given to Omar Khadr. So, Madam Speaker, we want the government to confirm that the safety and security of Canadians remains its absolute priority and not the well-being of fighters who come back to Canada. We're talking about a motion that is extremely important, also very reasonable if they go about it correctly. And for this reason, I support this motion, and I would ask my colleagues in government and in the NDP to support it as well.
Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Justice.
Merci, Madame la Présidente. Today,
thank you.
Rising to speak against the motion brought forward. Oh, it's a question. I beg your pardon.
I want to remind the member, we're into questions and comments, and he'll have a chance. Does he have a question for the member?
The question to my honourable colleague. And I want to begin by thanking him for his commentary, although I, for the reasons that I'm about to get into, won't be able to share most of what he said. But my question is this. Many of his colleagues this morning have stood up and have offered commentary which is coloured with partisanship, which is not constructive to a thoughtful debate on national security. May I ask the honourable colleague, why doesn't he encourage some of his friends within his party to think about national security in a way that promotes the careful balance that is required to protect Canadians, but at the same time ensuring that all individuals will have their charter rights protected? Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The honourable member for Mégantic-L'Érable. Madam Speaker, when someone commits a criminal act, whatever the Charter of Rights and Freedoms, they have to stop this person and have them stand trial. That is the procedure. That is the rule of law in Canada. If one commits a criminal act, they are arrested, they are prosecuted, and then the person has the possibility to defend himself. Madam Speaker, they seem to be saying that we're not in favor of de-radicalization programs. We're completely in favor of them, Madam Speaker. But things have changed so much over the past few years that, yes, we want to make sure that there are fewer Canadians who are being radicalized. But, Madam Speaker, what we're talking about today is Canadians who are very radicalized to such an extent that they have fired on Canadian military. We cannot accept that.
Questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Foothills.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I want to thank my colleague for his speech today. And I certainly have heard from our colleagues across the floor that we're being partisan and we're fear-mongering, but we are speaking for the voices of our constituents. And my constituents have been very overwhelmingly concerned by the position of the Liberal government that they are going to be allowing these radicalized Canadians to come back here and are going to be, in the words of our Prime Minister, a wide range or a suite of ways to try and rehabilitate them into community, whether it's poetry classes and other programs that are going to be there. And it just looks to Canadians, and certainly the constituents that have spoken to me and called my office, they don't believe that the Liberals are taking this seriously. So I'd like to ask my colleague, what is he hearing from his constituents on this issue, and why does he feel it's important that he speaks up for his constituents on being serious on the threat of ISIS radicalization coming back to Canada?
The honourable member for Mégantic-L'Érable. Thank you, Madam Speaker. The people in my riding are worried. They're worried because this government seems incapable of telling us how many Canadian fighters, Canadians who went to fight our allies and Canada, how many of these people have come back. The government doesn't seem to be able to tell us how many are being surveilled. So the government is unable to tell us what's what with respect to the true menace that these people represent. Madam Speaker, in the same report that I was talking about earlier, I want to know why, and the people of my riding are also very concerned with this. They said that one person, Amara Singham, I hope I pronounced that properly, from a certain university, said that of the various fighters he had identified, so many are in Ontario, so many are in Quebec, so many are in Alberta and BC. There are a lot of people, Madam Speaker, so all necessary resources should be used to surveil these people. They should have, of course, a fair trial.
Temps pour une question bref. Questions and comments. The honourable member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you. It's my first opportunity to get up in this debate. I'll have to say that I'll be voting against the opposition motion. And I want to explain particularly why. The language around Omar Khadr is again an attempt to spin something that I think Canadians have a right to have straight facts on. And I'd like to ask the honourable member if they're comfortable describing someone as convicted as a terrorist when the court involved was a military court in Guantanamo Bay as a result of torture, and where in fact even the word terrorist is a perversion of that word because it was actually in a war zone.
Une brève réponse du député de Mégantic.
A brief answer? Madam Speaker, I don't know how one can say this sort of thing. When we think of the families of Omar Khadr's victims, we should hear from them.
Reprise de débat.
Resuming debate.
Secretary to the Minister of Justice and Attorney General of Canada.
Merci, Madame la Présidente.
Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Sharing my time with the honourable member for Scarborough Southwest. Today I'm rising to speak against the motion brought forward by the Conservative opposition, and my reasons for doing so are straightforward. Contrary to what this motion suggests, our government has already unequivocally condemned Daesh for committing acts of terrorism and genocide, as they should be. In addition, the Canadian forces, law enforcement, and intelligence communities are fully engaged in combating and preventing terrorism in all its forms, both abroad and at home. This is work we should all be proud of. And finally, Canadians can be confident that we have enacted a robust set of criminal laws, offences, and preventative tools for law enforcement to address terrorism, which are prosecuted to the fullest extent of the law, wherever and whenever appropriate. In a moment, I will expand on how these measures are collectively working to keep Canadians safe. But first, I need to express how regrettable it is to hear the opposition politicize national security time and time again. Far too often, we see the Conservatives wagging their fingers, lecturing Canadians, and pandering fear on this subject. However, one need only look at their record to see that it's heavy on rhetoric and light on substance. And I hear honourable members heckling from the other side. That won't change the facts, Madam Speaker, and let me tell you what some of those facts are. During their 10 years in government, the Conservatives imposed dramatic cuts to national security. Indeed, in their last 4 years in power, they slashed close to $1 billion in resources to the RCMP, CBSA, CSIS, CATSA, and CSE. The opposition would do well to remember these figures, as I know Canadians will, in sizing up the validity of this motion and the credibility of the Conservatives on the whole of national security. Let me now say a few words about a number of the terrorism provisions within the Criminal Code that specifically apply to terrorist travel. And I would like to begin by acknowledging that thousands from around the world have indeed traveled to join terrorist groups, and that this is indeed an important issue which our government is grappling with both domestically and internationally and abroad with all of our partners in the combat against terrorism. Within the law as it exists here in Canada, there are 4 specific offences of leaving Canada or attempting to leave Canada for the purpose of committing specific terrorism offences. In this way, the criminal law addresses the terrorist traveller phenomenon by having the substantive offence crystallized before the person leaves Canada and by applying the same maximum punishment to attempting to leave Canada as well as leaving Canada to commit these offences. Over and above these targeted offences, the Criminal Code includes terrorism provisions that are designed to prevent the carrying out of terrorist activity and have a preventative focus. They are in large part designed to permit law enforcement to intervene and charge someone with a terrorism offence before a terrorist attack can take place. Such offences include knowingly facilitating terrorist activity and knowingly instructing someone to carry out a terrorist activity. A particular example of this can be found in the participation offence, which is under Section 83.18 of the Criminal Code. Terrorist travellers could be and have in fact been prosecuted under the offence of knowingly participating in any activity of a terrorist group for the purpose of enhancing the ability of any terrorist group to carry out a terrorist activity. And I'll pause for a moment to say, Madam Speaker, that in my former career as a federal prosecutor, I have first-hand experience dealing with these provisions. And again, I would draw the attention to the Canadian public that they can take great satisfaction and confidence in knowing that we have a rigorous criminal law enforcement provision. I was honoured to serve with many prosecutors and members of the RCMP and CSIS who continue to do a good job today in keeping this country safe. As well, it is notable in the current threat environment that individuals are often radicalized to violence and encouraged through online interactions and messaging. In Bill C-59, the National Security Act 2017, the government proposes to revise the offence of advocating or promoting the commission of terrorism offences in general to be one of the counselling the commission of a terrorism offence, whether or not a terrorism offence is committed and whether or not a specific terrorism offence is counselled. The advocacy or promotion offence, which has been much criticised since its enactment in 2015 for being vague or overbroad. Bill C-59 proposes to revise this offence to use well-known criminal law concepts and principles and to facilitate its prosecution. The bill continues to support the view that the active encouragement of others to commit terrorism offences, even without being specific as to which terrorism offence is being encouraged, should be an offence in the same way as it is an offence to counsel a specific terrorism offence. Some of these criminal offence provisions have already been successfully used in court. To date, there have been 26 terrorism convictions in Canada, and 3 trials are currently in progress. Madame la Présidente, permettez-moi.
Madam Speaker, allow me to now move on to the tools required for law enforcement.
Fundamental tools police and prosecutors have to keep Canadians safe from individuals who may have associated with terrorism groups abroad is the Terrorism Peace Bond. This is a powerful preventative tool that can help to protect Canadians from terrorism offences. In situations where police may not have enough evidence to justify charging a person with a terrorism offence, the Terrorism Peace Bond is available to bring the individual before a judge rather than wait until it is too late. In such cases, the court has the power to impose, quote, any reasonable conditions to counter the threat posed by the individual concerned. Il était également prévu dans le Code criminel.
It is also indicated in the Criminal Code that the judge must decide if it's desirable to prevent a terrorist activity from taking place. 2, as required, take any passport or travel document in the name of the person affected. What's more, the judge must decide if it's desirable to prevent a terrorist activity or an act of terrorism from taking place. 2, require a person to remain in a designated location except on written authorization. In the affirmative, this person must include with the peace bond a period of time for which it applies. Reasons must be provided on the file. As regards the bond not to disturb public order linked to terrorism, this tool is used by law enforcement organizations and Crown prosecutors. This is a tool that has been used frequently since 2015. More specifically, there were 19 applications for this commitment over the past year in comparison with 6 between 2001 and 2014.
National security consultation, some called into question the threshold for a terrorism peace bond that was enacted in 2015 by former Bill C-51. That act lowered the threshold of the terrorism peace bond from, quote, will commit to, quote, may commit. After careful consideration, the government has determined that the lowered threshold is a balanced approach between the constitutional rights of Canadians and the need to protect the security of Canadians. This threshold has also been upheld as constitutional in the recent Manitoba case of Regina and Driver in 2016. Another preventative tool is the recognizance with conditions, which is available for law enforcement in the appropriate case to disrupt nascent terrorist activity. The Canadian Passport Order contemplates that passports can be denied or revoked in certain instances of criminality and where necessary to prevent the commission of a terrorism offence or for the national security of Canada or a foreign country or state. As you can see, Madam Speaker, Canada already has a broad range of offences and tools to assist in the fight against terrorism. And as the Honourable Minister of Public Safety just said, we need them all and we use them all. In closing, the opposition have spent the last week criticizing national security, national defence, and deriding effective counter-radicalization measures which go a long way towards both combating and preventing terrorism. What we need instead of that kind of partisanship, Madam Speaker, is a thoughtful debate which will strike the right balance between protecting Canadians as well as their charter rights. I encourage all honourable members in this House to reject the opposition motion and to support the important measures which this government are taking on this important file. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Barrie-Innisfil.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Always enjoy when my honourable colleague gets up and, as I like to say, defend the indefensible. You know, he just said that the opposition has been up here all week criticizing national security. We're not criticizing national security, Madam Speaker. What we are criticizing is the Liberal attempt of reintegration of terrorists whose intent, its sole intent, is to act on an ideology that kills anybody that doesn't agree with that ideology. So it's not an issue for us as a matter of national security, but I asked the honourable member the same question that I asked the Minister of Public Safety, which he refused to answer. Will he agree with me that this reintegration process is nothing but a crazy gesture on the part of the Liberals to think that somehow these terrorists are actually going to reintegrate back into society? It's just into Canadian society. It's just nuts, Madam Speaker.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, the Minister of Justice.
The problem with my honourable colleague's question is in its premise. The premise is that this government doesn't prosecute terrorist activity. Of course we do. And I made mention of a number of very concrete examples where this government has taken very concrete measures to ensure that we keep Canadians safe by applying the criminal law, and we will continue to do so. But what I mean when I say when the opposition, the Conservative opposition in particular, stands up to denigrate the work of the national security apparatus and role players is when we have those individuals who are capable of reintegration, Madam Speaker. And my honourable colleague well knows that there are individuals who we can stop before they go too far down the path of counter-radicalization. We should bring them back so that they can be positive contributing members of society. That is not work that is futile. It's important work, and he knows it.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Kootenay-Columbia.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. This morning I received an email from a member from Kootenay-Columbia in my riding, and she says, as the wife of an RCMP officer who lives and works in your riding, I was quite alarmed by the December 1st article in the Ottawa Life magazine. It's titled, Minister and Members of Parliament Are Failing the RCMP and Canadians, written by Carleton criminology professor Daryl Davies. I know in my riding of Kootenay-Columbia I've met with a number of members of the RCMP over the last year, and they will tell you that they are underfunded, understaffed, working with poor equipment. New recruits, I spoke with a new recruit who just came out of Regina within the 6-month mandatory period after attending boot camp. They left and they went to municipal police forces, provincial police forces, who are better paid, better benefits. And so I'd like to ask the member, first of all, whether he would commit through you, Madam Speaker, to actually meeting with members of the RCMP in his riding. And I would challenge all members in this House to sit and meet with members of the RCMP in their riding, because what we need is a well-funded, well-equipped force to deal with crime and terrorism in Canada. And that is an issue I think that every member of Parliament should be concerned about.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Justice.
Well, I want to thank the honourable colleague for his question. And of course, the Minister of Public Safety routinely meets with members of the RCMP to ensure that they have all of the resources that are necessary to both prevent and prosecute national security matters. But, you know, just to point out what I said in my remarks, under the last government, the Conservatives cut close to $1 billion in resources and important monies which would go to the RCMP, to CSIS, to the CSE, to all important branches within the national security apparatus, which of course had the potential risk of compromising Canadian security. So it's very important that we point that out to members of the Canadian public so that they use that in sizing up the credibility of this opposition motion. Judge them on their actions, not their words, Madam Speaker.
Resuming debate, the reprise de débat, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Justice and the Minister of Health.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and I'm very pleased to have the opportunity to rise and join in this important debate, and that is very much in part because of its timeliness, given the apparent winding down of combat activity against Daesh and the ongoing evolution of terrorist threats in this country. It's also because, Madam Speaker, the myths and misperceptions that have been allowed to persist in this House over the last few weeks have misinformed Canadians. And not surprisingly, those misperceptions are now echoed at family dinner tables right across the country. And if the quality of recent debate is to be believed, Madam Speaker, Canadians would think that we are combating returning terrorists with poetry. And Madam Speaker, Canadians expect to know exactly what their government does to protect their safety
without the distraction of irresponsible sound bites. And so, if I may, Madam Speaker, allow me to dispel some of these myths. First of all, on how returning extremists are treated. The idea persists that they are somehow treated akin to prisoners at the end of their sentence, being reintegrated into community. And, Madam Speaker, that is certainly not the case. Canada's law enforcement, security, and intelligence departments and agencies actively assess and monitor the threat each individual poses. They may be charged with a criminal offence where the evidence warrants. Based on available information, they may have their passports revoked. They may be denied travel or placed on Canada's no-fly list. They are monitored closely in every case, and their return is tightly controlled and managed. In some cases, they may be found suitable for programs designed to help disengage from violent extremism, but by no means does that replace, prevent, or exclude investigation and close monitoring. Second, Madam Speaker, the myth persists that somehow we can and should paint each returning extremist with the same brush through immediate action. Madam Speaker, we can't and we should not. Threat assessment is made to measure. Their places of travel, experience, and motivations may be entirely different. Criminal investigations are unique from case to case, and these, Madam Speaker, I can tell you from experience, can take time. They take a Herculean effort on the part of many agencies in collaboration with international allies. Third, Madam Speaker, there is a myth that our security agencies cannot possibly keep tabs on each and every returning extremist, and this is also untrue. There are approximately 60 who have returned to Canada, and that is over the past decade. That has not changed significantly over the years. The full range of counterterrorism tools are in use, including surveillance and monitoring and ongoing investigations. Once returned, agencies are well aware of them and appropriately managing the threat that they present to our citizens. Fourth, Madam Speaker, there is a perception that these returnees pose Canada's largest security threat. That is also an unfortunate mischaracterization. Let us remember that the Strathroy and St. Jean-sur-Richelieu attacks in Canada were made by homegrown terrorists. They never left the country. They were radicalized right here in Canada. The same goes for attacks in Berlin and Nice. Those terrorists had not been trained in Syria or Iraq, but fought from their home countries, inspired by groups like Daesh. The risk that homegrown terrorists pose can be just as great as those posed by returning extremists. Madam Speaker, there is no neat and simple solution to the complex problem that terrorism poses in a rapidly changing world. But we have in place effective and world-class professionals. Canada's full range of counterterrorism tools are in use, and these include ongoing investigations, surveillance and monitoring, intelligence gathering and sharing, the collection of criminal evidence, criminal charges and prosecution where the evidence exists. Other criminal code tools like peace bonds, public listings, expert threat assessments, no-fly lists, the revocation of passports, and legally authorized threat disruption measures are all in use. The government and Canada's top-notch security agencies continue to use all the tools at their disposal to address the threat of Canadians joining or returning from terrorist activities. The National Security Joint Operations Centre helps to coordinate an effective and timely operational response to high-risk travellers. G7 Interior Ministers recently redoubled their commitment to sharing information and working closely together to deal with returning extremists. And, Madam Speaker, the processes work. We must now focus our attention on what lies ahead. Daesh, for one, continues to aggressively target the Internet to push an evil ideology and to recruit new adherents. And those who were on the battlefield may now be attempting to move perhaps to Africa, Asia or Europe, and perhaps even to Canada. And yet, as the Minister of Public Safety and Emergency Preparedness has said, the terror threat is now morphing into other forms, and we must not be complacent. As I've noted, homegrown terrorism is one of our most urgent threats. It can come in many forms, from right and left-wing extremism to religious motivations. In Bill C-59, the overhaul of national security legislation currently in committee, we intend to provide the framework through which we can act on these threats moving forward. We need, Madam Speaker, to play the long game. International experts recognize that a key part of that means getting to the roots of the problems on our own turf. And that is why, Madam Speaker, the government recently launched a new centre to coordinate, bolster, and help fund and share counter-radicalization programming that exists across the country. It is called the Canada Centre for Community Engagement and Prevention of Violence. It is based on the fact that early intervention in dangerous situations to prevent radicalizations to violence can and does work. The Centre takes a broad approach to this issue, recognizing that the process of radicalization to violence occurs differently for different people. It provides national leadership to support local efforts, and a key part of that work is through Community Resilience Fund. This fund was created to enhance those partnerships and to promote innovation in countering radicalization to violence, research, and domestic programming. We recently announced a renewed call for proposals under this fund, with $1.4 million available to approve projects starting in 2018 and $7 million annually for the balance of the program. The Centre is ensuring that resources are in place to facilitate disengagement from violent ideologies, and in particular, children who return from combat zones who require tailored support to recover from their traumatic experience are served. Madam Speaker, from every angle, the Government of Canada continues to carefully monitor trends in extremist travel, and our national security agencies work extremely well together to ensure our response reflects the current threat environment. Canadians can be assured that our agencies are carefully monitoring returning extremists and that our law enforcement agencies are doing the difficult work of collecting the evidence required for convictions in Canadian courts. Madam Speaker, this remains a priority for our government and for all of our national security agencies. We must work together, alert at all times to the threats posed by terrorism at all levels, buoyed by solid facts and a shared commitment to act. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Saskatoon West.
I want to thank my honourable colleague for his speech. You know, Canada has asked the U.S. and the other Five Eyes countries to keep a tight watch on far-right extremists who are increasingly getting international attention and having anti-immigration messages and, of course, violent attacks. And we on this side, the NDP, agree that the fight against terror should be tackled on all fronts. Following the terrorist attack in Parliament Hill in 2014, 500 RCMP members from the Organized Crime Unit were moved to counter terrorism related to radical Islamic militants. As a result, 300 investigations have been put on hold. In the light of the increasing threat from far-right extremists and anti-Semitic movements, will the government, and I'll ask my honourable member to agree with me, allocate the proper resources to gather intelligence on these criminal organizations? Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Justice.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank the member opposite for her question. I want to assure her that our national security agencies, the RCMP, CBSA, CSIS, and many others, are committed to identifying and to respond effectively to extremism from any source, whether from the right or the left. The protection of our country and our citizens is of utmost importance. And if I may also as well, she made reference to the fact that under the previous government, substantial number of resources were taken from serious organized crime investigations and dedicated to national security. Those resources are still committed to national security, but our government has recently announced $113 million to increase resources for both the RCMP and CBSA in responding to border integrity and organized crime threats, putting some of those resources back that were stripped away from our law enforcement, our federal law enforcement agencies responsible for keeping us all safe.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Barrie-Innisfil.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I want to thank my honourable colleague for his speech. I highly respect his public service in the police force, but I too have lots of friends within the police services, and I want to focus specifically on the issue of Omar Khadr and the payment of $10.5 million. The honourable member would know that to preclude any judgment in that case, saying that somehow the government was going to lose the case, when there were and still are so many people who are upset in this country as a result of that court case, including veterans, Madam Speaker, veterans who this government took to court. So I want to ask the honourable member, how could he reasonably stand up here and agree with a payment like that to Omar Khadr?
Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Justice.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Having spent nearly two decades on the front line of countering terrorism, I can tell you with great confidence that the greatest responsibility of law enforcement in this country, and I believe every one of them would agree with me, is upholding the Charter of Rights and Freedoms, the highest law in this country. And the member said that there was no court decision that informed the government's actions, and I would quite respectfully disagree that there were two Supreme Court decisions that made it very clear, not regarding the actions that had took place in Afghanistan, but in response to the violation of a Canadian citizen's rights under our Charter of Rights and Freedoms. The payment was in respect to the violation of those rights, not for his activities, the individual's activities in Afghanistan. And so I would simply remind the member that defense of our Charter of Rights and Freedoms, all of our rights, all of our freedoms, that the least of us deserves the protection of that charter as much as the best of us. And so it is in the best interest of all Canadians to uphold that charter and to respect its tenets to ensure that we all receive its protection.
Time for a brief question. The honourable member for Guelph.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like the Parliamentary Secretary to expand on that a little bit, where the previous government tried to take hold of the Supreme Court, the Senate, the Queen, and make all judgments and laws under one roof with the House of Commons. And the role of our government is to form the laws. We have a judicial branch that enforces the laws. I wonder whether the Parliamentary Secretary could expand on the role of our security and legal professions. Thank you.
Parliamentary Secretary, a very brief answer, please.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I just want to assure every member of this House that those responsible for our safety in law enforcement, in national security, in border integrity, are all believe that upholding the Charter of Rights and Freedoms as defined in our Constitution and Charter is their first and greatest priority, and adhering to that highest law and ensuring that they perform their duties with respect to that law is frankly a tenet of each and every one of those organizations.
Reprise de débat, resuming debate. The honourable member for Portage-Lisgar.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and I will be splitting my time this afternoon with the member from Elgin, Middlesex, London. Women and girls held captive, used and sold as sex slaves. Gay men pelted with stones thrown from the rooftop because they are homosexual. Children taken from their families turned into suicide bombers. Tens of thousands of innocent humans placed in mass graves. These, Madam Speaker, are just a sample of the awful, the horrible and the repugnant stories that we've heard time and time again from territory controlled by ISIS and its fighters. But these awful, tragic events are happening literally on the other side of the world, so we actually have nothing to worry about, right? Well, I guess that's what some would think. In fact, we on this side of the House are being called fearmongers because we are actually suggesting that what's happening by ISIS-controlled territories on the other side of the world actually does affect Canada and could have even a more lasting effect on Canada. But we're being told we're wrong, and in fact, we're fearmongers. But, Madam Speaker, in our present day, with our modern technology, terrorism and terrorist groups are not geographically limited. They recruit, they inspire, and they fundraise right around the globe, including here in Canada. Now, don't take my word for it, Madam Speaker. Let's look at what the experts say. In its most recent annual report to Parliament, the Canadian Security Intelligence Service said, and I quote, "The principal terrorist threat to Canada remains that posed by violent extremists who could be inspired to carry out an attack in Canada. Violent extremist ideologies espoused by terrorist groups like Daesh continue to appeal to certain individuals in Canada," end quote. This is a concern to us. And let's talk about those individuals that not just are here in Canada and may espouse these values, but they have then taken that additional step to go to Syria and Iraq, join ISIS, and fight with them, and then return back to Canada. So with that in mind, Madam Speaker, let's think about potential dangers that these ISIS fighters pose to Canada. Sadly, shockingly even, this doesn't seem to trouble our Prime Minister. In fact, when our Conservative leader pressed the Prime Minister last week right here in the House of Commons on the troubling pattern of Canadians fighting for ISIS and then returning back to Canada, we didn't get an answer. What did we get, Madam Speaker? Well, we got an angry, attacking Prime Minister who tried his very best to slap a racist label on those important questions. Islamophobia, that's what the Prime Minister called our concerns and the concerns of Canadians. Invoking that label is wrong, and it's cheap politics, and it ought to be below the Prime Minister. These are concerns the Canadians have. These are letters, emails, social media is full of concerns the Canadians have. These are legitimate questions that should not be dismissed by name-calling, including fear-mongering or Islamophobia. That's wrong. ISIS does not represent Islam, nor does it represent the overwhelming majority of the almost 2 billion peaceful and peace-loving Muslims who are on this earth. What ISIS does do is represent a narrow-minded, extremist and radical ideology rooted in violence, seeking a religious cloak. Sadly, we know that some Canadians have fallen prey to these extreme ideologies and recruitment approaches. Some, as I said, have even traveled to the Middle East in aid of ISIS. And some of these fighters have come back to Canada, and that's what we're talking about today. And though it doesn't seem to be a major concern for the Prime Minister, it is a concern for our professionals in the security and intelligence field. Retired CSIS Director Michel Colombe said, and I quote, "Daesh in particular has developed a robust social media presence, allowing it to successfully recruit thousands of individuals, including Canadians, to travel to Syria and Iraq. These extremists also pose a potential threat if they return to Canada." They're not our words, Madam Speaker. Those are the words of CSIS Director Michel Colombe. And let me continue. His words. "For instance, they may radicalize others, help with logistics and financing for those who may want to travel abroad, or engage in attack planning here in Canada. Terrorism is a global threat, and we are not immune from its reach." End quote. A global threat, Madam Speaker, from which Canada is not immune. That principle has been recognized by successive governments in its approach to fight terrorism. Jean Chrétien's Liberal government, following the 9/11 terrorist attack, brought in the Anti-Terrorism Act and the Public Safety Act 2002 to establish a legislative framework to address terrorist crimes. Paul Martin, his Liberal government, authorized the deployment of Canada's troops to Kandahar to support our allies in Afghanistan. And Stephen Harper's Conservative government, in which I had the honour to serve, has a very long track and a long record for fighting terrorism. We extended the mission in Afghanistan. We brought in stronger anti-terrorism laws, and specifically we made it an offence. It's against the law to travel abroad to engage in or facilitate terrorist activities. There, it's against the law. When they come back to Canada, they can be prosecuted for that. That's the law that we brought in, Madam Speaker, but that government refuses to actually enforce it. Specifically, as I said, we made it a criminal offence to travel abroad and to engage or facilitate terrorist activities, but Conservatives also created a process for removing Canadian citizenship from convicted terrorists who were dual citizens. Under Stephen Harper, Canada joined a global coalition to fight ISIS. Then, Madam Speaker, these Liberals took office and everything changed. These Liberals withdrew Canada. They're cheering. These Liberals withdrew Canada from the global anti-ISIS coalition. These Liberals passed legislation allowing convicted terrorists to retain Canadian citizenship and enjoy their Canadian passports. These Liberals introduced Bill C-59 to unwind and roll back the tools our police and intelligence agencies have to fight terrorism. These Liberals are welcoming ISIS fighters back to Canada with a reintegration program, thinking that they can de-emphasize violent terrorist instincts. And these Liberals cut a $10.5 million check to a convicted terrorist, Omar Khadr. That, Madam Speaker, is the shameful record of these Liberals. Canadians expect their government to protect them and to keep them safe. Knowing that terrorist fighters are in Canada is worrying enough. Knowing that our government welcomes these fighters, arranging group meetings and supportive meetings and just hoping maybe, please, will you stop being involved with those bad people? Maybe stop running around with the bad gangs. These Liberals think that that will be sufficient. No wonder Canadians are upset, Madam Speaker. No wonder we are hearing from our constituents. No wonder right across the country people are concerned. And when you label those concerns and call them names, it doesn't stop the concerns. In fact, it even makes it worse. What the federal government and this Prime Minister really ought to be doing is making sure we can and we do bring these fighters to justice. ISIS fighters and other terrorists should be made to face the full legal consequences for their actions. They should be charged, they should be prosecuted, and they should be in jail. The federal government ought to make sure that the RCMP and their provincial and municipal partners have the tools, the legal authority, and the resources needed to bring charges and secure convictions against these returning terrorists. We need to keep strong relations with our allies in fighting terrorism to ensure that we have the information, the intelligence, and the evidence necessary to prosecute terrorists and to protect our citizens. But, Madam Speaker, that isn't what we've been seeing from the other side of the House. Instead of focusing on what can be done to keep Canadians safe, we see a government obsessed, for some reason we just don't understand, with avoiding any appearance of being tough on terrorists here in Canada. As Professor Randall Hansen, the interim director of the Munk Centre, said last year, and I quote, "There's nothing admirable in letting other countries do the fighting while you hide behind liberal pieties," end quote. Canada's contribution of fighter jets to the anti-ISIS coalition was pulled, abandoning our allies. We have deprogramming coffee circles set up for ISIS fighters who come back to Canada. And when Omar Khadr, a convicted terrorist, sued the federal government, what did the Liberals do? They gave in. And, Madam Speaker, don't let anybody fool you, and I know they won't, that this was somehow a charter issue. No court ruled that Omar Khadr should receive $10.5 million, and the Liberals hiding behind that is a fraud. Repatriation was the settlement. Repatriation is what happened. But what did this government do? They gave in. They could have fought the lawsuit. How much time do I have, Madam Speaker? They could have said the Supreme Court ruling was enough, but they decided to give this terrorist a videotape bomb-making and convicted killer, made him into a multimillionaire. But you know what, Madam Speaker, let me just finish with this. Canadians are concerned, but in less than 2 years, these Liberals were going to have to take they're going to have to take their record to the country, and they will answer. 2019 cannot come soon enough. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. This is conservative, old-style spin at its very, very best. Let me ask the member, my friend across the way, exactly what is it did Stephen Harper do differently when terrorists from abroad were returning back to Canada? What exactly is it did Stephen Harper do as Prime Minister that was different than what's taking place today?
The Honourable Member for Portage-Lisgar.
Well, first of all, I do want to caution my honourable colleague. He can insult us and say that our concerns are old school, but he cannot refute the fact that Canadians are emailing, writing, talking about this on social media. So I would really caution him not to disregard their concerns. But as far as what did Stephen Harper do, I'll tell you what Stephen Harper did. He passed legislation to say if you leave Canada to participate in a terrorist attack, that's against the law, and if you come back, you're going to be prosecuted for it. Really simple. If the Liberals don't want to do that, why don't they just stand up and say that even though it's illegal to do it, they have no intention of prosecuting? We did something, and you know what? If we were in government today, here's what we would be telling Canadians. We'd be saying your fears and your concerns are not Islamophobia, and they're not fear-mongering. They're legitimate concerns, Madam Speaker. That's what we would be doing. Liberals just ignore and are arrogant towards Canadians' concerns.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? The Honourable Member for Barrie Innisfil.
Madam Speaker, and I want to thank my honourable colleague, the Opposition House Leader, for her speech. And there's been a lot of questions today about what the previous government did. Well, what the previous government did do, in fact, is increase RCMP and CSIS by over a third. We also increased the amount of CBSA border guards by a quarter. There was also no travel zones to those areas where these types of activities existed. And if somebody did travel to those zones, they would be charged. So I'm wondering, I'm going to give the honourable member a chance to speak on those issues, just exactly what the previous government did to help in this regard.
Honourable Member for Portage-Lisgar.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. My honourable colleague is correct in terms of increasing resources, changing legislation so our protective services can communicate with each other. But, Madam Speaker, I want to talk about something else. You know, this last weekend I had the privilege and honour of meeting with some young women from the University of Toronto, and I met with a group of young Muslim women, just smart, intelligent, forward-thinking, amazing young women. And the faith, Islam faith, is such a faith of peace. It is a faith that is being taken advantage of by these ISIS fighters. And, Madam Speaker, I think that's what we all agree on, that we need to look at the dangers of ISIS and bring some safety and security to Canadians, but not make this into a religious battle.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. And another issue in terms of, and the member made reference to how we have international terrorist organizations that actively attempt to recruit people here in Canada through social media. And this is something in which, the previous questioner said, well, we enhance services. In reality, we actually saw $1 billion being cut out of security services that dealt with terrorism and the radicalization of terrorists here in Canada. I'm wondering in terms of how the member across the way or the Conservative Party would respond to the lack of any attempt by the previous government to deal with the radicalization from foreign terrorists here on Canadian soil, how they attempted to bring our young people into that area.
The honourable member for Portage Lisgar.
Well, not surprisingly, that member's characterization is completely false. We did not cut money. But, Madam Speaker, I should not be surprised because this is the same party that said that they would only run a $10 billion deficit, but they have a lot of problems with math and with the facts. Here's the fact. This was the government, and we took a lot of heat for it. This was the government that made sure that terrorists would not be able to organize in Canada. We enacted laws that if you promoted terrorism on the internet, which, by the way, look and see what's happening on C-59, where that's being rescinded, Madam Speaker. We actually were criticized for the work that we did because we were working so hard, investing money so that we could keep Canadians safe. And the Liberals' approach to this, Madam Speaker, is what's causing the problem. They're not taking this issue seriously.
Resuming debate, the reprise de débat, the honourable member for Elgin, Middlesex, London.
Madam Speaker, thank you so much for the time today so that we can discuss this. I have listened to much of this debate. Luckily, I'm on House duty today, and it has been a very good debate, especially on this side where we're talking about this. So to begin, I really hope that the member from Avalon will not be mocking people as I read the letters that I have received from people throughout Canada, from East Coast to West Coast, that are telling us, please stand up for us. And so I'm hoping that I don't hear the snickering and that we have to not be partisan, because the bottom line is it is in the best interest of Canadians, and that's what I want to remind everybody in here. We have heard a lot of back and forth today. I was not part of the previous 2000 the government, but I'll be honest, I worked for a member of Parliament during that time, and I was very proud of the work that we did. But I don't want this to be a partisan debate. This is about the security and the safety of fellow Canadians, the security and safety of refugees that sought Canada to get away from the terror that was happening within their own countries. And unfortunately, I think we're forgetting that during this debate. So I'm really hoping that the members can listen to this. Last week, we saw on Tuesday, of course, it was the very historical day for this Prime Minister, as he indicated. It was his apology to the LGBTQ2 community. And at that same time, we saw all 4 other leaders stand forward and also put forth the apologies and support that apology. Within 2 hours of that apology, I started receiving emails from Muslim gay men. And within the next day, I had a group come to me. So in less than 24 hours after that apology, they came to me fearing their lives. So I sat with them and said, because they recognized that my work with the LGBTQ community, that I was on their side and that their thoughts mattered. And this is why I want to bring their letters today. I've got 10 in my hand right now, but I can tell you by the time I get home, I'm sure I'm going to have more and more and more, because just over a couple of days, they started contacting me. A member that they may not know or a member that they heard, but they knew that I was on their side. For their own security, I will not be reading their names because one of the gentlemen have already been targeted on Facebook saying that they are coming after him. So I just am hoping that all members can listen and not comment, because this is really atrocities to our public security. My name is YC, as in initials. I'm a 30-year-old gay Muslim. I was born in a small town in eastern Turkey, close to the Syrian border, named Kara. My town officially run by Turkish government, but unofficially run by mullahs and radical Islamists. In a very early age, I was aware of my sexual interest. Growing up, I heard about 3 homosexuals, and their stories were scary enough for the rest of the homosexuals to hide themselves. One of them was buried alive by his Islamic relatives, despite all of the pressure. His family would not kill him, and relatives see Abraham, people called him Ibu, dishonor to their tribe. Ibu was one of the first victims of gay honor killings that I have heard of, who I have met in personal growing up in the same neighborhood. The second gay man that I heard of was from a nearby village. All we heard is that the family cleaned its honor and buried him alive. Third person I knew of was Hulsi. People called him all kinds of names, male dog, top, Turkish stand for fag, IBNE, insult for gay people similar to fag, raping him, harassing him, beating him. You know, I sit here and I'm just sitting here going, oh my gosh, and this is what we're welcoming. Unbelievable. His family is open-minded compared to Islamic, and they did not kill him. Instead, they put him in a mental hospital. Some said that they were worried that his relatives were Islamic terrorists and that they would kill him. On Tuesday, when the Prime Minister apologized and mentioned all of the LGBTQ2 people around the world, I was happy. Finally, someone was going to uncover the pain of my forgotten communities around the world. Finally, someone is going to be the voice to gay Muslims who are being victims of honor killings. All of my memories, all of my fear, all of my pain of growing up as a gay man in a very religious town passed through my eyes. I was free, and there might be a chance to free other gay Muslims. After I left the gallery chatting with some people, I heard that the Prime Minister is trying to bring ISIS members back. I was in shock, and I did not believe them. I went home and did my research and found out that they were right. Our Prime Minister, who spoke for the LGBTQ community, writes about abhorring enemy of this community people, an enemy of the humanity. The Prime Minister is not only bringing those terrorists back, but their ideology. In addition, the Prime Minister is sending a wrong message to this community, those who have raped, killed, tortured gay people in Muslim countries, and a heartbreaking message to this community in Muslim countries were suffered by Islamists. Maybe being an openly gay Muslim activist and my friends who are fighting for the liberation of Muslims of the community are in fear. We are afraid to lose our freedom of speech, freedom to walk in our beautiful cities without fear of being attacked. I hope this will in turn be a nonpartisan action and stop this tragedy before it is too late. The Prime Minister is constantly talking about constitutional rights. I guess we Canadians have the same constitutional rights, and we must be protected, feel safe and secure. Now, I have a number of others, so hopefully, Madam Speaker, you will say, Karen, you've got a couple more minutes here. Dear
member, she can't use her first name or her last name or the name of somebody else that's already sitting in the House. Resuming debate.
Dear Blank, my name is F. I am a gay man from Iran who escaped persecution. I am a member of a gay Middle Eastern group with my friend Y and O. Recently, I read Canadian government's bringing back ISIS people. I'm in shock and fear to know ISIS people are going to be living in our cities. I escaped persecution 2 times in Iran to Turkey, Turkey to Canada. We have no other place to go. Please help us stop ISIS members coming into this country. Instead of wasting our taxpayers on helping people who have worked with ISIS, empower gay Middle Eastern people who have been persecuted by Islamic regimes instead. Hello, I'm writing to you concerning the government's wish on trying to reintegrate ex-ISIS militants back into Canadian society. I believe that this is a grave mistake that could have tragic outcomes. These people decided to leave Canadian society and throw away their values, the values that we hold dear to our hearts, in order to join an extremist ideology that have killed scores of innocent people, including children. They believe in beheading and burning alive those who don't submit their twisted views, and they have wreaked havoc all over the world. There is no guarantee that attempts to rehabilitate these terrorists will be successful. Frankly, this is not a risk I am willing to take. In the event that even one of these people decides to commit another act of terrorism, lives will be lost. It is worth risking our nation's civilians to try and help those who have already decided to slaughter us. Is this a risk really worth bringing them back into the neighborhoods? I would rather leave them in jail than put them on the lives of citizens. And he continues to write, but I think we're kind of getting the idea here. Madam Speaker, how much time do I have left? 2 minutes and 30 seconds. So, you know, if I could find the best letter, but we'll keep up with this one. Dear Blank, I'm a brown Canadian who immigrated here from the Middle East, where I could not enjoy my freedom. When I came to Canada, I realized how beautiful and peaceable and secure life is. I enjoy walking with my children without fear. I enjoy speaking my mind without fear, but I now fear being attacked. I enjoy my individual freedom in my beautiful home here in Canada. Recently, I heard that ICE is coming back to Canada under the rehabilitation program. My dear, those people who step on our Constitution fought against our heroes, killed our allies, raped women, children, and should not be allowed to walk among us. They should be in prison. They made their choice. We do not want to lose our freedom because of the wrong choice. We do not want to leave them in fear because of their ideology. Help us. MK. Now, I'm going to put the rest of these on record. I know with a speech, I probably can put them all through as part of this. But what I really wanted to bring here today was, we're talking about politics. We're talking about conservatives. We're talking about liberals. We got to stop talking about that. We got to start talking about the people that are now fearing for their lives. There are people out there every day that are living in terror and fear, especially this specific community. Last week we were embracing them, and this week they feel like they're being thrown to the wolves. So I just ask, instead of making this partisan that I've seen, let's talk about these people that have to walk down the streets and realize that somebody that they may have known over their time or may have seen in a photograph, a variety of different things, they may be out there to target them. Let's not put our heads in the sand here. These are people's lives. And what are the rights of people who have lived in Canada, who have fought for Canada, who find Canada their home? What do their rights become less than the rights of terrorists, less than those terrorist fighters that went over there and now coming back? They left Canada. I recognize that this could be a constitutional issue, but let's put our heads on and let's put our hearts on and recognize that there are people in fear because of the government's decisions. So I am asking this government to look at their policies that they're making and to start having conversations with these groups that are now being attacked. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Central Nova.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and it's always a pleasure to engage with my colleague who serves as the chair of the Status of Women Committee, and it's my pleasure to sit on that committee alongside her. Now, if I sat and listened to the remarks I just heard at home and accepted everything I heard verbatim to be the case, I could see why that would inspire fear in me. But facts matter greatly, and we owe it to Canadians to be factual and give them the opportunity to be engaged in a nuanced debate. Will the honourable member opposite acknowledge that the number that the minister indicated of extreme travellers who are in Canada today is in the same order of magnitude that was here under the previous government? This is not some partisan initiative to welcome ISIS fighters to Canada in large numbers. This is something she can do today to help put the fears at ease of Canadians to understand that there is no program to bring ISIS fighters into our country in big numbers.
Honourable member for Elgin, Middlesex, London.
I'd really like to thank the member. There are 2 points here that I want to make. First of all, the numbers that are using may be inaccurate. Secondly, part of, and this is where I'm going to have to put a partisan hat on here, unfortunately, but we had an idea of a travel ban. People who are going to those countries that do not need to go there, we should be questioning why they're there in the first place. And I know that this government, we have to see, this was part of the Conservative platform in 2015, was that we're going to look at a region, and if people were traveling that were Canadian, going to regions that they had no business going to, it was going to be deemed that they were probably fighting for ISIS. And so I think we need to look at that. I'm not sure if this government has put any in any of those provisions, but honestly, I think we have to look at it from all angles.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, Madam Speaker, I'd like to continue on the line of questioning that my colleague had asked. Surely to goodness the member across the way would recognize that, in fact, this is nothing that's new. This actually took place when Stephen Harper was the Prime Minister. And, you know, Madam Speaker, I think that there's a fine line that we got to be careful not to cross. You know, the Conservatives have consistently tried to put on this spin as if you have these active terrorists coming over to Canada as if it's something completely new. If they are a terrorist and they're identified as a terrorist, there is a consequence, a very real and tangible consequence. Stephen Harper, when he was Prime Minister, ensured that that was the case, and the current Prime Minister. There's not one member of the House of Commons that supports terrorism, Madam Speaker. We all want to fight terrorism. So the question is specifically, what is it that Stephen Harper did that was any different than what we are doing? We rely on those individuals that have the expertise to ensure that Canadians are safe, and they are safe.
The honourable member for Elgin, Middlesex, London.
Well, thank you very much for using our former Prime Minister as an example. He did a great job, and I would recommend that. But let's be honest here. We are seeing some changes as well. But today, we have people that are still writing us. If they felt that this government, and any government, I'm not saying the previous government did all of the right things on here, because guess what? There were still terrorist attacks. There were still some people that in even Strathroy, Ontario, that were looking at doing things in our own great country that were raised here and radicalized here. There is not a perfect option to this, and that is why I'm urging you for consultations. The word consultations is used all the time, but please start listening to the people. Please start giving rights back to Canadians who have not gone against our own country like these ISIS fighters have. That is what I'm asking. Let's actually ask those questions. Are we going to have them sign up for a group? Do we know? Is it going to be like a program where you have to go to AA, but it's got to be by your choice? Are we going to say, well, that's your right? If there's ISIS fighters, do they still have the same rights as a person who's on alcohol? Those might sound crazy, but that's where I'm fearing we're going to go. It's going to be the right of that person and not the obligation to this country. So I'm very fearful on how this will go out. I've seen other things roll out from this government as well, so I'm a little skeptical.
Resuming debate, reprise de débat. The honourable parliamentary secretary to the Minister of National Defence.
Thank you, Madame la Présidente. Before I begin, I would like to inform you I will be splitting my time with the member from Central Nova. Madame la Présidente, je suis heureux de prendre...
Madam Speaker, I'm happy to take part in this debate having to do with the horrific acts committed by Daesh fighters and to talk about Canadians' safety. I'd like to point out that if we're having this debate today, it's in large part due to the fact that the global coalition to which Canada has contributed has managed to counter Daesh, to push back some of their fighters out of Iraq and out of Syria. If the coalition had not been this successful, we wouldn't be here today. We probably wouldn't be here today debating the fate of Canadians who had joined the ranks of Daesh. I'd like to take advantage of this debate to talk about Canada's contribution to the efforts to defeat Daesh. And I'm honored to be here before you today to pay tribute to the extraordinary work of the men and women of the Canadian Armed Forces. Canada's contribution to the coalition against Daesh. I'd also like to remind the House that we condemn as strongly as possible the horrific actions committed by Daesh worldwide, and we also condemn Daesh itself. Madam Speaker, the efforts of our armed forces have been fighting Daesh, and ultimately these efforts are directly linked to the safety and protection of Canadians. In February 2016, after the election of the present government, the Prime Minister, the National Defence Minister, the Foreign Affairs Minister, and the International Development Minister announced that we would be repositioning Canada's military contribution to the coalition against Daesh. This reorganization of our mission was the object of a long debate in the House. During the debates, which lasted 5 days, no less than 98 members had the opportunity to give their opinion. Canada's new strategy, which represents a commitment of $1.6 billion over 3 years, will allow our military to optimize its capacities. The situation has evolved in a way that it's become clear that in order to counter Daesh, the efforts of the coalition had to be based on a combination of initiatives related to safety, security, diplomacy, humanitarian aid, and development aid. Canada is contributing in 4 ways. We're investing more than $2 billion over 3 years in order to meet the crises in Iraq and Syria and to mitigate the consequences in Lebanon, Jordan, and the rest of the region. As I said earlier, our government has been repositioning our mission. It's emphasizing training, advice, and helping the Iraqis in their action against Daesh. We have put military resources into supporting the coalition in intelligence and training officers in order that their security forces, Iraqi security forces, can undertake operations and can regain control of their territory. Last June, the government announced the extension of the mission until the end of March 2019. During this announcement, Canada committed to providing $371 million over 2 years to support their contribution to the coalition. Madam Speaker, this was another opportunity for Canada to show its commitment to supporting the coalition and Iraqi security forces. It's important to remember that in the June announcement, the government authorized the armed forces to constantly reassess the needs of our partners and also the needs of the Iraqi security forces in order that Canada could adapt its contribution in order to support these efforts as well as possible. This is a critical situation because things are changing very quickly, and Canada's contribution will be more valuable if we can adjust to needs and to changing needs. All our partners, we're all working together, and our exceptional skills and our professionalism is recognized by all. Madam Speaker, if we're debating this today, I'm repeating, it's because of our forces and the coalition's success. Our military people have played a critical role in countering Daesh through training people and through helping the Iraqi security forces. Canada has contributed more than 2,000 military men and women to this effort. The liaison team, which is led by a Canadian general, represents another extraordinary effort on the part of Canada. This team, made up of 6 groups, 6 of our armed forces groups, will help in planning activities. Recently, Canadian personnel was involved in training Allied forces as it became more and more clear that their skills were truly necessary in order to help forces on the ground. Madam Speaker, our military people are among the most skilled trainers in the world. People have had recourse to their skills in all kinds of areas since the beginning of the war. Unfortunately, Daesh groups and Al-Qaeda groups are continuing to inspire people. And we cannot eradicate this from one day to the next. We recognize the threat of Daesh is not limited to outside our borders. People are working in the area of public safety, and they are neglecting no effort in order to make sure that our national security is ensured. We can also count on the support of members of our armed forces to do their best in Canada and abroad. They're doing their work effectively, and they are essential partners in this world challenge in the fight against Daesh. Canadians have every reason to be proud of their armed forces as they work to restore peace and stability every day. They represent Canada abroad, and they use their professionalism and their skills in this very difficult and dangerous area. Our military people are doing their job extraordinarily well, and we are grateful to them. Thank you, Madam Speaker. The Honourable Member for Chalabour-Saint-Charles. Madam Speaker, I'd like to thank my colleague, the member for his his comments. Now, we have had our armed forces there for some years, but we did withdraw our CF-18s, which were very effectively bombing enemy forces. I'd like to ask my colleague today, on this opposition day, about the problems of Canadians who have been fighting our enemies. So we have our soldiers who have been so valiantly fighting, but there are also people from Canada who were fighting against us. Will my colleague tell me just how does he see our managing this people? Should Canadians not be informed of their presence? Who are these people and where are they?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of National Defence. I think that my colleague has confused the situation because there were over 4,000 sorties by the resupply C-150s, the Auroras, some 840 missions, other aircraft, and many members of the Helicon Tactical Squadron that have also done some 1,378 sorties. So this is a very important role, and it was all with a view to ensuring we are safe here in Canada. And we can count on the intelligence service in this regard, and I think people have a confidence in our system. I come from an area where Warrant Officer Vincent died. I think people are happy with us because that's why they changed government.
The honourable member for Central for Guelph.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thanks to the Parliamentary Secretary for building up more of the confidence that we have in our armed forces, as well as the systems we have in place for the peace and security of Canada. I wonder if you could comment on the rule of law in Canada and how everybody falls under the Charter of Rights and Freedoms. Everybody does have rights and freedoms, but when people are acting against the law, we have ways of handling that as well. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of National Defence. The Charter and rule of law determine rights for Canadians, and those are fundamental rights. They are the pride of Canadians, and all Canadian citizens are entitled to the same justice. And when we have problems, we can invoke those rights, and we know that we will be dealt with fairly. We are all opposed to Daesh and people committed to them, but they also deserve to be treated with justly and with dignity. The Honourable Member for Nanaimo Ladysmith.
We are reliant on well-trained, rested, ready-to-go RCMP officers who can help Canada deal with the swings that a sudden domestic emergency and looking out for instances of radicalization right within our own community. We understand, though, that RCMP being understaffed, there's a lot of burnout. Young recruits in particular are often having been trained federally, they move to other police forces where the conditions are better. Can the member reassure us that the government's doing everything they can to create good working conditions so that our well-trained RCMP are ready to help us in case of emergency?
A brief reply by the Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of National Defence. Well, I'd like to thank my colleague for her question and for her interest in public safety and the importance she places in seeing the RCMP play its role. Funds were cut. The previous government cut funds to public safety. We have started to reinvest so that we can ensure that all Canadians are safe. And above all, she referred to the Canadian Centre for Reintegration. We are going to continue the work we're doing there. We have made a commitment to Canadians to keep them safe across the country. Order, please. Pursuant to Standing Order 38, it is my duty to inform the House that the questions to be raised tonight at the time of adjournment are as follows.
Indigenous Affairs, the Honourable Member for Lethbridge, Taxation, et l'Honorable député de Provencher.
The Honourable Member for Provencher, Ethics.
Reprise de débat, the Honourable Member for Central Nova.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And let me begin by saying that I'm somewhat frustrated to be involved in this debate today. The motion on the floor purports to be about the interplay between national security and human rights and fighting terrorism to some degree. But its spirit is to divide Canadians, in my opinion, for political gain by preying on fears, and its effect is to scare Canadians into positions rather than to engage them in a nuanced debate. We live in a time in our global history right now of ultra-divisive politics that has seen many issues that weren't legitimate policy discussions turn into an exercise in fear-mongering designed to secure the support of a political base. Once healthy democracies across the world have become sick with a virus of anti-intellectualism that's spreading rapidly across our planet. In the age of social media, the phenomenon is even worse. As individuals prone to one idea or another on various points in the political spectrum more easily find validation in the echo chambers of the internet. But we can't let Canada fall victim to this deeply worrying trend. Step away from the computer, find a human being, talk to each other. Don't get sucked into the kind of nonsense that so many politicians around the world would have you engage in without informing yourself, without facts. I can't let another motion like this, that I believe is designed to spread fear amongst Canadians, go unchallenged. Because I believe that at the end of the day, I'm responsible as a parliamentarian not only for my own actions and decisions, but also for the opportunities when I have the chance to confront an injustice and choose to stand idly by instead. I will not be supporting the motion on the floor of the House of Commons. Over the course of my remarks, I hope to cover a few themes. First, the importance of protecting the rule of law, the issue of extreme travellers returning to Canada, a brief conversation about the settlement involving Omar Khadr, and concluding with the need to combat the politics of fear and division. The rule of law, in my opinion, is a fundamental pillar of our democracy. It separates our country from dictators and despots and ensures that our government is subject to the law and that our citizens are protected by it, not the other way around. It prevents the possibility of a given leader or government from eroding protections enshrined in our legal system for political advantage and prevents them from operating without scrutiny or accountability. The rule of law is the linchpin to our democracy. Our entire system depends on this. Without it protecting our rights, our society would break down. At times, protecting the rights of Canadians can be extremely difficult. Now, it's very, very easy to give away the rights of other people. But we need to stand up for the rights of our neighbours, not only when it's convenient, but when it's difficult. In fact, that's when it's most important. Now, it can be very, very hard to defend the rights of another person when you seek to balance those rights with such heavy concepts as security or such immense threats as terrorism. Those words have extraordinary power. When we fear for our safety, the easy thing to do is to give away the rights of our neighbour. But, my friends, our neighbours' rights are our collective rights. And to paraphrase Benjamin Franklin, any society that would give up a little freedom to gain a little security deserves neither and will lose both. The erosion of our freedoms and our security will not come at the hands of tyrants and terrorists half a world away. The threat is far more near. It's going to come by the decisions and actions of some future government a generation from now, empowered by an erosion of our rights today, and it's going to happen in our own communities right here at home if we do not take a stand to protect our rights. The fact is, we can protect our rights and our security at the same time. There is immense interplay between these two concepts, but they are not mutually exclusive. Now, there are, in fact, very, very serious issues of national security that any government needs to address in the 21st century, and our government is addressing those matters. Given the changing nature of the global order and the rise of well-organized, well-financed sub-state terror entities like Daesh, we need to adapt our traditional model of national security to address the changing nature of the threats that we face and the world faces. With respect to the first aspect of the motion on the floor today, I anticipate every member of Parliament joins me in condemning the horrific acts of violence committed by Daesh against innocent people around the world. I readily acknowledge without equivocation that we must work as part of the global community to eradicate these acts of senseless violence from our planet altogether. Notwithstanding my agreement with the first part of the motion on the floor of the House, I take sincere objection to the other parts, which seeks to stoke fears of extremist travellers returning to Canada. We have to formulate policy on issues of national security from a place of reason.
The Conservatives have not taken a rational approach to this issue and are seeking to form policy from a place of fear, which in my opinion is very dangerous and creates an unreasonable apprehension of risk, not just amongst their caucus members, but amongst Canadians as well. Now, we need the tools to address these kinds of threats, and in fact, we're in the midst of ensuring that we have those tools. I note the efforts that have been raised today to pass Bill C-59, which eliminates many of the superfluous measures that were contained in the prior iteration under C-51, which I had great objections to. I note that leading experts Kent Roach and Craig Forsyth referred to some of those measures as overkill, and have since said that the revisions made under C-59 are the real deal and pose no credible threat to security. Now, this motion today no doubt arises as a result of our public safety minister sharing in question period the fact that approximately 60 extremist travellers have returned to Canada. The opposition has seemingly implied in this House and previously that they have returned under the Liberal government's watch, when in fact the same number had returned to Canada prior to the last election when they were still in power. We can't forget that under both Canadian and international law, citizens have the right to return to their country of citizenship, and my own view is that I would rather have a dangerous person who's a Canadian citizen detained or being monitored within our own country than being part of an international terror organization abroad where they could more easily escape scrutiny and pose a greater danger to innocent people around the world and in our country. In fact, the heavy irony of the opposition's calls for enhanced prosecution of returning ISIS fighters is a difficult one to swallow when you consider that under their government, precisely 0 prosecutions actually took place. Moreover, in its last term in office alone, the Harper government cut over $1 billion from the budgets of the very agencies that seek to protect us against the kind of harm that they now raise in this House.
Shameful.
Since the Conservatives were ousted from power by Canadians, prosecutions of extremist travellers have actually taken place, and a conviction has been obtained not too long ago. Wow. The fact is that groups such as Daesh are to be treated seriously, and I know every member of this House shares that opinion. However, Canadians need not live in fear, as the Conservatives would have us do, because these matters have the fullest possible attention of our world-class security agencies. We know that safety and security of our citizens is a top priority for any government of any party. To suggest otherwise is a distasteful display of fear-mongering that seeks to take advantage of Canadians who need not be afraid. To any Canadians who may be listening, don't fall into this trap. You don't need to fear that terrorists are running rampant through our communities unchecked. CSIS, CBSA, and the RCMP work with global partners to monitor security threats through surveillance, intelligence gathering, and many, many tools that are available under the criminal code, including prosecutions where there's evidence that a crime has actually been committed. In fact, you're significantly more likely to be killed while walking or riding a bike or experience a heat wave than you are to die in a terrorist attack in our country. I'm not going to let groups like Daesh hold the power of fear over me from the other side of the world like other members of this House would. Let us provide our security agencies with the tools that they need to protect us while upholding the values enshrined in our Charter of Rights and Freedoms, and let's move on with living our lives free of fear. The motion on the floor today also makes passing reference to what the opposition has called the unnecessary financial payout to Omar Khadr. Now, this position is a choice by the Conservatives to ignore the world around them when the facts are already available to demonstrate the Government of Canada's inevitable liability in the litigation that was before the courts. The opposition seeks to undermine the rule of law and erode our Charter of Rights and Freedoms to once again divide Canadians on the basis of fear, not facts or evidence. They have gone to incredible lengths to demonstrate Mr. Khadr as evil in order to justify gross miscarriages of justice and to excuse unconscionable conduct that demonstrates a moral and legal failing by the Government of Canada. Now, I don't know Mr. Khadr, nor do I need to, in order to understand what was going on in this piece of litigation. The settlement in this case has nothing to do with his quality as a person or his actions in Afghanistan. Instead, it addresses the sole question of the Government of Canada's conduct and responsibility to make amends for a breach of the legal duties it owed to one of its citizens. Many Canadians were upset upon learning the details of the settlement with Mr. Khadr, and I've been watching this file unfold for years. And I've been deeply disturbed for it for quite some time. The fact that our country would demonstrate such a disregard for one of its citizens, that's the real shame in this matter, and we all need to wear that as Canadians. To conclude, Madam Speaker, there are reasoned debates to be had about the interplay between human rights and national security. In fact, our national interest compels it. However, citizens are more intelligent than this motion gives them credit for. They deserve a nuanced debate. However, the quality of our politics cannot possibly be so low that a party's political fortunes depends on the fear or ignorance of the electorate. I have now watched the opposition use politics of fear and division repeatedly without shame. Not just in this motion. When it came to the niqab ban, the immigrant snitch line, I received promotional materials in a prior election that promised to deny dental benefits to refugees. I'm sick of the fear-mongering that's invading Canadian politics. Liberals don't like it, New Democrats don't like it, and progressive Conservatives, in my mind, don't like it, and they don't deserve to be painted with that brush. The failed campaign.
Unfortunately, the time is up. Maybe the member will be able to add anything else that he would that he couldn't finish during questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. L'honorable député de Charlebourg.
The honourable member for Charlebourg-Haute-Saint-Charles. Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. I listened very carefully to my colleagues' remarks, and they're trying to instill some kind of division here and to divide Canadians. But I'd like to ask my colleague, for him, does he think that members of Daesh, ISIL, who are the sworn enemies of the West and have been for years, remember back in one of the Great Wars, the Germans were the enemies of the world. Now, ISIS is the enemy. Our military forces are fighting them. Does the member opposite agree with the enemy, or does the honourable member agree that they are the enemy?
Before I answer the meat of the question, the honourable member across the aisle began his remarks with a comment about division. This motion is an exercise in divisive politics. If I've ever seen one, this is about dividing Canadians, not based on facts, but based on fear. Right. To answer the question, and I mentioned in my remarks, I think every member of this House is willing to condemn the evil that ISIS and Daesh, if you prefer the name, commit against innocent civilians. There is no reasonable basis upon which a conclusion can be drawn after my remarks that I'm somehow sympathetic to members of ISIS. In fact, the opposite is true. We need to continue to engage in the fight against sub-state terror groups like Daesh, like Boko Haram and others around the world to keep Canadians safe.
Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. L'honorable député de Glengarry Prescott Russell.
The honourable member for Glengarry Prescott Russell.
I want to thank my colleague from Central Nova for his excellent speech. And it is true that this particular motion is only meant to divide Canadians and prey on the fears of Canadians. And it's actually shameful that the Conservatives are operating this way. And I've seen this movie before. We've seen it during the 2015 election. And, we were wondering who was the leader of the official opposition. Well, now we know who the new boss is. He's the same as the old boss. And I want to ask my colleague, because he's a new member of Parliament, and I wasn't here either in the previous years, if he would have stood up to really cut $1 billion on the very organizations that do a great job at stopping terrorism in this country, would he stand up in this House and vote yay? Because we know on that side of the House, they all voted to cut security services out of the budget. Would he have done that had he been a member of Parliament?
The honourable member for Central Nova.
On the first point that my honourable colleague from Glengarry Prescott Russell made, I can't point out that this failed campaign tactic has been pulled straight from the playbook of Stephen Harper. The new opposition leader has branded himself after his win as Stephen Harper 2.0, and the same politics of fear and division that brought down the Harper government, I trust will do the same thing to his party in 2019. To answer the question, it's important that Canadians don't feel compelled to live in fear. We can ensure that agencies are well-funded and have the resources that they need to protect us, and then go on and live our lives the way that we want to in our communities. Absolutely, I would stand up for the right to our security agencies to be well-funded, well-resourced, so they can do the job that they are so talented at doing, and that's keeping Canadians safe.
We have time for a brief answer. The honourable member for Barrie Innisfil.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'll remind this member that it was Stephen Harper that didn't roll over against a terrorist and pay him $10.5 million. It was this government that did that, Madam Speaker.
Member for Central Nova.
I'd like to remind the member opposite that it would have been Stephen Harper had he not ran a campaign based on fear and division that would have ended up paying $40 million to lose a lawsuit. Pretty confident.
Reprise de débat.
Resuming debate.
Le député de Richmond,
The honourable
Arthabaska.
member for Richmond, Arthabaska. Madam Speaker, it's my pleasure to discuss this important issue today, an issue of national security. However, I'm going to share my time with my colleague for Barry Innisfell. A report from the Public Safety Department published in 2016 estimated that 60 jihadists had returned to Canada and that 180 others were abroad. They were suspected of having participated in terrorist-related activities. It's estimated that 90 individuals had fought with terrorist groups and were attempting to come back to Canada over the next few months. The Islamic State is losing ground in the Middle East right now. During that time, the government wants to implement a reintegration program. The Prime Minister repeated at many times that he would create a center for community engagement and prevention to prevent radicalization. As this government attempts to reintegrate and monitor Canadians who went to fight for the Islamic State, Canadian men and women are worried about the potential consequences for national safety that the return of these combatants to this country. They are right to be concerned. The government has a duty to reassure us, whether it be a combatant, a teacher, or a nurse. Participating in the activities of a terrorist group is simply criminal. Canada is therefore fully entitled to charge these individuals of terrorist activity upon their return. We know that up to date, about 60 Canadians involved with Daesh returned to the country. Only 2, Madam Speaker, were charged. The others have been charged with nothing at all. We also understand that it's difficult to find the evidence necessary to accuse these individuals of participating in terrorist group activities. However, this should not stop the government, in any case, in its work. This issue is a priority. These individuals can, unfortunately and potentially, represent a threat to our country's safety. Right now, the RCMP does not have the resources to monitor every combatant that's returned to the country 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. The government must set its priorities and consider measures based on the degree of danger that each individual represents and create a seamless security net in order to reassure all Canadian men and women. What we ask today is that the government send a clear message to the entire population. What are the processes in place for reintegrating these individuals? What are the national safety securities? How do we reassure Canadians? What resources? How much will be invested? How many Canadians are being monitored? The Islamic State is losing ground every day. More and more Canadians who participated in their activities will come back to the country, to our country afterwards, and we need a clear national policy that touches on the psychosocial aspects of the problem, but also the security aspects. People who joined a terrorist group and who fought, and we have to say this, they decided to fight our own Canadian soldiers and their allies, need to be brought before the courts. We know that these individuals who come back to the country need to be arrested and charged as soon as they return. If not, authorities may completely lose them. The willingness of Canadians, or the will, rather, of Canadians to feel secure in their country is a basic issue and an entirely legitimate one. The Liberal government must do everything it can to detain and bring to justice Canadians that worked with the Islamic State who come back to our country. And it must be done quickly, Madam Speaker. November 30th, the Minister of Public Safety testified before committee about his bill, which is intended to rectify the supposed lacks in the anti-terrorist law. C-59 limits powers that would allow Canadian secret services to intervene to disrupt terrorist plots while they are being planned. However, prevention is what we should be doing. Many Canadians have the impression that more energy is dedicated to protecting criminals than the victims and Canadians. And this feeds a serious worry, a valid worry, that this government must address. The political choice of prioritizing rights and freedoms of criminals rather than to do everything it can to make sure that criminals are apprehended is not right. Prioritizing the Charter of Rights and Freedoms for criminals rather than doing everything we can to ensure the safety of all Canadians just doesn't work for me. Those who have made a personal choice to go and fight for a terrorist group have made a choice to fight our own soldiers and our allies. That's why so many Canadians don't understand the Liberals' discourse. This government says it wants to listen and wants to trust people's intelligence and reassure them when it comes to national security concerns. We propose today that the House condemn the horrible acts committed by the Islamic State and acknowledge that individuals who joined ISIS fighters are complicit in these horrific acts and pose a danger to Canadians. We also call on the government to bring to justice and prosecute any ISIS fighter returning to Canada. And we insist that the government make the security and protection of Canadian men and women its priority, rather than the reintegration of ISIS fighters into our society, or, as we saw in the last few cases, by offering financial compensation, like in the case of Omar Khadr. Madam Speaker, on this side of the House, we are extremely worried about the way that this Liberal government is dealing with this matter of national security. We see, like everyone else, that there are cases of terrorist attacks that have been perpetuated by these fighters throughout the world. We're extremely worried to know that Canadian men and women have made a free choice to go to those countries to fight alongside these soldiers of the Islamic State. And by fighting at their side, have also decided to fight our own soldiers. November 11th was not that long ago. We all participated in different commemorative events. We saw how these soldiers decided to work for democracy, for peace, for our country, and throughout the world. They fight with pride under the direction of our Parliament. Our army believes in this justice. To know that Canadians can or have gone there and just come back without being judged, without being sentenced, as is required, well, that's a concern to us. And as long as this government, as long as this government hides behind the Charter of Rights and Freedoms every time, instead of implementing measures to ensure the security of the entire Canadian public, well, I will be pleased to answer the questions of my colleagues from all the different parties, and I hope that this House rises and sends a clear message regarding the motion we've tabled here today.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. You know, I think there is a sense that the Conservative Party has lost an opportunity to possibly have a healthier debate because they seem to be more focused on wanting to put across some sort of a spin. as if something has really taken place that has really endangered or is going to make Canadians feel less safe. When in fact, Madam Speaker, the truth is that this government has taken a very proactive approach. Not only do we have a Minister of Public Safety that is on top of this particular file, just as much, if not more so, than the previous government, and prosecutions would demonstrate that. But also, we finally have a government, and this is where the question lies, Madam Speaker. We finally have a government that realizes that there is a role for the Government of Canada to play to combat the radicalization of young people. As we have these terrorists from abroad using the internet and social media as a means to recruit extremism here in Canada, the former government tended to ignore it. The current government, this government, recognizes that as a problem. My question is, will the Conservative Party at least recognize that that is a problem and support what the government is doing on that initiative?
The honourable member for Richmond, Arthabaska. Madam Speaker, nobody is against preventing radicalization and working with youth to create awareness, to educate them, to inform them. That's not the problem. The problem is being aware of it. There are Canadians who have made a free choice, fully aware of what they were doing, and they went to associate themselves with ISIS to fight our soldiers and our allies throughout the world. That is unacceptable. It's not true that on this side of the House we're going to accept that those individuals return and are not brought to justice. We need to end that. We need to send a clear message that if a Canadian man or woman decides to leave the country in order to go fight alongside ISIS, in no case will they have a free pass here in our country. It seems to me that the motion is simple enough. It says everything. And I would invite everyone to read it carefully. And I'm convinced that they will draw the same conclusion that we have. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Cypress Hills Grasslands.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and it's an opportunity to be able to get up here today. But I've heard the government all day today talk about the fact that they think that there's fear related to this whole issue, and there actually is, Madam Speaker, but it doesn't have anything to do with us. It has to do with Canadians feeling less safe. And the folks opposite will try to make this into a budget issue. They've been going on about that all day or whatever, but it really is not a budget issue. What Canadians perceive from this government is that their heart just isn't in protecting them. They just don't have the same kind of commitment to protecting Canadians that we've had in the past. So it's not a budget-related issue. It's actually a commitment-related issue, and this government has not made that commitment. There's a few places that showed up. They're not proactive in this at all. When we hear their answers in the House, we know that they're not really taking this seriously. We hear the public safety minister on television talking about how the fact we know we can't change these people's minds. We're going to let them in anyway. We'll work with them on these little projects now, but we know pretty well that we're not going to change their minds. That makes people across this country very uncomfortable. We've heard basically that we can't defend our borders. We know that. We've talked about this in the House many times as well. This government is incapable of actually defending our borders and just telling people, go to the border crossings. If you want to cross into Canada, you go to a border crossing, and that's where you cross in. They can't even do that, Madam Speaker, and certainly we've seen massive amount of payouts to people who've been convicted of terrorist activity. So I'm just wondering, my colleague can comment on that, if he thinks this is a matter of the heart commitment that this government has refused to make so far, or if it's really a budget-related issue like they've been trying to sell all day.
The honourable member for Richmond, Arthabaska, in 30 seconds. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I want to thank my fellow colleague for his good words. He's seen how on this side we're deeply concerned by this issue. And on the other side of the House, if Canada were extremely worried about what's happening when it comes to terrorism, we want this government to send a clear message to anyone who becomes radicalized and decides to go and fight for ISIS, that when they come back, they will be judged. And they will be held accountable for everything they did alongside other combatants. Resuming debate.
Member for Barrie Innisfil.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I want to thank my honourable colleague for sharing his time with me today. And you know, it's interesting because the member from Cypress Hills Grassland brings up a good point about Canadians feeling safe. And when you look at what this motion represents, that the House condemn the horrific acts committed by ISIS, acknowledge that individuals who joined ISIS fighters are complicit in these horrific acts and pose a danger to Canadians, calls on the government to bring to justice and prosecute any ISIS fighter returning to Canada, and insist that the government make the security and protection of Canadians its priority rather than the reintegration of ISIS fighters or the unnecessary financial payout to a convicted terrorist like Omar Khadr. And it's the reintegration of the ISIS fighters over the course of the last couple of weeks where this debate has gone on that's really concerned many Canadians. It's concerned many people in my riding of Barrie-Innisfil. Also, the Omar Khadr payout has done that. But this is not stoking a fear issue. This is calling on the government to prioritize with respect to safety for Canadians and to look after and make sure that we hold the ISIS terrorists back and not allow them to reintegrate back into our society. And so I had to laugh before when the member from Central Nova spoke about this being an anti-intellectual debate, Madam Speaker. Well, I would say that when it causes concerns to Canadians, it's not anti-intellectualism. It's actually a concern for Canadians that needs to be debated in this House. And Madam Speaker, in the last election, nobody voted to elect a government to focus on the rights of ISIS terrorists over Canadians. And this reintegration policy that this government is now proposing certainly flies into the face of the safety and security. These are people, Madam Speaker, and it's been said as I've sat through the course of this debate today, people who have raped women. These are terrorists who have burned people alive. They have beheaded people. And in some cases, Canadians have gone over there to engage in those type of activities, and they've become normalized to those type of activities. And to suggest that they're going to come back to Canada and somehow reintegrate into Canadian society. We heard things like poetry. We saw the Prime Minister last week get upset when this question was asked and stoking the fears of division. And, that's really the answer to everything with the Liberals, Madam Speaker. Whenever somebody does have a concern about an issue, they label you as a blank phobe. If you call into question the concerns of ISIS terrorists, they'll call you an Islamophobe. Well, nothing could be further from the truth, Madam Speaker. I can tell you in my riding of Barrie-Innisfil, there's a proud Muslim community who work hard, who don't agree with ISIS ideology or this jihadist ideology, and I'm very proud to call many of them my friend, Madam Speaker, and friends. I want to focus on the latter part of this motion, and it relates to the issue of Omar Khadr and the payment. And I know that the Liberals today have stood up in defense of that payment. I find it hard to believe, Madam Speaker, that there are members on that side of the House that served in the military, members like the member from Orleans, the Minister of National Defence, the member from Kanata Carleton, the member from Kelowna Lake Country, and the member from Aurora Oak Ridges, actually standing up after they've been engaged against the fight, the anti-terror fight, standing up and defending that payment to Omar Khadr of $10.5 million. And I'll remind you again, Madam Speaker, it was done in July. There was a sense that somehow people weren't going to pay attention to that issue. Well, guess what, Madam Speaker? They did, and we certainly heard about it, and certainly the Liberal side heard about it. But this wasn't a case that dealt with the Supreme Court. The Supreme Court said that clearly his rights were violated, but Omar Khadr filed a civil case. And so for the Liberal government to preclude judgment of that civil case, and as I said earlier, by simply rolling over and giving this money to Omar Khadr in advance of any decision of any court, in advance of any argument that was made, why do we even have a court system? Why do we have judges and why do we have lawyers if all they're going to do is preclude any civil action by deciding that they're going to roll over effectively and give a convicted terrorist $10.5 million. You know what I say to Omar Khadr? Repatriation, coming back to this country, was enough for you, sir. It was enough for you. You deserve nothing more after what you did to Christopher Speer and subsequently his family. But I want to remind the House, too, that there were many Canadians that were killed in Afghanistan, and shortly after that payment to Omar Khadr, I received an email, Madam Speaker, from Fred Mackay. Fred's son, Kevin, was killed in Afghanistan just days before he was scheduled to come back. And I want to read, Madam Speaker, what Fred Mackay wrote to me. He said, "Sir, I would very much appreciate it if you would stand up against this ridiculous reward and apology being given to a convicted terrorist. It is beyond my comprehension why our government would do this. It's because Khadr was only 15 years old when he killed Army medic Christopher Speer. His lawyer claims that his confession was obtained under duress, thus creating the impression that Khadr was tortured. When it has been reported that the method used to extract this confession was nothing more than sleep deprivation, his captors didn't lay a hand on him. I have had more than one passing interest in this matter. My fine young son, Private Kevin Mackay, 1st PPCLI, was killed by an IED on May 13, 2010, only 2 days before the end of his tour of duty. He was on his very last night patrol in the village of Nakoni in the Panjwai district. Kevin willingly went to Afghanistan with the intended purpose of ensuring that kids could attend school without having acid thrown in their faces and be free from oppression. Kevin went to Afghanistan to help and not hurt. He didn't think it was right that teachers were being murdered just for being teachers. The Taliban are not afraid of guns and bombs. They are afraid of school children with school books because as those kids become educated, they will reject the Taliban's archaic ideology of oppression and ignorance. Kevin spent close to 8 months in the combat outposts, outside the wire in harm's way. During this time, Kevin and his section did not have to fire a shot in anger, but rather had to play IED hopscotch. During their patrols, they found in excess of 160 IEDs, all of them built with the intention of killing and maiming our Canadian soldiers. Kevin's battle group suffered 6 casualties. Our son was the 144th Canadian soldier killed in Afghanistan. Shortly after Kevin was killed, it was brought to my attention that the person that had built the bomb that killed our son was only 15 years old. Sound familiar? He and his father were known to be Taliban bomb makers, but our soldiers were hamstrung by their rules of engagement. I was very pleased to hear some months later that retribution with extreme prejudice was visited upon them by the subsequently arriving Canadian battle group just 2 weeks after Kevin's death. Should we feel sympathy for Omar Khadr because he was only 15? I'm sorry, Fred wrote, but I do not. Just like I don't feel sorry for the 15-year-old bomb maker that killed our son. Should we feel sympathy for Khadr because his confession was coerced by sleep deprivation? I'm sorry, but I do not. I wish I got paid $10 million for every sleepless night I spent while Kevin deployed into one of the most dangerous places in the world for 8 months. Any parent or anyone who works for a living to make ends meet knows all about sleep deprivation. We complain about it, but it has to be considered a form, but does it have to be considered a form of torture? Am I to believe that should these bomb makers' families come forward with a lawyer, our Canadian government would apologize and compensate them to the tune of $10 million for the loss of their loved ones? And by the way, we received $90,000 from the government when we lost our son, a far cry from the $360,000 maximum. We were told we were receiving that particular sum because Kevin was single and had no dependents. And I'm going to conclude, Madam Speaker, in the words of Fred Mackay. I'm a proud Canadian, and Kevin was a proud soldier. The honor and respect that our family was shown as we came along the highway of heroes was unbelievable and unforgettable. Apparently, that honor and respect is not mirrored by our government. The pride is now being strained like never before. It's wrong to offer Omar Khadr an apology and a compensation package. The only way to right this wrong is to ensure that this money, rather than ending up in Khadr's hands, must be forwarded to Chris Speer's widow, should she be inclined to accept it. Madam Speaker, It's for Fred Mackay and his wife and Kevin that I bring this letter up. This payment to Omar Khadr was wrong, and this government was wrong to do it. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary of the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm wondering if the member across the way can inform the House how many of these individuals that left Canada participated in terrorist activities, because we know this is something that is not new. It happened during Stephen Harper, when Stephen Harper was the Prime Minister. How many of those individuals that came back to Canada did the Stephen Harper and his government in 10 years actually put in jail?
That's right.
I think it's a fair question, and I'm sure they've done their homework. They should be able to give us a number.
Yeah, how many?
Our member for Barrie-Innisfil.
Well, Madam Speaker, let's look at what their public safety minister has said, okay? Because this is relevant to this discussion, because we're talking about reintegrating Canadians who've left our soil to fight on behalf of ISIS who are coming back. The public safety minister says the government has identified about 250 people with links to Canada who are suspected of overseas terrorist activities, or as he's called them, terrorist travelers, Madam Speaker. Terrorist travelers. You know what? These are people, Madam Speaker, that have gone there to cause harm to others, including the potential of Canadian soldiers who this government wants to reintegrate back into Canadian society. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Saanich Gulf Highlands.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And the Honourable Member for Barrie-Innisfil. To the Canadian parents of Kevin, there's nothing that one can say to ease their pain and their loss. But I think we do ourselves a disservice to direct that anger to the settlement with Omar Khadr. I've come to believe, and I don't think I've heard any other member of Parliament say this in this place, but due to the reporting work of Sandy Gorosino and the National Observer, which they published photos that were taken by the U.S. military, and that was, of course, an exchange between combatants. It wasn't conventionally what anyone would describe as terrorism. It was combatants, and there's no question Omar Khadr was taken by his father into a war zone. We can say everything we can about how unbearably unacceptable what his father did to him was, but he was taken into that zone. There isn't good evidence that would stand up in a Canadian court that he threw the grenade. I think there's a very large chance he didn't, and the photos in the piece in the National Observer showed him under mountains of rubble at the moment when that grenade was thrown. So we have, I think, very large reasons to doubt that his confession, it's not as though his confession from sleep deprivation was for something he actually did, but quite plausibly for something he didn't do, for which he was not getting the help of his government when he was in a foreign prison and being tortured. So there are many layers to this, but I wonder if my honourable friend from Barrie-Innisfil would feel differently about what he'd said if he thought for a moment that it was quite possible that the person described in this motion as a convicted terrorist was in fact convicted in a military court for something he didn't do.
Our member for Barrie-Innisfil.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I want to thank the honourable member for her question. I think she raises an important point here. There's no question that the courts have found that Omar Khadr's rights had been violated. The issue that we're talking about with respect to this particular payment was the fact that Omar Khadr filed a civil suit against this government. And what this government did, they filed a suit against government, and what this government did was not allow that civil suit to play out to its final verdict. It effectively, in my opinion, rolled over and gave Omar Khadr a settlement to which he could potentially have not been worthy of had it gone through the entire process of the civil court. And so I think the Liberal government did a disservice, Madam Speaker, to Canadians by doing this, and they certainly opened the door for other cases, as we've seen subsequent to the Omar Khadr case. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Reprise de débat. Resuming debate, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary of the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. And it's always nice to be able to rise and share some thoughts and some opinions on things that come before the House. And I must say right up front, I am disappointed in the official opposition And actually today they stand alone. You know, I don't see the Unholy Alliance with them on this, Madam Speaker. Even the Green Party is offside with, I believe, the motion. They stand alone. And I think there's, you know, a good reason for that. You know, one of my colleagues called the current leader, I think it was Stephen Harper, 0.20 or 2.0. I'm sorry, I got to make sure I get that computer lingo proper. But you know, there is a lot of truth to that simple statement. We have the Conservative government or the Conservative opposition that seems to want to repeat its past. And it's really unfortunate because I think that it really talks about the negativism in politics that's there today. I don't believe for a moment, not for one moment, that there is any member inside the House of Commons today that in any way would try to support terrorism. I don't believe that there is a member inside this House that wouldn't want to see whatever is possible to be done to condemn terrorist acts. You know, we've had individuals like the members from across the way from the Conservatives talk about the horrific acts that take place in some of these countries where terrorism is occurring far too often, Mr. Speaker. The horrific actions that have been referred to as the issue of rape of women, gays being thrown off buildings, people being burned alive, decapitation. These are all horrific acts. I don't believe Canadians as a whole would recognize anything other than the fact that they are horrific acts. And they all want members of this chamber to speak out against it. And I truly believe that if each and every one of us had to stand in our place and provide comment on those acts, that maybe with some variation, but that I've in essence captured what it is that each and every member of Parliament would be standing up and saying, at least in part, Mr. Speaker. And I think that needs to be reinforced. That there isn't one member that's more taken aback by those horrific actions and therefore is someone that's a fighter of terrorism. I truly believe that members on both sides of this House recognize the horror of terrorism and want as much as possible to marginalize and to minimize the types of acts that are taking place around the world today. In some areas, obviously, more concentrated. And it's very sad to see. And the Government of Canada has taken many different initiatives outside of our borders, but also inside the borders. And I wanted to be able to, pick up on some of the things in which I've been hearing over the last week and a half, 2 weeks, in regards to some of the spin that the Conservative Party is trying to put in place. They're trying as hard as they can to try to give the impression that there is not only a serious problem in which we all recognize there is a problem with terrorism today, but that it's on the increase here in Canada, that the threat is actually increasing more today in Canada than what it was previously. The question that I asked my colleague, the recent question I asked my colleague, was meant to be a very sincere question in hopes that the member opposite would actually be able to provide an answer. It wasn't that difficult of a question. If you listen to the rhetoric that's coming from the opposition benches, Mr. Speaker, you would think that the Stephen Harper government and those Conservative members of the Parliament would have been anyone that came back to Canada from certain areas of the world would have been going direct to jail. That's the impression you would be given by some of the rhetoric that we're hearing, Madam Speaker. And that's why I posed Mr. Speaker, that's the reason why I posed the question in terms of how many individuals were actually put in jail by Stephen Harper. Now, people that might be following the debate or listening, I'm sure would have been expecting to hear a number, maybe even a guesstimate, anything to legitimize or provide some legitimacy to the motion or to the rhetoric that we're hearing from across the way. The member, and the member has the right to answer any question in any fashion in which he chose to ignore the question. And I don't blame him, Mr. Speaker, because my understanding is it's pretty close to zero, if not zero. But you wouldn't know that, Mr. Speaker, by the type of rhetoric that we're hearing. On many question period opportunities, the opposition says, we have these 60 returning individuals that were radicalized, they left Canada, and now they're coming back, and why are they not going directly to jail? That's what they're trying to imply, and because the government of Canada isn't putting them in jail, Canadians are at great risk. Well, Mr. Speaker, contrast that to what was taking place prior to this government. In 2015, it was around the same number, same number of 60. You see, best I can recall, and there are lawyers inside this House, and maybe they can advise me a little bit differently, but I genuinely believe that Canadians have rights. We are a party, the Liberal Party is a party of the Charter of Rights. We're the party that actually brought it in through Pierre Elliott Trudeau. We understand the importance of rights and freedoms. Behind closed doors, at times, it would seem that the Conservatives also will recognize that, and that's likely the reason why the member opposite couldn't provide an answer greater than zero. Because I suspect, Mr. Speaker, that if you take a look at the legislation even that they introduced, saying that, look, if you leave Canada with the intentions of coming back after committing a terrorist act, that you're going to be prosecuted. Well, even with that, what was the results? What did the Stephen Harper government provide at the end of the day? Again, zero, nothing. Yet now we don't really see a great, huge number influx. It's right around that 60. And they're screaming from their seats, the sky is falling, what is happening? Why isn't the government throwing them all in jail? And that's what they're trying to imply. And because the government isn't saying that, then they say, Eureka, we've got an issue here. We're going to say that the government of Canada is soft on terrorism. When nothing could be further from the truth. Whether it's the Minister of Public Safety, the Parliamentary Secretary, who I was really quite impressed and would encourage members to read the speech that he gave earlier today, or just listen to the answers that the Minister has actually provided to the opposition members, or in fact even the Prime Minister's address to the Leader of the official opposition in regards to the issue. Canadians have nothing to fear in regards to the issue any more than what it was 2 years ago. In fact, with this recent budget, I would suggest to you, Mr. Speaker, there is a greater likelihood that we are going to be able to do more in regards to preventing the radicalization of Canada's young people. The Minister of Public Services made it very clear, and I believe I actually have the numbers somewhere here, Mr. Speaker. When we talked about the agencies, and maybe that would have been a great way to start the debate, Mr. Speaker, is that we really need to express just how wonderful a job our Canada security agencies actually do. It is actually, phenomenal work. And it's not something that's 9 to 5. This is 7 days a week, 24 hours a day, working with agencies not only here in Canada, working with our I-5s or the Five Eyes countries, thank you, Five Eyes countries working with G7, Interpol, and so forth, doing these tracking system, Mr. Speaker. It is something that is very, very thorough, and the women and men that perform for us in keeping Canadians safe needs to be recognized, and they should be applauded for the fine work that they actually do day in and day out. And I have far more confidence in them and the ability that they do than the conservative spin that they try to give a false impression, Mr. Speaker. And that is despite, the numbers that I heard from the Minister of Public Safety was over $1 billion in cuts. Think about it, between 2011 and 2015. When you think of all those security agencies that have a responsibility to take or keep Canadians safe, in that period of time, as opposed to the Harper government supporting those agencies, the government actually cut in excess of $1 billion. It's a good question. Someone heckled, where do we get those cuts? I actually have some numbers right in front of me. And the member that's heckling it was actually sat in cabinet, Mr. Speaker, when those cuts were taking place. You would think that that would maybe curtail some of their criticism towards a government that actually has been reinforcing and providing more support? No, because it gets in the way of the spin that they're trying to falsely put across. So think about it, $530 million in cuts between 2011 and 2015 to the RCMP alone. Now that's the bulk of the cuts, Mr. Speaker. Another $390 million from the Canada Border Services Agency, Mr. Speaker. $69 million from CSIS. $42 million from the Communications Security Establishment, and a further $171 million from the Canadian Air Transport Security Authority. Mr. Speaker, these are agencies that are expected to work collaboratively to ensure that Canadians are, in fact, safe. Now, fortunately, because of the dedication and the hard work of the individuals that make up those security agencies, I do believe that they have done an outstanding job in keeping Canadians safe, despite the significant cuts from the previous administration, Mr. Speaker. So that's one aspect that the Minister of Public Services talked about. The other issue was the actual numbers. And, it was estimated around 60, and that's what's generated the uproar from the opposition benches. What is the Government of Canada doing about 60? Well, what is the actual change? It's virtually the same, estimated to be around 60 back in 2015. That's when Stephen Harper was Prime Minister. And that's why I asked a very simple question of the member opposite. And viewers or people following the debate saw the answer, Mr. Speaker. So it seems to me, whether it's the Prime Minister of Canada, whether it's the Minister responsible for public safety, or even the Parliamentary Secretary or other members that have addressed this issue today inside the chamber, it does not matter what the facts are. In fact, the Conservatives are going to push it because they want to use it as a wedge issue. The Conservative Party of Canada want to cause Canadians to be more fearful of something in which they don't necessarily need to be fearful of any more than they were in the dying years of the Conservative on the issue of security, Mr. Speaker. In fact, I would argue that given what this government has done since 2015, that there have been significant actions
that should decrease the level of fear. Now, members across the way might say, well, I'm somewhat biased because of this place in which I stand currently. There was, I believe they call it the baloney meter. It is something that I believe it's one of the TV stations that conducts it, and you will find that there's a lot of baloney in the Conservative arguments, and that's more independent, Mr. Speaker. So they're not just hearing it from Liberals. They're not just hearing it from New Democrats. They're not just hearing it from, I would suggest to you, the Green Party, that there are many independents that are out there that are actually following the debate and realizing that the Conservative Party, like so many other issues, are out of touch, they don't understand, and they recognize this particular issue as an issue in which they're prepared to prey on the fears or the potential fears of Canadians. And I say shame on them, Mr. Speaker, for that sort of behavior. And that's the reason why I will not support this particular motion, Opposition Day motion. Where should the focus be, at least in part, Mr. Speaker? We know that the government is actually taking very seriously, I would argue more seriously, on those individuals that are crossing, because we are respecting and supporting our security services agents, Mr. Speaker. We're demonstrating that in a very real and tangible way, but there's other things in which we could be doing. And this is something in which the Conservatives did not do. Under Stephen Harper and their Minister of Public Safety, they seem to ignore the issue of radicalization and that, in fact, it was happening in Canada. In fact, Mr. Speaker, to the degree in which it was taking place, they had their collective heads buried in the sand, preferring to ignore, try to sound tough, but not look at ways in which we can prevent young people from being lured into this extreme behavior. For 10 years, they had the opportunity. For the last 3 or 4 years, while they were in government, countries around the world were actually recognizing that one of the ways that we're going to have a more long-term impact on combating terrorism is to look at ways in which people are being recruited into extreme actions. And what you'll find, Mr. Speaker, is that social media is the gold mine for terrorists and their organizations. In fact, Mr. Speaker, you go onto the website and you will find that there are many websites that are designed for one purpose only, and that is to recruit individuals that potentially could cause extreme harmful actions, not only outside of Canada's borders, but also within Canada's borders. So we finally have a government, because the former government didn't recognize that. They didn't invest resources into that issue. We have, Mr. Speaker, because we do believe in many of those situations, by the government being more proactive in investing in our community activities, that in fact we will be able to prevent some of these young people from being lured away where they could plan and cause harm, whether it's society here in Canada or abroad. And there's financial resources that is following that, Mr. Speaker. And we would hope that the Conservatives would recognize it's time to go beyond trying to divide and cause fear in the minds of Canadians any more than what was there prior to 2015. Instead of trying to promote or add something that is a falsehood in good part, why not participate and appreciate the importance of what it is that we can do to help our young people in Canada by preventing them from being lured in to the possibility of these extreme actions to the detriment not only of Canada but to the world, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Barrie Innisfil.
You see, Mr. Speaker, the honourable member from Winnipeg North has missed the whole point of what this motion is about and what this debate is all about. Years ago, ISIS was on the run. Canada took the fight with our allies to them. ISIS has effectively been destroyed, and they're actually retrenching back now. And the way they're doing that, Mr. Speaker, is by having their fighters come back into their countries of origin. And we're talking about reintegration of those fighters. We're not necessarily talking about de-radicalization of those young people that are here right now. Those are the people, the ones that are coming back, Mr. Speaker, that pose a very real threat to not just our country, but other countries of their home origin. And yet, when you listen to this honourable member, he sits there and says we're supposed to accept them with open arms. That's not what we're saying. That this government needs to be more diligent, and they're not proving that diligence based on the policies that they've suggested of reintegrating these ISIS terrorists who are fleeing, who are on the run, and only later the potential exists that they're going to cause harm to the country that they're returning. Why are we opening our arms to those type of people, Mr. Speaker?
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Well, Mr. Speaker, this is where that baloney meter would come into play. The member is wrong in what it is that he's asserting. He's trying to give an impression that, look, for the first time we have terrorists that are coming back into Canada, and it's under this regime. And this regime is choosing to do nothing. Well, 2 quick points. First and foremost, unlike the Conservatives, we do have confidence in Canada's security agencies. We have the confidence and faith that they have the expertise, they have the understanding, they know what is best to do in order to keep Canadians safe. That's the first point I would express to my colleague across the way. The second point is he will recall I asked him a specific question. I asked him how many of these individuals that he's calling into question that came back to Canada when Stephen Harper was the Prime Minister, when his party was in government, and the answer was 0. And, Mr. Speaker, he says from the seat, well, circumstances were different. No, Mr. Speaker, the circumstances that are different is now he's in opposition as opposed to being in government. The reality of the situation is that we need to recognize and acknowledge that we have the civil servants, we have the security service agents that can keep Canadians safe, and there is no substantial change from when Stephen Harper was in Prime Minister or this Prime Minister, with one exception. We now have a government that is prepared to support our security agencies. We now have a government that is also going to be targeting youth that are being lured by countries or by terrorist groups abroad to try to radicalize them so that they do cause extreme activities that could happen here in Canada. We're prepared to take that on, Mr. Speaker, whereas Stephen Harper was not.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. It certainly would absolutely astonish me if the Canadian branches of the Five Eyes, CSIS, the RCMP, and so on, were not keeping anyone associated with overseas engagement in ISIS activities under very close watch and surveillance. But I think there's an opportunity here that we ought to talk about, and that is, these are monstrous people and a monstrous organization. And I certainly have heard in the media the stories of people who've left ISIS, gotten away from ISIS, and been so traumatized by it. If we get their voices out there to provide a counterbalance, the honourable member is quite right, the use of internet and social media to mislead and attract people to their horrific activities. I mean, ISIS is right now in collapse, but we thought al-Qaeda was gone, and then ISIS sprung up. These will remain threats. They're active and quickly change names, quickly change leaders. We can't ignore the threat that people who've returned from that might be from those activities engaged with ISIS on behalf of ISIS for their caliphate. But what if within those returning Canadians are voices of those who could inoculate other youth from being mistakenly led to go overseas? Can the Government of Canada do more to find those voices from those who've returned?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
And, you know, Mr. Speaker, I appreciate the question, and that's why whether it was the Minister for Public Safety or the Parliamentary Secretary, where they've really picked up on that particular point. You know, it's not like you have individuals that come back to Canada and they're lost amongst 36 million other people. Our security services agencies will continue to do the fine work that they have done. You know, it's one of the reasons why, you know, back in June, just this year, we launched the new project, Mr. Speaker. It was the Canada Centre for Community Engagement and the Prevention of Violence. This is an excellent program that was just introduced last June by the government, because we genuinely want to intervene and try to prevent young people, for whatever reasons, through social media and possibly other mechanisms where they are attracted to that extreme positions. And I believe by taking a proactive approach, and when I say you know, this isn't something that's unique to the Government of Canada. Countries around the world have recognized this, that this is the type of thing in which we need to do. In the long term, that's how we're going to make our communities, not only at home, but also abroad, a safer place to be, because none of us support the type of terrorist activities that take place and the horrific actions by these individuals. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for St. Catharines.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank the Honourable Member for his passionate speech on the topic, and I've been listening throughout the day. One of the interesting things that I haven't heard from the opposition in terms of radicalization is radicalization amongst the far right. And I'm wondering why we haven't really heard the condemnation of that, Mr. Speaker, that has led to terrorist activity in Canada, most recently in Quebec City. The other issue, which is astounding, as I read the text of the motion, calls on the government to bring justice and prosecute any ISIS fighter returning to Canada. Now, the opposition knows it's not the Government of Canada that decides who to prosecute. We have independence of prosecutors. We have independence of the RCMP. So what this motion is, Mr. Speaker, is an attack against the rule of law, an attack against the RCMP, an attack against CSIS from a party that cut these agencies. So I was wondering if the honourable member could comment on those particular issues and the hypocrisy that we're hearing from the other side.
Great question.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I appreciate the question from my colleague. You know, and that's one of the reasons why I said about 3 or 4 minutes into my speech, I probably should have started it off by making reference to the fine work that is actually performed 7 days a week, 24 hours a day by the women and men in Canada's security agencies. And to let them know in terms of just how much it is that we have confidence as a government in their abilities to make good, sound decisions. It is those decisions that are ultimately providing the comfort that Canadians require, need, and this is the type of thing in which, as a government, and I think the Prime Minister said it best, this is priority one. We want Canadians to feel safe in the communities in which they live, as we continue to build the economy, to support our middle class, to do the things that are necessary so that we can continue to develop as a country, with a special emphasis And that's why when at the beginning I said, well, in my opinion, the Conservatives have chosen to try to take a wedge issue to try to create something that's just not there, when in fact we could have been debating so much more, Mr. Speaker, such as the performance of the economy. And the hundreds of thousands of jobs that have been generated. There is so much there that I think that Canadians would have loved to see debated here. But if there is something that I'm hoping that those that are following the debate will realize, is that don't buy into the Conservative falsehood or baloney saying that we are somehow in more danger today than we were 2 years ago, Mr. Speaker. If anything, it is the opposite. And I think that's what's important to take away from the debate. We have a government that is genuinely committed to ensuring the safety of Canadians, and there is no government member whatsoever that would support any sort of actions from terrorists. We see it as what it is, horrific and unacceptable, and we will do what we can to fight terrorism, but we're also going to do what we can to prevent, in particular, young Canadians from falling into that trap by being lured by things like social media. I thank my colleague for the question.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Simcoe Grey.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I'll be sharing my time with the member from Souris Moose Mountain. Mr. Speaker, one of the parts of being a member of Parliament that I love the most is spending time with the individuals in my riding, talking to them, these down-to-earth, hardworking, sensible people in Simcoe Grey. These are people who see through all the nonsense here in this Ottawa bubble, and one of the things that I'm hearing more and more from my constituents is that this government couldn't be any worse. But you know, Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister continues to come up with new and shocking ways to explain to Canadians sort of this divergence from what were campaign promises. First, it was the disaster of the budget, which went from a small deficit promised during the election campaign to obviously a substantive one. Then it was cutting infrastructure funding from small communities like Alliston and Angus, Everett and others in my riding to provide for big city projects for this Liberal boondoggle known as the Infrastructure Bank. Now, not to be done by that, the government has a plan to legalize marijuana and allow 4 plants per every household and for kids 12 to 18 to be able to possess without a penalty. And while the Liberals were planning to make it easier for our kids to get their hands on pot, the finance minister was out breaking many laws that the House needed to have a full day debate on it, whether that be a French villa that wasn't registered or monthly dividend payments, stock sell-offs or a blind trust that was never set up. Now, in a previous government that I was a part of, accountability actually meant something, and an individual was even removed from cabinet for purchasing some orange juice. That entitled behavior obviously is not something that the finance minister seems to understand. And did I also mention that multi-million-dollar ice arena that's sitting outside on the front lawn that none of my constituents can actually play hockey on? Or the millions of dollars in payments to terrorists like Omar Khadr? There's been so much incompetence in this government, you'd think the Prime Minister had been in office as long as his father, but he's actually only been at this for 2 years. Admittedly, it's a high bar for incompetence, but my constituents are telling me now that they've had probably the most shocking news yet. We've learned that this government has been allowing Canadian ISIS terrorists to settle back in Canada for 2 years now. No questions asked, no trials, no convictions, no accountability, and apparently no problem with that. These are people who left Canada to go and fight against our allies in favor of a radical Islamic State. We've seen some of these people and their fellow terrorists on video threatening Canadians and threatening our way of life. In one video, a man from Ottawa who joined ISIS is seen calling the attacks like the ones that killed Warrant Officer Patrice Vincent and Corporal Nathan Chirillo as ones that should continue. Fortunately, that terrorist met his maker. Otherwise, he'd be flying back to Canada to pick up his life where he left it off. Again, with no questions asked.
Now, in March of 2016, the former director of CSIS stated that 60 Islamic State terrorists had returned to Canada. Today, the Minister of Public Safety is still using these figures. Canadians have not been updated as to how many returning terrorists there are in Canada. And only a few weeks ago, during a CTV interview, did the minister confirm that passports may be seized and terrorists may be put on a no-fly list. My question is, did that actually happen, or was that just a hypothetical question? We don't know how many terrorists we have in Canada, nor how many have had passports taken or not, how many terrorists have been put on the no-fly list, how many are being monitored and surveilled, how many have committed heinous crimes during their time abroad. Let's remember that ISIS is the same group that raped and enslaved women and girls, the same terrorist organization that throws gay men off of buildings just for being gay. I know the Prime Minister calls himself a feminist and supports gay rights, but this is why it is even more troubling that terrorists who support the most anti-gay and anti-women philosophy in the world would be allowed to walk back into Canada without any consequences. Now, I recognize that verifying reports on these atrocities are difficult, but this is exactly why these terrorists need to be detained and questioned. Where are and were any of these Canadians present, for example, in Western Syria in May, when terrorists claimed 50 lives by beheading women and using bricks to beat children to death? Were any of these terrorists about to enjoy, or are they about to enjoy Christmas holidays? Were they involved in the 2014 massacre of 600 Shia, Christian, and Yazidi men who were lined up on the edge of a desert ravine and shot point blank? Or did any of these Canadian terrorists play a role in an atrocity reported in 2016 that saw 6 men burned alive in a bakery oven and up to 250 children run through a dough maker? I don't know, Mr. Speaker, and it appears the government doesn't know either. Or if it does, it doesn't care. But I can tell you, Mr. Speaker, my colleagues and I, we actually care about protecting Canadians, and we want some action. Canadians demand justice for those who have suffered at the hands of these ISIS terrorists. The previous Conservative government passed legislation to protect Canadians. This government's legislative agenda is more concerned with overseeing CSIS than monitoring ISIS. Its focus is so misguided that it even removed a key tool in the fight against terrorism, the law that strips dual citizens of their Canadian citizenship if convicted of terrorism, treason, or espionage. Allies like the United Kingdom are doing just that. We need to stand with our allies in this ongoing struggle against the violence and violent Islamic extremism. And while our allies have stepped up their commitment to ensuring their citizens' safety, our government is lost. In fact, the UK's Minister of State for International Development, Rory Stewart, has stated, quote, "I'm afraid we have to be serious about the fact that these people are a serious danger to us. And unfortunately, the only way to deal with them, in most every case, is to kill them." Even Brett McGurk, an appointee of President Obama in the Global Coalition to counter ISIS, has said, "Our mission is to make sure that any foreign fighter who is here, who joined ISIS from a foreign country and came into Syria, they will die here in Syria." Liberals can debate the methods used by our allies to keep their citizens safe, but we are erring on the side of protecting, and they are erring on the side of protecting their law-abiding citizens. Here in Canada, in contrast, the government created the Canadian Centre for Community Engagement and Prevention of Violence, which aim is to prevent and counter radicalism to violence at an individual level. But the centre does not directly intervene with radicalized individuals, so we can't know or be sure how many terrorists it has worked with or had any success. We're not even sure how it spends its money. What we do know is that an unnamed group received $367,000 from Public Safety Canada in September 2017 for poetry and podcasts for terrorists. British and American terrorists can expect to be detained and have their citizenship revoked or be killed. Canadian terrorists can expect a haiku or a podcast on why they can't throw gay guys off the roof of different buildings because that's a bad idea. Mr. Speaker, I wish I was making this up, but sadly I'm not. Here's what we know. In March of 2016, 60 ISIS terrorists comfortably living back in Canada. We know the government does not know or say how many of them have arrived since then. And we know that the government has spent $365,000 on poetry and podcasts to de-radicalize terrorists. It's time for the government to take the safety and security of Canadians seriously. That's what the people in Simcoe Grey expect, and it's what Canadians deserve. And I call on the members of this House, especially those on the Liberal side of the House, to do the right thing. Stand up with us and support this motion. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Gatineau.
Mr. Speaker, I can't believe what I've just heard. Frankly, for this member to stand in this House 2 years after sitting around the cabinet table, the cabinet that presided over cuts to our security agencies, the cabinet that presided over the re-entry of the people they now decry returning to Canada. The same number existed in that day that is alleged to exist today. The cabinet, Mr. Speaker, where we never heard a word from this member, or from any other member for that matter, about whether the government of Canada was playing footsie with terrorists. I can't believe what I'm hearing. I can't believe the allegations coming from that side of the House that would allege that this government is somehow indifferent to the safety and the security of Canadians. What I do hear is a lot of dog whistle. What I do hear is a lot of campaign of fear. What I do hear coming from that side of the House, Mr. Speaker, is something that we should all be ashamed of Canadians, and I can assure that member that this campaign, just like her own campaign, will fail. What does that member have to say about that?
For Simcoe Grey.
You know, I find it rather rich, Mr. Speaker, that continually the Liberals talk about how we shouldn't be hurling accusations at others, but then they just seem to do it. Let's be very clear. The government's legislative agenda when I was in Cabinet was to be concerned about the safety of Canadians. And that's why we put forward legislation that would strip individuals that had dual citizenship of their Canadian citizenship if they were involved in an act of terrorism or espionage. Now, this is what we know about this government. In March of 2016, we had 60 ISIS terrorists comfortably living back here in Canada. We don't know the new number now, or at least they're not sharing it. We know that the government does not know or won't say how many have arrived. We know that beginning only in November of 2017, the public safety minister was possibly considering, or maybe he might, take real action to control the movement of these terrorists. And we know that the government has spent $367,000 on making sure poetry and haiku, iPodcasts are available to de-radicalize these people. Let's be serious, Mr. Speaker. We on this side of the House, we care about public safety and making sure Canadians are safe. They have no idea what they're doing.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Yellowhead.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I was sitting here and I found it quite humorous and hypocritical. The previous speaker spoke about how he trusted the great work that CSIS was doing and how they respected the work that CSIS was doing and the RCMP. But it wasn't them that wanted to change Bill C-51 because they didn't trust what those people were doing. I wonder if the honourable member through you, Mr. Speaker, would answer that.
For Simcoe Grey.
Well, as I just mentioned, Mr. Speaker, on this side of the House, we take great pride in making sure that Canadians come first and that we are protecting them. You know, unlike the other side of the House that is spending a significant amount of money focusing on individuals who have had involvement in terrorist acts that are returning to Canada and thinking that they can de-radicalize them through poetry and iPodcasts. We on this side actually take this issue very seriously. And like our allies, believe that we should be moving forward to make sure these individuals are detained and questioned, and then making sure that our RCMP as well as CSIS are supported in doing the job that we know they do so outstandingly, protecting Canadian citizens.
Maybe they'll use the ice rink.
We have time for a very brief question. The honourable member for London North Centre.
Mr. Speaker, the member talks about safer communities and her desire for it. I wonder if she's looked at a relatively recent Stats Canada study that says the following, quote, "The higher the proportion of recent immigrants in a neighbourhood, the lower the rates of drug offences, all types of violent crime, mischief, and other thefts." It concludes by saying higher immigration neighbourhoods generally have lower crime rates. I wonder, with that in mind, if she supports greater immigration to Canada.
Honourable member for Simcoe Grey, in 30 seconds or less, please.
Well, look, I appreciate the question, and I think that Canada has been built by immigrants. But we're not talking about immigrants today. I don't believe that every immigrant to Canada is a terrorist. I think the terrorists that are coming home, Canadian terrorists that have worked with ISIS, are the ones we need to deal with. Those individuals that are coming home to Canada that may pose a threat to Canadians, they're the individuals that we should be detaining and speaking to. Thank you.
It being 6:15 p.m. and this being the final supply day in the period ending December 10th, 2017, it is my duty to interrupt the proceedings and put forthwith every question necessary to dispose of the business of supply. The question is as follows. Monsieur Paulus.
Mr. Paulus, seconded by Mr. Bazan, moves that the House, A, condemn the horrific acts committed by ISIS, B, acknowledge that individuals who joined ISIS fighters are complicit in these horrific acts and pose a danger to Canadians, C,
to bring to justice and prosecute any ISIS fighter returning to Canada, and D, insist that the government make the security and protection of Canadians its priority rather than reintegration of ISIS fighters or the necessary financial payout to convicted terrorists like Omar Khadr. Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt the motion? Yay. All those in favour, please say yea. Yay. All those opposed, please say nay. Nay. In my opinion, the nays have it. Call in the members.
The question is the following one. Order. Mr. Paulus, seconded by Mr. Bézin, move that the House, A, condemn the horrific acts committed by ISIS, B, acknowledge that individuals who joined ISIS fighters are complicit in these horrific acts and pose a danger to Canadians, C, call on the government to bring justice and prosecute any ISIS fighter returning to Canada, and D, insist that the government make the security and protection of Canadians its priority rather than the reintegration of ISIS fighters or the unnecessary financial payout to a convicted terrorist like Omar Khadr. All those in favor of the motion will please rise.
Ms. Bergen.
Ms. Bergen.
Mr. Nicholson.
Mr. Nicholson.
Ms. Finley.
Ms. Finley.
Monsieur Benny, Bellechasse, Les Etchemins-Lévis.
Mr. Benny, Bellechasse, Les Etchemins-Lévis.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Kent.
Mr. Kent.
Monsieur Reyes.
Mr. Reyes.
Ms. Raitt.
Ms. Raitt.
Mr. Poliev.
Mr. Poliev.
Monsieur Bernier.
Mr. Bernier.
Mrs. McLeod, Kamloops, Thompson, Caribou.
Mrs. McLeod, Kamloops, Thompson, Caribou.
Mrs. Block.
Mrs. Block.
Mr. Clement.
Mr. Clement.
Mr. Van Loan.
Mr. Van Loan.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Doherty.
Mr. Doherty.
Monsieur Paulus.
Mr. Paulus.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Barlow.
Monsieur Bertrand.
Mr. Bertrand.
Monsieur Deltel.
Mr. Deltel.
Mr. Chong.
Mr. Chong.
Mr. Reid.
Mr. Reid.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Workington.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Ms. Harder.
Ms. Harder.
Mrs. Vecchio.
Mrs. Vecchio.
Mr. Abultayev.
Mr. Abutayev.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Kelly.
Ms. Gladue.
Ms. Gladue.
Mr. McColman.
Mr. McColman.
Mr. Tilson.
Mr. Tilson.
Mr. Sopak.
Mr. Sopak.
Mr. Miller, Bruce Gray, Owen Sound.
Mr. Miller, Bruce Gray, Owen Sound.
Mr. Brown.
Mr. Brown.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Lukiski.
Mr. Lukiski.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Brassard.
Mr. Brassard.
Mr. Sweet.
Mr. Sweet.
Mr. General.
Mr. General.
Mr. Anderson.
Mr. Anderson.
Mr. Soroya.
Mr. Soroya.
Madame Boucher.
Madame Boucher.
Mr. Trost.
Mr. Trost.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mr. Falk.
Mr. Falk.
Mr. Genereux.
Mr. Genereux.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Van Kesteren.
Mr. Van Kesteren.
Mr. Lake.
Mr. Lake.
Ms. Leach.
Ms. Leach.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. Albrecht.
Mr. Albrecht.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Hoback.
Mr. Hoback.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Clark.
Mr. Clark.
Mr. Godin.
Mr. Godin.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Stanton.
Mr. Stanton.
Mr. Lauzon, Stormont Dundas, South Glengarry.
Mr. Lauzon, Stormont Dundas, South Glengarry.
Mr. McKenzie.
Mr. McKenzie.
Mr. Yerdega.
Mr. Udega.
Mr. Aglinski.
Mr. Aglinski.
Mr. Diot.
Mr. Diot.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Calkins.
Mr. Calkins.
Mr. Leipert.
Mr. Leipert.
Mr. Shields.
Mr. Shields.
Mr. Vierson.
Mr. Vierson.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Motts.
Mr. Mott.
Mr. Benson.
Mr. Benson.
Ms. Kuzi.
Ms. Kuzi.
Mr. Lloyd.
Mr. Lloyd.
All those opposed to the motion will please rise.
Mr. Hare.
Mr. Hare.
Mr. O'Regan.
Mr. O'Regan.
Mr. Sajan.
Mr. Sajan.
Ms. Petitpas-Taylor.
Mr. Petitpas-Taylor.
Mr. Goodale.
Mr. Goodale.
Madame Jolie.
Madame Jolie.
Monsieur Leblanc.
Monsieur Leblanc.
Ms. Qualtrough.
Ms. Qualtrough.
Mr. Morneau.
Mr. Morneau.
Mr. Bryson.
Mr. Bryson.
Ms. Wilson-Raybould.
Ms. Wilson-Raybould.
Mr. Macaulay Cardigan.
Mr. Macaulay Cardigan.
Madame Le Boutillier.
Madame Le Boutillier.
Madame Bibeau.
Madame Bibeau.
Ms. Haidu.
Ms. Haidu.
Ms. Bennett.
Ms. Bennett.
Mrs. Philpott.
Mrs. Philpott.
Ms. Mahichuk.
Ms. Mahichuk.
Mr. Casey Cumberland Colchester.
Mr. Casey Cumberland Colchester.
Mr. Easter.
Mr. Easter.
Ms. Fry.
Ms. Fry.
Mr. McKay.
Mr. McKay.
Ms. Scrow.
Ms. Scrow.
Monsieur Lauzon, Argentin La Petite Nation.
Mr. Lauzon, Argentin La Petite Nation.
Mrs. Romanato.
Mrs. Romanato.
Monsieur Rioux.
Monsieur Rioux.
Mr. Blair.
Mr. Blair.
Mr. Holland.
Mr. Holland.
Mr. Casey Charlottetown.
Mr. Casey Charlottetown.
Mr. Leslie.
Mr. Leslie.
Ms. Gould.
Ms. Gould.
Mr. Carr.
Mr. Carr.
Ms. Monsef.
Ms. Monsef.
Monsieur Rodriguez.
Monsieur Rodriguez.
Mr. Sohi.
Mr. Sohi.
Monsieur Garneau.
Monsieur Garneau.
Ms. Duncan Etobicoke North.
Ms. Duncan Etobicoke North.
Monsieur Duclos.
Monsieur Duclos.
Ms. Murray.
Ms. Murray.
Ms. Cara.
Ms. Cara.
Mrs. Caesar Chavan.
Mrs. Caesar Chavan.
Monsieur Cormier.
Mr. Cormier.
Mr. Wilkinson.
Mr. Wilkinson.
Monsieur Lametti.
Mr. Lametti.
Mr. Kuzner.
Mr. Kuzner.
Ms. Jones.
Ms. Jones.
Mr. Rusnak.
Mr. Rusnak.
Mr. Bagnall.
Mr. Bagnall.
Mr. McGinty.
Mr. McGinty.
Mr. Scarpellegia.
Mr. Carpellegia.
Mr. Sims.
Mr. Sims.
Ms. Ratanzi.
Ms. Ratanzi.
Monsieur Shifke.
Mr. Shifke.
Mr. Verani.
Mr. Verani.
Ms. Goldsmith-Jones.
Ms. Goldsmith-Jones.
Mr. Fillmore.
Mr. Fillmore.
Mr. Algabra.
Mr. Algabra.
Mr. DeCourcy.
Mr. DeCourcy.
Mr. Beach.
Mr. Beach.
Ms. Rudd.
Ms. Rudd.
Mr. Dogood.
Mr. Dogood.
Monsieur Miller, Ville-Marie, Le Sud-Ouest, Île-des-Sœurs.
Mr. Miller, Ville-Marie, Le Sud-Est, Île-des-Sœurs.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Monsieur Lamoureux.
Monsieur McKinnon-Gatineau.
Monsieur McKinnon-Gatineau.
Mrs. McCrimmon.
Monsieur McCrimmon.
Monsieur Lightbound.
Mr. Lightbound.
Mr. Vaughn.
Mr. Vaughn.
Mr. Mendocino.
Mr. Mendocino.
Monsieur Poisson.
Monsieur Poisson.
Mrs. Lockhart.
Mrs. Lockhart.
Ms. Young.
Ms. Young.
Mr. Jesneski.
Mr. Jesneski.
Mr. Dhaliwal.
Mr. Dhaliwal.
Mr. Pescasolido.
Mr. Pescasolido.
Mr. Oliphant.
Mr. Oliphant.
Monsieur Dubourg.
Mr. Dubourg.
Mr. Aldag.
Mr. Aldag.
Ms. Alislev.
Ms. Alislev.
Mr. Amos.
Mr. Amos.
Mr. Anna de Sangari.
Mr. Anna de Sangari.
Monsieur Arsenault.
Mr. Arsenault.
Mr. Aria.
Aria.
Mr. Badaway.
Mr. Badaway.
Monsieur Baylis.
Mr. Baylis.
Mr. Boissonneau.
Mr. Boissonneau.
Mr. Bossio.
Mr. Bossio.
Mr. Bertina.
Mr. Bertina.
Monsieur Breton.
Mr. Breton.
Ms. de Bruzen.
Mr. Bruzen.
Ms. DeMoff.
Ms. DeMont.
Ms. Dillon.
Ms. Dillon.
Mr. Biddle.
Mr. Biddle.
Ms. Tassi.
Ms. Tassi.
Monsieur Drouin.
Mr. Drouin.
Ms. Zarowitz.
Ms. Zarowitz.
Mr. Assassi.
Mr. Assassi.
Monsieur Edkouri.
Mr. Elkouri.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Erskine Smith.
Mr. Erskine Smith.
Mr. Ailson.
Mr. Elson.
Monsieur Fergus.
Mr. Fergus.
Mr. Finnegan.
Mr. Finnegan.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Fonseca.
Mr. Fonseca.
Mr. Fragascatos.
Mr. Fragascatos.
Mr. Fraser West Nova.
Mr. Fraser West Nova.
Mr. Fraser Central Nova.
Mr. Fraser Central Nova.
Mr. Fuhrer.
Mr. Fuhrer.
Mr. Garrettson.
Mr. Garrettson.
Monsieur Graham.
Mr. Graham.
Mr. Greywall.
Mr. Greywall.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Harvey.
Mr. Harvey.
Mr. Housefather.
Mr. Housefather.
Ms. Hutchings.
Ms. Hutchings.
Monsieur Yakino.
Mr. Yakino.
Mrs. Jordan.
Mrs. Jordan.
Mr. Johari.
Mr. Johari.
Ms. Khalid.
Ms. Khalid.
Madame Lapointe.
Madame Lapointe.
Monsieur Lefebvre.
Monsieur Lefebvre.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Longfield.
Mr. Longfield.
Ms. Ludwig.
Ms. Ludwig.
Mr. Maloney.
Mr. Maloney.
Monsieur Massé, Avignon, La Métis, Matane, Matapédia.
Mr. Massé, Avignon, Le Métis, Matane, Matapédia.
Mr. May, Cambridge.
Mr. May, Cambridge.
Mr. McDonald.
Mr. McDonald.
Mr. McKinnon, Coquitlam, Port Coquitlam.
Mr. McKinnon, Coquitlam, Port Coquitlam.
Mr. McLeod, Northwest Territories.
Mr. McLeod, Northwest Territories.
Mr. Morrissey.
Mr. Morrissey.
Madame Nassif.
Madame Nassif.
Ms. O'Connell.
Mr. O'Connell.
Mr. Oliver.
Mr. Oliver.
Monsieur Ouellet.
Mr. Ouellet.
Mr. Peterson.
Mr. Peterson.
Monsieur Picard.
Monsieur Picard.
Monsieur Rabillard.
Monsieur Robillard.
Mr. Rumi.
Mr. Rumi.
Ms. Sahota.
Mr. Hota.
Monsieur Sanson.
Mr. Sanson.
Mr. Sanga.
Mr. Sanga.
Mr. Sarai.
Mr. Sarai.
Mrs. Schultz.
Mr. Schultz.
Monsieur Sede.
Mr. Serre.
Madame Shanahan.
Mr. Hannan.
Mr. Sheehan.
Mr. Sheehan.
Ms. Sidhu, Brampton South.
Ms. Sidhu, Brampton South.
Mr. Secan.
Mr. Secan.
Mr. Sorbera.
Mr. Sorbera.
Mr. Spengeman.
Mr. Spengelman.
Mr. Tabera.
Mr. Tabera.
Mr. Tan.
Mr. Tan.
Monsieur Vandal.
Mr. Vandal.
Ms. Vandenbeld.
Mr. Vandenbeld.
Mr. Whalen.
Mr. Whalen.
Mrs. Zaid.
Mrs. Zaid.
Madame Fortier.
Madame Fortier.
Madame Lambropoulos.
Madame Lambropoulos.
Mr. Rhoda.
Mr. Rota.
Monsieur Hébert.
Monsieur Hébert.
Monsieur Caron.
Monsieur Caron.
Mr. Julian.
Mr. Julian.
Ms. Matheson.
Ms. Matheson.
Ms. Duncan Edmonton Strathcona.
Ms. Duncan Edmonton Strathcona.
Mr. Angus.
Mr. Angus.
Mr. Cullen.
Mr. Cullen.
Mr. Massey, Windsor West.
Mr. Massey, Windsor West.
Mr. Garrison.
Mr. Garrison.
Monsieur Dubé.
Mr. Dubé.
Madame Brosseau.
Madame Brosseau.
Mr. Rankin.
Mr. Rankin.
Mr. Davies.
Mr. Davies.
Monsieur Boulris.
Mr.
Monsieur Dussault.
Mr. Dussault.
Mr. Donnelly.
Mr. Donnelly.
Madame Moore.
Madame Moore.
Mr. Stewart.
Mr. Stewart.
Monsieur Aubin.
Mr. Aubin.
Monsieur Nantel.
Mr. Nantel.
Madame Quash.
Madame Quash.
Monsieur Saganache.
Mr. Saganache.
Ms. Jolibois.
Ms. Jolibois.
Mr. Blakey.
Mr. Blakey.
Madame Sans Souci.
Madame Sans Souci.
Ms. Benson.
Ms. Benson.
Mr. Weir.
Mr. Weir.
Mr. Duval.
Mr. Duval.
Mr. Stetsky.
Mr. Stetsky.
Mr. Johns.
Mr. Johns.
Mr. McGregor.
Mr. McGregor.
Ms. Ramsey.
Ms. Ramsey.
Ms. Malcolmson.
Ms. Malcolmson.
Ms. Blaney, North Island, Powell River.
Ms. Blaney, North Island, Powell River.
Ms. Hardcastle.
Mr. Hardcastle.
Madame Hughes.
Madame Hughes.
Monsieur Barcelou Duval.
Monsieur Barcelou Duval.
Monsieur Plamondon.
Monsieur Plamondon.
Monsieur Saint-Marie.
Monsieur Saint-Marie.
Monsieur Marcel.
Monsieur Marcel.
Madame Posé.
Madame Posé.
Monsieur Fortin.
Monsieur Fortin.
Monsieur Thériault.
Monsieur Thériault.
Monsieur Beaulieu.
Monsieur Beaulieu.
Madame Gill.
Madame Gill.
Monsieur Boudria.
Monsieur Boudria.
Ms. May, Sandwich Gulf Islands.
Miss May, Gulf Islands.
Mr. Tutu.
Mr. Tutu.
Mr. Kung.
Mr. Kung. Yeas pour 79, 79. Nays compte 209, 209.
Declare the motion defeated. Le prochain mise au voix porte.
The next vote has to do with opposition motion number 1. The question is as follows. Mr. Bryson, seconded by Mr. Morneau, moves that credit 1A in the amount of $34,195,262 under Privy Council Office program expenditures in the supplementary estimates B for the fiscal year ending March 31st, 2018, be concurred in. Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt the motion? All those in favor of the motion will please say yay. All those opposed will please say nay. In my opinion, the yeas have it. All those in favor of the motion will please rise.
Here.
Mr. O'Regan.
Mr. O'Regan.
Mr. Sajjan.
Mr. Sajjan.
Ms. Petitpas-Taylor.
Ms. Petitpas-Taylor.
Mr. Goodale.
Mr. Goodale.
Madame Joly.
Madame Joly.
Monsieur Leblanc.
Monsieur Leblanc.
Ms. Qualtrough.
Ms. Qualtrough.
Mr. Morneau.
Mr. Morneau.
Mr. Bryson.
Mr. Bryson.
Ms. Wilson-Raybould.
Ms. Wilson-Raybould.
Mr. Macaulay Cardigan.
Mr. Macaulay Cardigan.
Madame Le Boutillier.
Madame Le Boutillier.
Madame Bibeau.
Madame Bibeau.
Ms. Haidu.
Ms. Haidu.
Ms. Bennett.
Ms. Bennett.
Mrs. Philpott.
Mrs. Philpott.
Ms. Mahichuk.
Ms. Mahichuk.
Mr. Casey Cumberland Colchester.
Mr. Casey Cumberland Colchester.
Mr. Easter.
Mr. Easter.
Ms. Fry.
Ms. Fry.
Mr. McKay.
Mr. McKay.
Ms. Scrow.
Ms. Scrow.
Monsieur Lauzon, Argenteuil, La Petite Nation.
Mr. Lauzon, Argenteuil, La Petite Nation.
Mrs. Romanato.
Mrs. Romanato.
Monsieur Rioux.
Monsieur Rioux.
Mr. Blair.
Mr. Blair.
Mr. Holland.
Mr. Holland.
Mr. Casey, Charlottetown.
Mr. Casey, Charlottetown.
Mr. Leslie.
Mr. Leslie.
Ms. Gould.
Ms. Gould.
Mr. Carr.
Mr. Carr.
Ms. Monsef.
Ms. Monsef.
Monsieur Rodriguez.
Mr. Rodriguez.
Mr. Sohi.
Mr. Sohi.
Monsieur Garneau.
Monsieur Garneau.
Ms. Duncan Etobicoke North.
Ms. Duncan Etobicoke North.
Monsieur Duclos.
Monsieur Duclos.
Ms. Murray.
Ms. Murray.
Ms. Cara.
Ms. Cara.
Mrs. Cesar Chavan.
Mrs. Cesar Chavan.
Monsieur Cormier.
Monsieur Cormier.
Mr. Wilkinson.
Mr. Wilkinson.
Monsieur Lemaitre.
Mr. Lemaitre.
Mr. Kuzner.
Mr. Kuzner.
Ms. Jones.
Ms. Jones.
Mr. Rusnak.
Mr. Rusnak.
Mr. Bagnall.
Mr. Bagnall.
Mr. McGinty.
Mr. McGinty.
Mr. Scarpellegia.
Mr. Scarpellegia.
Mr. Sims.
Mr. Sims.
Ms. Ratanzi.
Ms. Ratanzi.
Mr. Shifke.
Mr. Shifke.
Mr. Varani.
Mr. Varani.
Ms. Goldsmith-Jones.
Mr. Goldsmith-Jones.
Mr. Fillmore.
Mr. Fillmore.
Mr. Algabra.
Mr. Algabra.
Mr. DeCourcy.
Mr. DeCourcy.
Mr. Beach.
Mr. Beach.
Ms. Rudd.
Ms. Rudd.
Mr. Duguid.
Mr. Duguid.
Monsieur Miller, Ville-Marie, le Sud-Ouest, Île-des-Sœurs.
Ms. Miller, Ville-Marie, le Sud-Est, Île-des-Sœurs.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Monsieur McKinnon Gatineau.
Mr. McKinnon Gatineau.
Mrs. McCrimmon.
Mrs. McCrimmon.
Monsieur Lightbound.
Monsieur Lightbound.
Mr. Vaughn.
Mr. Vaughn.
Mr. Mendocino.
Mr. Mendocino.
Monsieur Poisson.
Monsieur Poisson.
Mrs. Lockhart.
Mrs. Lockhart.
Ms. Young.
Ms. Young.
Mr. Jesneski.
Mr. Jesneski.
Mr. Dhaliwal.
Mr. Dhaliwal.
Mr. Pescasolido.
Mr. Pescasolido.
Mr. Oliphant.
Mr. Oliphant.
Monsieur Dubourg.
Mr. Dubourg.
Mr. Aldag.
Mr. Aldag.
Ms. Alaslev.
Ms. Alaslev.
Mr. Amos.
Mr. Amos.
Mr. Anna de Sangari.
Mr. Anna de Sangari.
Monsieur Arsenault.
Mr. Arsenault.
Mr. Aria.
Mr. Aria.
Mr. Badaway.
Mr. Badaway.
Monsieur Bayliss.
Mr. Bayliss.
Mr. Boissonneau.
Mr. Boissonneau.
Mr. Bossio.
Mr. Bossio.
Mr. Bertina.
Mr. Bertina.
Monsieur Breton.
Mr. Breton.
Ms. de Bruzen.
Mr. Bruzen.
Ms. DeMoff.
Ms. DeMoff.
Ms. Dillon.
Ms. Dillon.
Mr. Biddle.
Mr. Biddle.
Ms. Tassi.
Ms. Tassi.
Monsieur Drouin.
Monsieur Drouin.
Ms. Zarowitz.
Ms. Zarowitz.
Mr. Assassi.
Mr. Assassi.
Monsieur Edcoudi.
Mr. Alcoudi.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Erskine Smith.
Mr. Erskine Smith.
Mr. Elson.
Mr. Elson.
Monsieur Fergus.
Mr. Fergus.
Mr. Finnegan.
Mr. Finnegan.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Fonseca.
Mr. Fonseca.
Mr. Fregascatos.
Mr. Fregascatos.
Mr. Fraser West Nova.
Mr. Fraser West Nova.
Mr. Fraser Central Nova.
Mr. Fraser Central Nova.
Mr. Fuhrer.
Mr. Fuhrer.
Mr. Garrettson.
Mr. Garrettson.
Monsieur Graham.
Mr. Graham.
Mr. Greywall.
Mr. Greywall.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Harvey.
Mr. Harvey.
Mr. Housefather.
Mr. Housefather.
Ms. Hutchings.
Ms. Hutchings.
Monsieur Yakino.
Mr. Yakino.
Mrs. Jordan.
Mrs. Jordan.
Mr. Johari.
Mr. Johari.
Ms. Khalid.
Ms. Khalid.
Madame Lapointe.
Madame Lapointe.
Monsieur Lefebvre.
Monsieur Lefebvre.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Longfield.
Mr. Longfield.
Ms. Ludwig.
Ms. Ludwig.
Mr. Maloney.
Mr. Maloney.
Monsieur Massé, Avignon, La Métis, Matin, Matipédia.
Monsieur Massé, Avignon, La Métis, Matin, Matipédia.
Mr. May, Cambridge.
Mr. May, Cambridge.
Mr. McDonald.
Mr. McDonald.
Mr. McKinnon, Coquitlam, Port Coquitlam.
Mr. McKinnon, Coquitlam, Port Coquitlam.
Mr. McLeod, Northwest Territories.
Mr. McLeod, Northwest Territories.
Mr. Morrissey.
Mr. Morrissey.
Madame Nassif.
Madame Nassif.
Ms. O'Connell.
Ms. O'Connell.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Ellis.
Monsieur Ouellet.
Mr. Ouellet.
Mr. Peterson.
Mr. Peterson.
Monsieur Picard.
Mr. Picard.
Monsieur Dabillard.
Mr. Robillard.
Mr. Rumi.
Mr. Rumi.
Ms. Sahota.
Mr. Hoda.
Monsieur Sanson.
Mr. Sanson.
Mr. Sanga.
Mr. Sanga.
Mr. Sarai.
Mr. Sarai.
Mrs. Schultz.
Mr. Schultz.
Monsieur Serre.
Mr. Serre.
Madame Shanahan.
Mr. Shanahan.
Mr. Sheehan.
Mr. Sheehan.
Ms. Sidhu, Brampton South.
Mr. Sidhu, Brampton South.
Mr. Secan.
Mr. Secan.
Mr. Sorbera. Mr. Spengeman. Mr. Tabera. Mr. Tan. Mr. Van Daz. Ms. Vandenbeld. Mr. Whalen. Mrs. Zaid. Madame Fortier. Madame Lambropoulos. Mr. Rhoda. Monsieur Hebert. Ms. May, Saanich Gulf Islands. Mr. Tutu. Mr. Kung.
All those opposed to the motion will please rise.
Ms. Bergen. Mr. Nicholson. Ms. Finley. Monsieur Blaney, Bellechasse, Les Etchemins-Lévis. Mr. Allison. Mr. Bazan. Mr. Kent. Monsieur Reyes. Ms. Raitt. Monsieur Poliev. Monsieur Bernier. Mrs. McLeod, Kamloops, Thompson Caribou. Mrs. Block. Mr. Clement. Mr. Van Loan. Mr. Albus. Mr. Doherty. Monsieur Paulus. Mr. Barlow. Monsieur Berton. Monsieur Detel. Mr. Chong. Mr. Reed. Mr. Workington. Mrs. Stubbs. Ms. Harder. Mrs. Vecchio. Mr. Abultayev. Mr. Kelly. Ms. Gladu. Mr. McColman. Mr. Tilson. Mr. Sopak. Mr. Miller, Bruce Gray, Owen Sound. Mr. Brown. Mr. Richards. Mr. Carey. Mr. Lukiski. Mr. Nader. Mr. Broussard. Mr. Sweet. Mr. Genera. Mr. Anderson. Mr. Soroya. Madame Boucher. Mr. Trost. Mrs. Gallant. Mr. Falk. Mr. Genereux. Mr. Shipley. Mr. Van Kestern. Mr. Lake. Ms. Leach. Mr. Lobb. Mr. Albrecht. Mr. Dreeshen. Mr. Zimmer. Mr. Hoback. Mr. McGuire. Mr. Cooper. Mr. Clark. Mr. Godin. Mr. Arnold. Mr. Stanton. Mr. Lauzon. Stormont Dundas, South Glengarry. Mr. McKenzie. Mr. Yurdega. Mr. Glinsky. Mr. Diat. Mr. Kitchen. Mr. Calkins. Mr. Leipert. Mr. Shields. Mr. Vierson. Mr. Weber. Mr. Motz. Mr. Benson. Mrs. Kuzi. Mr. Lloyd. Monsieur Caron. Mr. Julian. Ms. Matheson. Ms. Duncan Edmonton Strathcona. Madame Laverdiere. Mr. Angus. Mr. Cullen. Mr. Massey Windsor West. Mr. Garrison. Mr. Dubé. Madame Brosseau. Mr. Rankin. Mr. Davies. Mr. Boulris. Mr. Dussault. Mr. Donnelly. Madame Moore. Mr. Stewart. Monsieur Aubin. Monsieur Nantel. Madame Quash. Monsieur Saganache. Mr. Blakey. Madame Sanssouci. Ms. Benson. Mr. Weir. Mr. Duval. Mr. Stetsky. Mr. Johns. Mr. McGregor. Ms. Ramsey. Ms. Malcolmson. Ms. Blaney, North Island, Powell River. Ms. Hardcastle. Madame Hughes. Monsieur Barcelou Duval. Monsieur Plamondon. Monsieur Saint-Marie. Monsieur Marcel. Madame Posé. Monsieur Fortin. Monsieur Thériault. Monsieur Beaulieu. Madame Gill. Monsieur Baudrillard.
Yeas pour, 164, 164. Nays contre, 124, 124.
I declare the motion carried.
The next question is on opposed vote number 2. The question is as follows. Mr. Bryson, seconded by Mr. Morneau, moves the President of the Treasury Board that vote 5B in the amount of $668,095,118 under the Department of National Defense capital expenditures in the supplementary estimates B for the fiscal year ending March 31, 2018 be concurred in. It's the pleasure of the House to adopt the motion. All those in favor of the motion will please say yea. All those opposed will please say nay. In my opinion, the yeas have it. The Honourable l'Honorable representative du gouvernement se lève avec un appel au règlement.
The Honourable Whip is rising on a point of order.
That if you seek it, you will find agreement to apply the result from the previous vote to this vote, with Liberal members voting in favour.
Member for Barrie Innisfil.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Conservative Party agrees to apply the vote, and we will vote no. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for London Fanshawe.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We agree to apply the vote, with the NDP voting no.
The Honourable Member for Manicouagan. The Bloc Québécois agrees to apply the vote, and we will be voting against. The Honourable Member for Sandwich Gulf Islands. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We agree to apply the vote, and we will be voting yes, in favour.
Excusez-moi.
The Honourable Member for Nunavut.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I agree to apply, and I'll be voting in favour.
Member for Calgary Skyview.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I agree to apply yes.
Is it agreed to proceed in this fashion? Agreed.
Yeas pour 164, 164. Nays contre 124, 124.
I declare the motion carried. La prochaine mise au voix porte sur la...
The next question is on opposed vote number 3. The question is as follows. Mr. Bryson, seconded by Mr. Morneau, moves that vote 1B in the amount of $31,952,332 under the Department of Finance program expenditures in the supplementary estimates B for the fiscal year ending March 31st, 2018, be concurred in. Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt the motion? All those in favor of the motion will please say yea. All those opposed will please say nay. In my opinion, the yeas have it. The Honourable
Speaker, once again, I believe that if you seek it, you will find agreement to apply the result from the previous vote to this vote, with Liberal members voting in favour.
Honourable Member for Barrie Innisfil.
Mr. Speaker, the Conservative Party agrees to apply the vote, and we will be voting no. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for London Fanshawe.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and New Democrats agree to apply the vote, and we will be voting no.
The Honourable Member for Manicouagan. Mr. Speaker, the Bloc Québécois agrees to apply, and we will be voting no.
Violence.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Green Party agrees to application of vote. We'll be voting yes.
The Honourable Member for Nunavut.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I agree to apply, and we'll be voting yes.
The Honourable Member for Calgary Skyview.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I agree to apply, voting yes.
Is it agreed to proceed in this manner? Agreed.
Yeas pour 164, 164. Nays contre 124, 124.
Declare la motion adoptée.
I declare the motion carried.
Next question is on opposed vote number 4. The question is as follows. Mr. Bryson, seconded by Mr. Morneau, moves the President's Treasury Board that vote 5B in the amount of $24,896,194 under the Department of Canadian Heritage, Grants and Contributions in the supplementary estimates B for the fiscal year ending March 31, 2018, be concurred in. Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt the motion? All those in favor of the motion will please say yea. All those opposed will please say nay. In my opinion, the yeas have it. Only by number.
The Honourable Chief Government Whip. Mr. Speaker, I believe that you will find unanimous consent to apply the result of the previous vote to this vote, with Liberal members voting for.
Mr. Speaker, the Conservative Party agrees to apply the vote. We will be voting no. Thank you.
Honourable member for London Fanshawe.
The NDP votes no, with the exception of the member for Dasethne, Mississippi, Churchill River.
Well, she'll say for herself. The
honourable member for Manicouagan. Mr. Speaker, we agree to apply the vote, and the Bloc will be voting against it.
Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I agree to apply the votes and will be voting yes.
The honourable member for Nunavut.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I agree to apply and will be voting in favor.
Honourable member for Calgary Skyview.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I agree to apply. I will be voting yes.
Here, so is Jolie Bois there? Maybe she had to leave. She had to leave, I think. She had to leave. Okay. Oops.
Yeas pour 164, 164. Nays contre 123, 123.
I declare the motion carried. Okay. La prochaine mise au vote.
The next question is on opposed vote number 5. The question is as follows. Mr. Bryson, seconded by Mr. Morneau, moves that vote 1B in the amount of $153,352,138 under Department of Health program expenditures in the supplementary estimates B for the fiscal year ending March 31st, 2017, be concurred in. Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt the motion? All those in favor of the motion will please say yay. All those opposed will please say nay. In my opinion, the noes were very loud. So I think the yeas have it. All those in favor of the motion will please rise.
Mr. Hare.
Mr. Hare.
Mr. O'Regan.
Mr. O'Regan.
Mr. Sajjan.
Mr. Sajjan.
Ms. Petitpas-Taylor.
Ms. Petitpas-Taylor.
Mr. Godel.
Mr. Godel.
Madame Joly.
Madame Joly.
Monsieur Leblanc.
Mr. Leblanc.
Ms. Qualtrough.
Ms. Qualtrough.
Mr. Morneau.
Mr. Morneau.
Mr. Bryson.
Mr. Bryson.
Ms. Wilson-Raybould.
Ms. Wilson-Raybould.
Mr. Macaulay-Cardigan.
Mr. Macaulay-Cardigan.
Madame Leboutillier.
Madame Leboutillier.
Madame Bibeau.
Madame Bibeau.
Ms. Haidu.
Ms. Haidu.
Ms. Bennett.
Ms. Bennett.
Mrs. Philpott.
Mrs. Philpott.
Ms. Mahichuk.
Ms. Mahichuk.
Mr. Casey Cumberland-Colchester.
Mr. Casey Cumberland-Colchester.
Mr. Easter.
Mr. Easter.
Ms. Fry.
Ms. Fry.
Mr. McKay.
Mr. McKay.
Ms. Scrow.
Ms. Scrow.
Monsieur Lauzon, Argenteuil, La Petite Nation.
Mr. Lauzon, Argenteuil, La Petite Nation.
Mrs. Romanato.
Mrs. Romanato.
Monsieur Rioux.
Monsieur Rioux.
Mr. Blair.
Mr. Blair.
Mr. Holland.
Mr. Holland.
Mr. Casey, Charlottetown.
Mr. Casey, Charlottetown.
Mr. Leslie.
Mr. Leslie.
Ms. Gould.
Ms. Gould.
Mr. Carr.
Mr. Carr.
Ms. Monsef.
Ms. Monsef.
Monsieur Rodriguez.
Monsieur Rodriguez.
Mr. Sohi.
Mr. Sohi.
Monsieur Garneau.
Monsieur Garneau.
Ms. Duncan Etobicoke North.
Ms. Duncan Etobicoke North.
Monsieur Duclos.
Monsieur Duclos.
Ms. Murray.
Ms. Murray.
Ms. Cara.
Ms. Cara.
Mrs. Cesar Chavan.
Mrs. Cesar Chavan.
Monsieur Cormier.
Mr. Cormier.
Mr. Wilkinson.
Mr. Wilkinson.
Mr. Lametti.
Mr. Lametti.
Mr. Kuzner.
Mr. Kuzner.
Ms. Jones.
Ms. Jones.
Mr. Rusnak.
Mr. Rusnak.
Mr. Bagnall.
Mr. Bagnall.
Mr. McGinty.
Mr. McGinty.
Mr. Scarpellegia.
Mr. Scarpellegia.
Mr. Sims.
Mr. Sims.
Ms. Ratanzi.
Ms. Ratanzi.
Monsieur Shifke.
Mr. Shifke.
Mr. Varani.
Mr. Varani.
Ms. Goldsmith-Jones.
Ms. Goldsmith-Jones.
Mr. Fillmore.
Mr. Fillmore.
Mr. Algabra.
Mr. Algabra.
Mr. DeCourcy.
Mr. DeCourcy.
Mr. Beach.
Mr. Beach.
Ms. Rudd.
Ms. Rudd.
Mr. Dogood.
Mr. Dogood.
Monsieur Miller, Ville-Marie, le Sud-Ouest, Île-des-Sœurs.
Monsieur Miller, Ville-Marie, le Sud-Est, Île-des-Sœurs.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Monsieur McKinnon, Gatineau.
Mr. McKinnon, Gatineau.
Mrs. McCrimmon.
Mrs. McCrimmon.
Monsieur Lightbound.
Monsieur Lightbound.
Mr. Vaughn.
Mr. Vaughn.
Mr. Mendocino.
Mr. Mendocino.
Monsieur Poisson.
Monsieur Poisson.
Mrs. Lockhart.
Mrs. Lockhart.
Ms. Young.
Ms. Young.
Mr. Jesneski.
Mr. Jesneski.
Mr. Dhaliwal.
Mr. Dhaliwal.
Mr. Pescasolido.
Mr. Pescasolido.
Mr. Oliphant.
Mr. Oliphant.
Monsieur Dubourg.
Mr. Dubourg.
Mr. Alday.
Mr. Alday.
Ms. Alislav.
Mr. Alislav.
Mr. Amos.
Mr. Amos.
Mr. Anna de Sangari.
Mr. Anna de Sangari.
Monsieur Arsenault.
Mr. Arsenault.
Mr. Aria.
Mr. Aria.
Mr. Badaway.
Mr. Badaway.
Monsieur Baylis.
Mr. Baylis.
Mr. Boissonneau.
Mr. Boissonneau.
Mr. Bossio.
Mr. Bossio.
Mr. Bertina.
Mr. Bertina.
Mr. Breton.
Mr. Breton.
Ms. de Bruzen.
Mr. Bruzen.
Ms. DeMoff.
Ms. DeMoff.
Ms. Dillon.
Ms. Dillon.
Mr. Biddle.
Mr. Biddle.
Ms. Tassi.
Ms. Tassi.
Monsieur Drouin.
Mr. Drouin.
Ms. Zarowitz.
Ms. Zarowitz.
Mr. Assassi.
Mr. Assassi.
Monsieur Edkoudi.
Mr. Al-Khoury.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Erskine Smith.
Mr. Erskine Smith.
Mr. Elifson.
Mr. Ellison.
Monsieur Fergus.
Mr. Fergus.
Mr. Finnegan.
Mr. Finnegan.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Fonseca.
Mr. Fonseca.
Mr. Fragascatos.
Mr. Fragascatos.
Mr. Fuhr West Nova.
Mr. Fuhr West Nova.
Correction, Mr. Fraser West Nova. Mr. Fraser Central Nova.
Mr. Fraser Central Nova.
Mr. Fuhr.
Mr. Fuhr.
Mr. Gerritsen.
Mr. Gerritsen.
Mr. Graham.
Mr. Graham.
Mr. Greywall.
Mr. Greywall.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Harvey.
Mr. Harvey.
Mr. Housefather.
Mr. Housefather.
Ms. Hutchings.
Ms. Hutchings.
Monsieur Yakino.
Mr. Yakino.
Mrs. Jordan.
Mrs. Jordan.
Mr. Johari.
Mr. Johari.
Ms. Khalid.
Ms. Khalid.
Madame Lapointe.
Madame Lapointe.
Monsieur Lefebvre.
Monsieur Lefebvre.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Longfield.
Mr. Longfield.
Ms. Ludwig.
Ms. Ludwig.
Mr. Maloney.
Mr. Maloney.
Monsieur Massé, Avignon, La Matisse, Matin, Matipédia.
Mr. Massé, Avignon, Le Métis, Matin, Matipédia.
Mr. May, Cambridge.
Mr. May, Cambridge.
Mr. McDonald.
Mr. McDonald.
Mr. McKinnon, Coquitlam, Port Coquitlam.
Mr. McKinnon, Coquitlam, Port Coquitlam.
Mr. McLeod, Northwest Territories.
Mr. McCaudlin, Northwest Territories.
Mr. Morrissey.
Mr. Morrissey.
Madame Nassif.
Ms.
O'Connell.
Ms. O'Connell.
Mr. Oliver.
Mr. Oliver.
Monsieur Wallet.
Mr. Wallet.
Mr. Peterson.
Mr. Peterson.
Monsieur Picard.
Mr. Picard.
Monsieur Robillard.
Monsieur Robillard.
Mr. Rumi.
Mr. Rumi.
Ms. Sahota.
Ms. Sahota.
Monsieur Sanson.
Mr. Sanson.
Mr. Sanga.
Mr. Sanga.
Mr. Sarai.
Mr. Sarai.
Mrs. Schultz.
Mr. Schultz.
Monsieur Sere.
Mr. Sere.
Madame Shanahan.
Madame Shanahan.
Mr. Sheehan.
Mr. Sheehan.
Ms. Sidhu, Brampton South.
Ms. Sidhu, Brampton South.
Mr. Secan.
Mr. Secan.
Mr. Sorbera.
Mr. Sorbera.
Mr. Spengelman.
Mr. Spengelman.
Mr. Tabera.
Mr. Tabera.
Mr. Tan.
Mr. Tan.
Mr. Vandal.
Mr. Vandal.
Ms. Vandenbeld.
Ms. Vanderbilt.
Mr. Whalen.
Mr. Whalen.
Mrs. Zaid.
Mrs. Zaid.
Madame Fortier.
Madame Fortier.
Madame Lambropoulos.
Madame Lambropoulos.
Mr. Rhoda.
Mr. Rhoda.
Monsieur Hebard.
Monsieur Hebard.
Ms. May, Sandwich Gulf Islands.
Ms. May, Sandwich Gulf Islands.
Mr. Tutu.
Mr. Tutu.
Mr. Kung.
Mr. Kung.
Qui s'oppose à la motion va bien se lever.
Those opposed to the motion will please rise.
Mr. Nicholson.
Mr. Nicholson.
Ms. Finley.
Ms. Finley.
Monsieur Blaney, Bellechasse, Les Echemins, Lévis.
Mr. Blaney, Bellechasse, Lechemin, Lévis.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Kent.
Mr. Kent.
Monsieur Reyes.
Mr. Reyes.
Ms. Raitt.
Ms. Raitt.
Monsieur Poliev.
Mr. Poliev.
Monsieur Bernier.
Mr. Bernier.
Mrs. McLeod, Kamloops, Thompson, Caribou.
Mrs. McLeod, Kamloops, Thompson, Caribou.
Mrs. Block.
Mrs. Block.
Mr. Clement.
Mr. Clement.
Mr. Van Loan.
Mr. Van Loan.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Doherty.
Mr. Doherty.
Monsieur Polius.
Mr. Polius.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Barlow.
Monsieur Bertod.
Mr. Bertod.
Monsieur Deltel.
Mr. Deltel.
Mr. Chong.
Mr. Chong.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Workington.
Mrs. Workington.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Ms. Harder.
Mr. Ms. Harder.
Mrs. Vecchio.
Mrs. Vecchio.
Mr. Abultayev.
Mr. Abutayev.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Kelly.
Ms. Gladue.
Ms. Gladue.
Mr. McColeman.
Mr. McColeman.
Mr. Tilson.
Mr. Tilson.
Mr. Sopuck.
Mr. Sopak.
Mr. Miller, Bruce Gray, Owen Sound.
Mr. Miller, Bruce Gray, Owen Sound.
Mr. Brown.
Mr. Brown.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Lukiski.
Mr. Lukiski.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Broussard.
Mr. Broussard.
Mr. Sweet.
Mr. Sweet.
Mr. Genera.
Mr. General.
Mr. Anderson.
Mr. Anderson.
Mr. Soroya.
Mr. Soroya.
Madame Boucher.
Madame Boucher.
Mr. Trost.
Mr. Trost.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mr. Falk.
Mr. Falk.
Monsieur Généreux.
Mr. Généreux.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Van Kestern.
Mr. Van Kestern.
Mr. Lake.
Mr. Lake.
Ms. Leach.
Ms. Leach.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. Albrecht.
Mr. Albrecht.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Hoback.
Mr. Hoback.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Cooper.
Monsieur Clark.
Mr. Clark.
Monsieur Godin.
Mr. Godin.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Stanton.
Mr. Stanton.
Monsieur Lozon, Stormont, Dundas, South Glengarry.
Mr. Lozon, Stormont, Dundas, South Glengarry.
Mr. McKenzie.
Mr. McKenzie.
Mr. Udega.
Mr. Udega.
Mr. Aglinski.
Mr. Zelensky.
Mr. Diat.
Mr. Diat.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Calkins.
Mr. Calkins.
Mr. Leipert.
Mr. Leipert.
Mr. Shields.
Mr. Shields.
Mr. Vierson.
Mr. Vierson.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Motz.
Mr. Motz.
Mr. Benson.
Mr. Benson.
Ms. Kuzi.
Ms. Kuzi.
Mr. Lloyd.
Mr. Lloyd.
Monsieur Caron.
Mr. Caron.
Mr. Julian.
Mr. Julian.
Ms. Matheson.
Ms. Matheson.
Ms. Duncan Edmonton Strathcona.
Ms. Duncan Edmonton Strathcona.
Madame Laverdière.
Madame Laverdière.
Angus.
Mr. Angus.
Mr. Cullen.
Mr. Cullen.
Mr. Massey, Windsor West.
Mr. Massey, Windsor West.
Mr. Garrison.
Mr. Garrison.
Mr. Dubé.
Mr. Dubé.
Madame Brosseau.
Madame Boisseau.
Mr. Rankin.
Mr. Rankin.
Mr. Davies.
Mr. Davies.
Monsieur Bouleris.
Mr. Bouleris.
Mr. Dussault.
Mr. Dussault.
Mr. Donnelly.
Mr. Donnelly.
Madame Moore.
Madame Moore.
Mr. Stewart.
Mr. Stewart.
Monsieur Aubin.
Mr. Aubin.
Monsieur Nantel.
Mr. Nantel.
Madame Quash.
Madame Quash.
Monsieur Saganache.
Mr. Saganache.
Mr. Blakey.
Mr. Blakey.
Madame Sans Souci.
Madame Sans Souci.
Ms. Benson.
Miss Benson.
Mr. Weir.
Mr. Weir.
Mr. Duval.
Mr. Duval.
Mr. Stetsky.
Mr. Stetsky.
Mr. Johns.
Mr. Johns.
Mr. McGregor.
Mr. McGregor.
Ms. Ramsey.
Miss Ramsey.
Ms. Malcolmson.
Miss Malcolmson.
Ms. Blaney, North Island, Powell River.
Ms. Blaney, North Island, Island Powell River.
Ms. Hardcastle.
Ms. Hardcastle.
Madame Hughes.
Madame Hughes.
Monsieur Barcelou-Duval.
Monsieur Barcelou-Duval.
Monsieur Plamondon.
Monsieur Plamondon.
Monsieur Saint-Marie.
Monsieur Saint-Marie.
Monsieur Marcel.
Monsieur Marcel.
Madame Posé.
Madame Posé.
Monsieur Fortin.
Monsieur Fortin.
Monsieur Thériault.
Monsieur Thériault.
Monsieur Beaulieu.
Monsieur Beaulieu.
Madame Gill.
Madame Gill.
Monsieur Boudria.
Monsieur Boudrias.
Yeas pour 164, 164. Nays contre 124, 124.
Je déclare la motion adoptée.
I declare the motion carried.
On the supplementary estimates B, the question is as follows. Mr. Bryson, seconded by Mr. Morneau, moves that the supplementary estimates B for the fiscal year ending March 31, 2018, except any vote disposed earlier today, be concurred in. Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt the motion? All those in favor of the motion will please say yay. All those opposed will please say nay. In my opinion, the yeas have it. Again, all those in favor of the motion will please rise.
Mr. Hare.
Mr. Hare.
Mr. O'Regan.
Mr. O'Regan.
Mr. Sargent.
Mr. Sargent.
Ms. Petitpas-Taylor.
Ms. Petitpas-Taylor.
Mr. Goodale.
Mr. Goodale.
Madame Joly.
Madame Joly.
Monsieur Leblanc.
Monsieur Leblanc.
Ms. Qualtrough.
Ms. Qualtrough.
Mr. Morneau.
Mr. Morneau.
Mr. Bryson.
Mr. Bryson.
Ms. Wilson-Raybould.
Ms. Wilson-Raybould.
Mr. Macaulay Cardigan.
Mr. Macaulay Cardigan.
Madame Le Boutillier.
Madame Le Boutillier.
Madame Bibeau.
Madame Bibeau.
Ms. Haidu.
Ms. Haidu.
Ms. Bennett.
Ms. Bennett.
Mrs. Philpott.
Mrs. Philpott.
Ms. Mahichuk.
Ms. Mahichuk.
Mr. Casey Cumberland Colchester.
Mr. Casey Cumberland Colchester.
Mr. Easter.
Mr. Easter.
Ms. Fry.
Ms. Fry.
Mr. McKay.
Mr. McKay.
Ms. Scrow.
Ms. Scrow.
Monsieur Lauzon, Argenteuil-La-Petite-Nation.
Mr. Lauzon, Argenteuil-La-Petite-Nation.
Mrs. Romanano.
Mrs. Romanano.
Monsieur Rioux.
Mr. Rioux.
Mr. Blair.
Mr. Blair.
Mr. Holland.
Mr. Holland.
Mr. Casey Charlottetown.
Mr. Casey Charlottetown.
Mr. Leslie.
Mr. Leslie.
Ms. Gould.
Ms. Gould.
Mr. Carr.
Mr. Carr.
Ms. Monsef.
Ms. Monsef.
Monsieur Rodriguez.
Monsieur Rodriguez.
Mr. Sohi.
Mr. Sohi.
Monsieur Garneau.
Mr. Garneau.
Ms. Duncan Etobicoke North.
Mrs. Duncan Etobicoke North.
Mr. Duclos.
Mrs. Duclos.
Ms. Murray.
Ms. Murray.
Ms. Cara.
Ms. Cara.
Mrs. Cesar Chavan.
Mrs. Cesar Chavan.
Monsieur Cormier.
Mr. Cormier.
Mr. Wilkinson.
Mr. Wilkinson.
Monsieur Lametti.
Mr. Lametti.
Mr. Cusner.
Mr. Cusner.
Ms. Jones.
Ms. Jones.
Mr. Rusnak.
Mr. Rusnak.
Mr. Bagnall.
Mr. Bagnall.
Mr. McGinty.
Mr. McGinty.
Mr. Scarpalagia.
Mr. Scarpalagia.
Mr. Sims.
Mr. Sims.
Ms. Ratanzi.
Mr. Ratanzi.
Mr. Shifke.
Mr. Shifke.
Mr. Varani.
Mr. Varani.
Ms. Goldsmith-Jones.
Ms. Goldsmith-Jones.
Mr. Fillmore.
Mr. Fillmore.
Mr. Algabra.
Mr. Algabra.
Mr. DeCourcy.
Mr. DeCourcy.
Mr. Beach.
Mr. Beach.
Ms. Rudd.
Ms. Rudd.
Mr. Dogood.
Mr. Goody.
Monsieur Miller, Ville-Marie, le Sud-Ouest Île-des-Sœurs.
Mr. Miller, Ville-Marie, le Sud-Est, Île-des-Sœurs.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Monsieur Lamoureux.
Monsieur McKinnon-Gatineau.
Mr. McKinnon-Gatineau.
Mrs. McCrimmon.
Mrs. McCrimmon.
Monsieur Lightbound.
Monsieur Lightbound.
Mr. Vaughn.
Mr. Vaughn.
Mr. Mendocino.
Mr. Mendocino.
Monsieur Poisson.
Mr. Poisson.
Mrs. Lockhart.
Mrs. Lockhart.
Ms. Young.
Ms. Young.
Mr. Jesneski.
Mr. Jesneski.
Mr. Dhaliwal.
Mr. Dhaliwal.
Mr. Pescasolido.
Mr. Pescasolido.
Mr. Oliphant.
Mr. Oliphant.
Mr. Dubourg.
Mr. Dubourg.
Mr. Alday.
Mr. Alday.
Ms. Alislev.
Mrs. Alislev.
Mr. Amos.
Mr. Amos.
Mr. Anna de Sangari.
Mr. Anna de Sangari.
Monsieur Arsenault.
Mr. Arsenault.
Mr. Aria.
Mr. Aria.
Mr. Badaway.
Mr. Badaway.
Monsieur Bayless.
Mr. Bayless.
Mr. Boissonneau.
Mr. Boissonneau.
Mr. Bossio.
Mr. Bossio.
Mr. Bertina.
Mr. Bertina.
Mr. Breton.
Mr. Breton.
Ms. de Bruzen.
Mr. Bruzen.
Ms. DeMoff.
Ms. DeMoff.
Ms. Dillon.
Ms. Dillon.
Mr. Biddle.
Mr. Biddle.
Ms. Tassi.
Ms. Tassi.
Mr. Drouin.
Mr. Drouin.
Ms. Zerowitz.
Ms. Zerowitz.
Mr. Assassi.
Mr. Assassi.
Mr. El-Khoury.
Mr. El-Khoury.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Erskine Smith.
Mr. Erskine Smith.
Mr. Elson.
Mr. Elson.
Monsieur Fergus.
Mr. Fergus.
Mr. Finnegan.
Mr. Finnegan.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Fonseca.
Mr. Fonseca.
Mr. Fragascatos.
Mr. Fragascatos.
Mr. Fraser West Nova.
Mr. Fraser West Nova.
Mr. Fraser Central Nova.
Mr. Fraser Central Nova.
Mr. Fuhrer.
Mr. Fuhrer.
Mr. Garrettson.
Mr. Garrettson.
Mr. Graham.
Mr. Graham.
Mr. Greywall.
Mr. Greywall.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Harvey.
Mr. Harvey.
Mr. Housefather.
Mr. Housefather.
Ms. Hutchings.
Ms. Hutchings.
Monsieur Yakino.
Mr. Yakino.
Mrs. Jordan.
Mrs. Jordan.
Mr. Johari.
Mr. Johari.
Ms. Khalid.
Ms. Khalid.
Madame Lapointe.
Madame Lapointe.
Monsieur Lefebvre.
Monsieur Lefebvre.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Longfield.
Mr. Longfield.
Ms. Ludwig.
Ms. Ludwig.
Mr. Maloney.
Mr. Maloney.
Monsieur Massé, Avignon, La Métis, Matin, Matapédia.
Mr. Massé, Avignon, Le Métis, Matin, Matapédia.
Mr. May, Cambridge.
Mr. May, Cambridge.
Mr. McDonald.
Mr. McDonald.
Mr. McKinnon, Coquitlam, Port Coquitlam.
Mr. McKinnon, Coquitlam, Port Coquitlam.
Mr. McLeod, Northwest Territories.
Mr. McLeod, Northwest Territories.
Mr. Morrissey.
Mr. Morrissey.
Madame Nassif.
Madame Nassif.
Ms. O'Connell.
Ms. O'Connell.
Mr. Oliver.
Mr. Oliver.
Mr. Ouellet.
Mr. Ouellet.
Mr. Peterson.
Mr. Peterson.
Mr. Picard.
Mr. Picard.
Monsieur Robillard.
Monsieur Robillard.
Mr. Rumi.
Mr. Rumi.
Ms. Sahota.
Ms. Sahota.
Monsieur Sanson.
Mr. Sanson.
Mr. Sanga.
Mr. Sanga.
Mr. Sarai.
Mr. Sarai.
Mrs. Schultz.
Mr. Schultz.
Monsieur Serret.
Mr. Serret.
Madame Shanahan.
Madame Shanahan.
Mr. Sheehan.
Mr. Sheehan.
Ms. Sidhu Brampton South.
Ms. Cedar Brentford South.
Mr. Secan.
Mr. Secan.
Mr. Sorbera.
Mr. Sorbera.
Mr. Spengeman.
Mr. Spengeman.
Mr. Tabera.
Mr. Tabera.
Mr. Tan.
Mr. Tan.
Mr. Vandal.
Mr. Vandal.
Ms. Vandenbeld.
Ms. Vanderbilt.
Mr. Whalen.
Mr. Whalen.
Mrs. Zaid.
Mrs. Zaid.
Madame Fortier.
Madame Fortier.
Madame Lambropoulos.
Madame Lambropoulos.
Mr. Rhoda.
Mr. Rhoda.
Monsieur Hebard.
Monsieur Hebard.
Ms. May, Sandwich Gulf Islands.
Ms. May, Sandwich South Gulf.
Mr. Tutu.
Mr. Tutu.
Mr. Kung.
Mr. Kung.
All those opposed to the motion will please rise.
Ms. Bergen.
Ms. Bergen.
Mr. Nicholson.
Nicholson.
Ms. Finley.
Ms. Finley.
Monsieur Blaney, Bellechasse, Les Echemin-Lévis.
Mr. Blaney, Bellechasse, Les Echemin-Lévis.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Kent.
Mr. Kent.
Monsieur Reyes.
Mr. Reyes.
Ms. Raitt.
Ms. Raitt.
Monsieur Poliev.
Mr. Poliev.
Monsieur Bernier.
Mr. Bernier.
Mrs. McLeod, Kamloops, Thompson, Caribou.
Mr. McLeod, Kamloops, Thompson, Caribou.
Mrs. Block.
Mrs. Block.
Mr. Clement.
Mr. Clement.
Mr. Van Loan.
Mr. Van Loan.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Doherty.
Mr. Doherty.
Mr. Polius.
Mr. Polius.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Bertod.
Mr. Bertod.
Mr. Detel.
Mr. Deltan.
Mr. Chong.
Mr. Chong.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Workington.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Stubbs.
Ms. Harder.
Ms. Harder.
Mrs. Vecchio.
Mrs. Vecchio.
Mr. Abutayev.
Mr. Abutayev.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Kelly.
Ms. Gladu.
Ms. Gladu.
Mr. McColeman.
Mr. McColeman.
Mr. Tilson.
Mr. Tilson.
Mr. Sopak.
Mr. Sopa.
Mr. Miller, Bruce Gray, Owen Sound.
Mr. Miller, Bruce Gray, Owen Sound.
Mr. Brown.
Mr. Brown.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Lukiski.
Mr. Lukiski.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Broussard.
Mr. Broussard.
Mr. Sweet.
Mr. Sweet.
Mr. Genereux.
Mr. Genereux.
Mr. Anderson.
Mr. Anderson.
Mr. Soroya.
Mr. Soroya.
Madame Boucher.
Madame Boucher.
Mr. Trost.
Mr. Trost.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mr. Falk.
Mr. Falk.
Monsieur Généreux.
Mr. Genereux.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Van Kestern.
Mr. Van Kestern.
Mr. Lake.
Mr. Lake.
Ms. Leach.
Ms. Leach.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. Albrecht.
Mr. Albrecht.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Hoback.
Mr. Holback.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Clark.
Mr. Clark.
Mr. Godin.
Mr. Godin.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Stanton.
Mr. Stanton.
Mr. Lozon, Stormont, Dundell, South Glengarry.
Mr. Lozon, Stormont, Dundas, Health Glengarry.
Mr. McKenzie.
Mr. McKenzie.
Mr. Yerdega.
Mr. Udega.
Mr. Oglinsky.
Mr. Oglinsky.
Mr. Diot.
Mr. Diot.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Calkins.
Calkins.
Mr. Leipert.
Mr. Leipert.
Mr. Shields.
Mr. Shields.
Mr. Vierson.
Mr. Vierson.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Motts.
Mr. Mott.
Mr. Benson.
Mr. Benson.
Ms. Kuzi.
Ms. Kuzi.
Mr. Lloyd.
Mr. Lloyd.
Monsieur Caron.
Mr. Carroll.
Mr. Julian.
Mr. Julian.
Ms. Matheson.
Ms. Matheson.
Ms. Duncan Edmonton Strathcona.
Ms. Duncan Edmonton Strathcona.
Madame Laverdière.
Madame Laverdière.
Mr. Angus.
Mr. Angus.
Mr. Cullen.
Mr. McCullen.
Mr. Massey Windsor West.
Mr. Massey Windsor West.
Mr. Garrison.
Mr. Garrison.
Mr. Dubé.
Mr. Dubé.
Madame Brosseau.
Madame Brosseau.
Mr. Rankin.
Mr. Rankin.
Mr. Davies.
Mr. Davies.
Mr. Boudreris.
Mr. Boudreris.
Mr. Dussault.
Mr. Dussault.
Mr. Donnelly.
Mr. Donnelly.
Madame Moore.
Madame Moore.
Mr. Stewart.
Mr. Stewart.
Monsieur Aubin.
Mr. Aubin.
Monsieur Nantel.
Mr. Nantel.
Madame Quash.
Madame Quash.
Mr. Saganache.
Mr. Saganache.
Mr. Blakey.
Mr. Blakey.
Madame Sans Souci.
Madame Sans Souci.
Ms. Benson.
Ms. Benson.
Mr. Weir.
Ms. Weir.
Mr. Duval.
Mr. Duval.
Mr. Stetsky.
Mr. Stetsky.
Mr. Johns.
Mr. Johns.
Mr. McGregor.
Mr. McGregor.
Ms. Ramsey.
Ms. Ramsey.
Ms. Malcolmson.
Ms. Malcolmson.
Ms. Blaney, North Island, Powell River.
Ms. Blaney, North Island, Powell River.
Ms. Hardcastle.
Ms. Hardcastle.
Madame Hughes.
Madame Hughes.
Monsieur Barcelou Duval.
Mr. Barcelou Duval.
Monsieur Plamondon.
Mr. Plamondon.
Monsieur Saint-Marie.
Mr. Saint-Marie.
Monsieur Marcel.
Mr. Marcel.
Madame Posé.
Madame Posé.
Monsieur Fortin.
Monsieur Fortin.
Monsieur Thériault.
Monsieur Thériault.
Monsieur Beaulieu.
Monsieur Beaulieu.
Madame Gill.
Madame Gill.
Monsieur Boudria.
Monsieur Boudria.
Yeas pour, 164. 164, nays, contre, 124, 124.
I declare the motion carried. Monsieur Bryson, appuyé par Mr.
Mr. Bryson, seconded by Mr. Morneau, moves that a bill entitled An Act for Granting to Her Majesty Certain Sums of Money for the Federal Public Administration for the fiscal year ending March 31st, 2018, be now read a first time and be printed. This motion is deemed adopted.
Mr. Bryson, seconded by Mr. Morneau, moves that Bill C-67, an act for granting to Her Majesty certain sums of money for the Federal Public Administration for the fiscal year ending March 31, 2018, be now read a second time and referred to a committee of the whole. Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt the motion? All those in favor of the motion will please say yea. All those opposed will please say nay. In my opinion, I guess the yeas have it.
Mr. Speaker,
The Honourable Government Whip.
to apply the result from the previous vote to this vote with Liberal members voting in favor.
Member for Barrie Innisfil.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Conservatives agree with applying the vote. We will be voting no. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for London Fanshawe.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and we agree to apply the vote with the NDP voting no.
Did you catch that? Okay. London Manicouagan.
The Honourable Member for Manicouagan. Mr. Speaker, the Bloc Québécois agrees to apply the vote and will vote no. The Honourable Member for Saanich Gulf Islands. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Green Party also agrees to apply the vote and votes yes.
The Honourable Member for Nunavut.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I agree to apply the vote, and I will be voting in favor.
The Honourable Member for Calgary Skyview.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I agree to apply the vote. I will be voting yes.
Agreed.
Yeas pour, 164, 164. Nays contre, 124, 124.
I declare the motion carries. Accordingly, this bill stands referred to a committee of the whole.
Second reading of this bill.
We now leave the chair for the House to go into committee of the whole.
Hello.
Order. The House is in Committee of the Whole on Bill C-67. The Honourable Member for Louis Saint Laurent. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, can the President of the Treasury Board assure us that this bill
form in both official languages, s'il vous plaît.
The Honourable President of the Treasury Board.
Monsieur le Président.
Mr. Speaker, the presentation of this bill is identical to that used for the previous period of granting of credits.
Okay, we'll carry on then. Shall Clause 2 carry? Carried? Carried on division. Shall Clause 3 carry? Carried on division. L'article 4 est-il adopté?
Clause 4.
Adopté avec dissidence. L'article 5.
Clause 5, shall it carry? Carried with dissidence.
Carried on division. Shall Clause 7 carry? Carried on division. L'annexe 1.
Shall Schedule 1 carry? Carried on division. Shall Schedule 2 carry? Carried on division.
Title carried. Carried on division. Shall the preamble carry? Carried on division. Le titre est-il adopté?
Shall the title carry? Carried on division. Shall the bill carry? Carried on division.
Support the bill. It's agreed? Agreed.
Mr. Speaker, the Committee of the Whole has considered Bill C-67 and has directed me to report the same without amendment.
Mr. Stanton, du Comité plénier.
Mr. Stanton from the Committee of the Whole reports that they have considered the bill and have directed him to report the same without amendment.
Becca Goldstar. Mr. Bryson, seconded by Mr. Morneau, moves that Bill C-67, an act for granting to Her Majesty certain sums of money for the federal public administration for the fiscal year ending March 31, 2018, be concurred in at report stage. Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt the motion? All those in favor of the motion will please say yea. All those opposed will please say nay. Well, in my opinion, the nays have it. All those in favor of the motion will please rise.
Mr. Speaker, I believe that if you seek it, you will find agreement to apply the result from the vote on the motion for second reading to this vote, with Liberal members voting in favor.
Honourable Member for Barrie Innisfil.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Conservatives agree to apply the vote. We will be voting no.
Honourable Member for London Fanshawe.
Speaker, and we agree to apply the vote with the NDP voting no.
The Honourable Member for Manicouagan. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Bloc Québécois agrees to apply the vote and will vote no.
It agrees to apply the vote and votes yes.
The Honourable Member for Nunavut.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I agree to apply and will be voting in favor.
The Honourable Member for Calgary Skyview.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I agree to apply the vote. No, will be voting yes.
Yeas pour 164, 164. Nays contre 124, 124.
I declare the motion carried. When shall the bill be read a third time? Now? Now. Monsieur Bryson, appuyé.
Mr. Bryson, seconded by Mr. Morneau, moves that Bill C-67, an act for granting to Her Majesty certain sums of money for the federal public administration for the fiscal year ending March 31st, 2018, be now read a third time and do pass. Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt the motion? Those who support the motion say yea. All those opposed to the motion, please say nay. In my opinion, the yeas have it. The Honourable Leader of the Government Whip.
You will find agreement to apply the result from the previous vote to this vote, with Liberal members voting in favor.
Honourable Member for Barrie Innisfil.
Mr. Speaker, Conservatives do agree to apply the vote. We will be voting no.
The Honourable Member for London Fanshawe.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and we agree to apply the vote with the NDP voting no.
The Honourable Member for Manicouagan. Mr. Speaker, the Bloc Québécois agrees to apply the vote and will be voting no. The Honourable Member for Saanich Gulf Islands. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I will be voting yes and agree to apply the vote.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I agree to apply and will be voting in favor.
The Honourable Member for Calgary Skyview.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I agree to apply the vote. Now I will be voting yes.
Yeas pour 164, 164. Nays contre 124, 124.
I declare the motion carried. Third reading of the bill.
Motion to concur concur in the 11th report of the Standing Committee on Citizenship and Immigration. The question is as follows. Ms. Rempel, seconded by Ms. Gladue, move that the 11th report of the Standing Committee on Citizenship and Immigration, presented on Friday, June 16, 2017, be concurred in. All those in favor of the motion will please rise.
The government whip. Mr. Speaker, I think you will find unanimous consent to apply the results of the previous vote to this vote. Does he have the unanimous consent of the House? Agreed. No?
Is there unanimous consent? Yes, there's unanimous consent. Okay. Order. There seems to be a need for clarification. As I understood it, that the request was to apply the results of the last vote exactly. Same numbers? No.
The Honourable Government Whip. Mr. Speaker, the goal is to apply the results of the previous vote. Once again, mentioning that the Liberal MPs will be voting in favour.
Mr. Speaker, we do agree to apply the vote, and we will be voting yes. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for London Fanshawe.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and we do agree to apply the vote with New Democrats voting yes.
The Honourable Member for Manicouagan. Mr. Speaker, the Bloc Québécois agrees to apply the vote and will be voting in favour.
Violence.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Agree to apply the vote, and enthusiastically yes.
The Honourable Member for Nunavut.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm glad that got clarified. I agree to apply and will be voting in favor.
Honourable Member for Calgary Skyview.
Speaker, I agree to apply the vote and I will be voting yes.
Yeas pour 288, 288, nays contre, 0, nul.
Declare la motion adopted.
Declare the motion carried.
Pursuant to order made on Thursday, November 30, 2017, the House will now proceed to the taking of the deferred recorded division on the amendment to the motion to concur in the Senate amendment to Bill S-3. Ms. Bennett, seconded by Mr. O'Regan, moved that the amendments made by the Senate to Bill S-3, an act to amend the Indian Act, elimination of sex-based inequities in registration, be now read a second time and concurred in. Ms. Malcolmson, seconded by Ms. Benson, moved the following amendment, that the motion be amended by deleting all the words after that and substituting the following. A message be sent to the Senate to acquaint their honors that, in relation to Bill S-3, an act to amend the Indian Act, elimination of sex-based inequities in registration, the House, 1, agrees with amendments 1 to 8 and 9A made by the Senate. 2, proposes that Amendment 9B be amended by replacing the words on a day to be fixed by order of the Governor in Council, but that day must be after the day fixed under subsection 1, with the words 18 months after the day on which the order referred to in subsection 1 is made. All those in favor of the amendment will please rise.
Monsieur Caron.
Mr. Caron.
Mr. Julian.
Mr. Julian.
Ms. Matheson.
Ms. Matheson.
Ms. Duncan Edmonton Strathcona.
Ms. Duncan Edmonton Strathcona.
Madame Laverdière.
Madame Laverdière.
Mr. Angus.
Mr. Angus.
Mr. Cullen.
Mr. Cullen.
Mr. Massey, Windsor West.
Mr. Massey, Windsor West.
Mr. Garrison.
Mr. Garrison.
Mr. Dubé.
Mr. Dubé.
Madame Brosseau.
Madame Brosseau.
Mr. Rankin.
Mr. Rankin.
Mr. Davies.
Mr. Davies.
Mr. Boulouris.
Mr. Boulouris.
Mr. Dussault.
Mr. Dussault.
Mr. Donnelly.
Mr. Donnelly.
Madame Moore.
Madame Moore.
Mr. Stewart.
Mr. Stewart.
Monsieur Aubin.
Mr. Aubin.
Monsieur Nantel.
Mr. Nantel.
Madame Quash.
Madame Quash.
Monsieur Saganache.
Mr. Saganache.
Mr. Blakey.
Mr. Blakey.
Madame Sanssouci.
Madame Sanssouci.
Ms. Benson.
Ms. Benson.
Mr. Weir.
Mr. Weir.
Mr. Duval.
Mr. Duval.
Mr. Stetsky.
Mr. Stetsky.
Mr. Johns.
Mr. Johns.
Mr. McGregor.
Mr. McGregor.
Ms. Ramsey.
Ms. Ramsey.
Ms. Malcolmson.
Ms. Malcolmson.
Ms. Blaney, North Island, Powell River.
Ms. Blaney, North Island, Powell River.
Ms. Hardcastle.
Ms. Hardcastle.
Madame Hughes.
Madame Hughes.
Ms. May, Saanich Gulf Islands.
Ms. May, Saanich Gulf Islands.
All those opposed to the amendment will please rise.
Mr. Hare.
Mr. Hare.
Mr. O'Regan.
Mr. O'Regan.
Mr. Sajan.
Mr. Sajan.
Ms. Petitpas-Taylor.
Ms. Petitpas-Taylor.
Mr. Goodale.
Mr. Goodale.
Madame Joly.
Madame Joly.
Monsieur Leblanc.
Mr. Leblanc.
Ms. Qualtrough.
Ms. Qualtrough.
Mr. Morneau.
Mr. Morneau.
Mr. Bryson.
Mr. Bryson.
Ms. Wilson-Raybould.
Ms. Wilson-Raybould.
Mr. Macaulay Cardigan.
Mr. Macaulay Cardigan.
Madame Le Boutillier.
Madame Le Boutillier.
Madame Bibot.
Madame Bibot.
Ms. Haidu.
Ms. Haidu.
Ms. Bennett.
Ms. Bennett.
Mrs. Philpott.
Mrs. Philpott.
Ms. Mahichuk.
Mrs. Mahichuk.
Mr. Casey Cumberland Colchester.
Mr. Casey Cumberland Colchester.
Mr. Easter.
Mr. Easter.
Ms. Fry.
Ms. Fry.
Mr. McKay.
Mr. McKay.
Ms. Scrow.
Ms. Scrow.
Monsieur Lauzon, Argenteuil, La Petite Nation.
Mr. Lauzon, Argenteuil, La Petite Nation.
Mrs. Romanato.
Mrs. Romanato.
Monsieur Rioux.
Mr. Rioux.
Mr. Blair.
Mr. Blair.
Mr. Holland.
Mr. Holland.
Mr. Casey Charlottetown.
Mr. Casey Charlottetown.
Mr. Leslie.
Mr. Leslie.
Ms. Gould.
Ms. Gould.
Mr. Carr.
Mr. Carr.
Ms. Monsef.
Ms. Monsef.
Monsieur Rodriguez.
Mrs. Rodriguez. Mr. Rodriguez.
Mr. Sohi.
Mr. Sohi.
Monsieur Galno.
Mr. Galno.
Ms. Duncan Etobicoke North.
Ms. Duncan Etobicoke North.
Monsieur Duclos.
Monsieur Duclos.
Ms. Murray.
Ms. Murray.
Ms. Cara.
Ms. Cara.
Mrs. Cesar Chavan.
Mrs. Cesar Chavan.
Monsieur Cormier.
Mr. Cormier.
Mr. Wilkinson.
Mr. Wilkinson.
Monsieur Lemedi.
Mr. Lemedi.
Mr. Kuzner.
Mr. Kuzner.
Ms. Jones.
Ms. Jones.
Mr. Rusnak.
Mr. Rusnak.
Mr. Bagnall.
Mr. Bagnall.
Mr. McGinty.
Mr. McGinty.
Mr. Scarpalagia.
Mr. Scarpalagia.
Mr. Sims.
Mr. Sims.
Ms. Ratanzi.
Mr. Ratanzi.
Monsieur Schiefke.
Mr. Schiefke.
Mr. Varani.
Mr. Varani.
Ms. Goldsmith-Jones.
Ms. Goldsmith.
Mr. Fillmore.
Mr. Fillmore.
Mr. Algabra.
Mr. Algabra.
Mr. DeCourcy.
Mr. DeCourcy.
Mr. Beach.
Beach.
Ms. Rudd.
Ms. Rudd.
Mr. Dogood.
Mr. Dogood.
Monsieur Miller, Ville-Marie, le Sud-Ouest Île des Sœurs.
Monsieur Miller, Ville-Marie, le Sud-Est, Île des Sœurs.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Monsieur McKinnon, Gatineau.
Mr. McKinnon, Gatineau.
Mrs. McCrimmon.
Mrs. McCrimmon.
Monsieur Lightbound.
Mr. Lightbound.
Mr. Vaughn.
Mr. Vaughn.
Mr. Mendocino.
Mr. Mendocino.
Monsieur Poisson.
Mr. Poisson.
Mrs. Lockhart.
Mrs. Lockhart.
Ms. Young.
Ms. Young.
Mr. Jesneski.
Mr. Jesneski.
Mr. Dhaliwal.
Mr. Dhaliwal.
Mr. Pescasolido.
Mr. Pescasolido.
Mr. Oliphant.
Mr. Oliphant.
Mr. Dubourg.
Mr. Dubourg.
Mr. Aldag.
Mr. Aldag.
Ms. Alislev.
Mr. Alislev.
Mr. Amos.
Mr. Amos.
Mr. Anna de Sangri.
Mr. Anna Sangri.
Monsieur Arsenault.
Mr. Arsenault.
Mr. Aria.
Mr. Aria.
Mr. Badaway.
Mr. Badaway.
Monsieur Bayless.
Mr. Bayless.
Mr. Boissonneau.
Mr. Boissonneau.
Mr. Bossio.
Mr. Bossio.
Mr. Bertina.
Mr. Bertina.
Mr. Breton.
Mr. Breton.
Ms. de Bruzen.
Mr. Bruzen.
Ms. DeMoff.
Ms. DeMoff.
Ms. Dillon.
Ms. Dillon.
Mr. Biddle.
Mr.
Ms.
Biddle.
Tassi.
Ms. Tassi.
Mr. Drouin.
Mr. Drouin.
Ms. Zarowitz.
Ms. Zarowitz.
Mr. Assassi.
Mr. Assassi.
Mr. Kudi.
Mr. Kudi.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Erskine Smith.
Mr. Erskine Smith.
Mr. Elfson.
Mr. Elfson.
Monsieur Fergus.
Mr. Fergus.
Mr. Finnegan.
Mr. Finnegan.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Fonseca.
Mr. Fonseca.
Mr. Fragiscatos.
Mr. Fragiscatos.
Mr. Fraser West Nova.
Mr. Fraser West Nova.
Mr. Fraser Central Nova.
Mr. Fraser Central Nova.
Mr. Fuhrer.
Mr. Fuhrer.
Mr. Garrettson.
Mr. Garrettson.
Mr. Graham.
Mr. Graham.
Mr. Greywall.
Mr. Greywall.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Harvey.
Mr. Harvey.
Mr. Housefather.
Mr. Housefather.
Ms. Hutchings.
Ms. Hutchings.
Monsieur Yakino.
Mr. Yakino.
Mrs. Jordan.
Mrs. Jordan.
Mr. Johari.
Mr. Johari.
Ms. Khalid.
Ms. Khalid.
Madame Lapointe.
Madame Lapointe.
Monsieur Lefebvre.
Mr. Lefebvre.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Longfield.
Mr. Longfield.
Ms. Ludwig.
Ms. Ludwig.
Mr. Maloney.
Mr. Maloney.
Monsieur Massé, Avignon, La Métis, Matin, Matipédia.
Mr. Massé, Avignon, La Métis, Matin, Matipédia.
Mr. Mr. May, Cambridge.
Mr. May, Cambridge.
Mr. McDonald.
Mr. McDonald.
Mr. McKinnon, Coquitlam, Port Coquitlam.
Mr. McKinnon, Coquitlam, Port Coquitlam.
Mr. McLeod, Northwest Territories.
McLeod, Northwest Territories.
Mr. Morrissey.
Mr. Morrissey.
Madame Nassif.
Madame Nassif.
Ms. O'Connell.
Ms. O'Connell.
Mr. Oliver.
Mr. Oliver.
Mr. Peterson.
Mr. Peterson.
Monsieur Picard.
Mr. Picard.
Monsieur Robillard.
Monsieur Robillard.
Mr. Rumi.
Mr. Rumi.
Ms. Sahota.
Ms. Sahota.
Mr. Sanson.
Mr. Sanson.
Mr. Sanga.
Mr. Sanga.
Mr. Sarai.
Mr. Sarai.
Mrs. Schultz.
Mr. Schultz.
Monsieur Seri.
Mr. Serre.
Madame Shanahan.
Mr. Shanahan.
Mr. Sheehan.
Mr. Sheehan.
Ms. Sidhu, Brampton South.
Mr. Sidhu, Brampton South.
Mr. Secan.
Mr. Secan.
Mr. Sobera.
Mr. Sobera.
Mr. Spengeman.
Mr. Spengeman.
Mr. Tavera.
Mr. Tavera.
Mr. Tan.
Mr. Tan.
Monsieur Van Daz.
Mr. Van Daz.
Ms. Vandenbeld.
Ms. Vandenbeld.
Mr. Whalen.
Mr. Whalen.
Mrs. Zaid.
Mrs. Zaid.
Madame Fortier.
Madame Fortier.
Madame Lambropoulos.
Madame Lambropoulos.
Mr. Rhoda.
Mr. Rhoda.
Monsieur Hébert.
Monsieur Hébert.
Ms. Bergen.
Ms. Bergen.
Mr. Nicholson.
Mr. Nicholson.
Ms. Finley.
Ms. Finley.
Monsieur Blaney, Bellechasse des Etchemins-Lévis.
Mr. Blaney, Bellechasse, Etchemins, Lévis.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Kent.
Mr. Kent.
Monsieur Reyes.
Mr. Reyes.
Ms. Raitt.
Ms.
Dupre. Monsieur Poilievre.
Mr. Poilievre.
Monsieur Bernier.
Mr. Bernier.
Mrs. McLeod, Kamloops, Thompson, Caribou.
Mrs. McLeod, Kamloops, Thompson, Caribou.
Mrs. Block.
Mrs. Block.
Mr. Clement.
Mr. Clement.
Mr. Van Loan.
Mr. Van Loan.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Doherty.
Mr. Doherty.
Mr. Polius.
Mr. Polius.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Bertud.
Mr. Bertud.
Mr. Dead Ted.
Mr. Dead Ted.
Mr. Chong.
Mr. Chong.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Workington.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Mrs. Harder.
Ms. Harder.
Mrs. Vecchio.
Mrs. Vecchio.
Mr. Abutayev.
Mr. Abutayev.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Kelly.
Ms. Gladue.
Ms. Gladue.
Mr. McColeman.
Mr. McColeman.
Mr. Tilson.
Mr. Tilson.
Mr. Sopak.
Mr. Sopak.
Mr. Miller, Bruce Gray, Owen Sound.
Mr. Miller, Bruce Gray, Owen Sound.
Mr. Brown.
Mr. Brown.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Lukiski.
Mr. Lukiski.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Brassard.
Mr. Brassard.
Mr. Sweet.
Mr. Sweet.
Mr. Genera.
Mr. Genera.
Mr. Anderson.
Mr. Anderson.
Mr. Soroya.
Mr. Soroya.
Madame Boucher.
Madame Boucher.
Mr. Trost.
Mr. Trost.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mr. Falk.
Mr. Falk.
Mr. Genereux.
Mr. Genereux.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Van Kestern.
Mr. Van Kestern.
Mr. Lake.
Mr. Lake.
Ms. Leach.
Ms. Leach.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Albrecht.
Mr. Albrecht.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Hoback.
Mr. Hoback.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Clark.
Mr. Clark.
Mr. Godin.
Mr. Godin.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Stanton.
Mr. Stanton.
Mr. Lausanne, Stormont, Dundas, South Glengarry.
Mr. Lausanne, Stormont, Dundas, South Glengarry.
Mr. McKenzie.
Mr. McKenzie.
Mr. Yurdega.
Mr. Yurdega.
Mr. Glinsky.
Mr. Glinsky.
Mr. Ziad.
Mr. Ziad.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Calkins.
Mr. Calkins.
Mr. Leipert.
Mr. Leipert.
Mr. Shields.
Mr. Shields.
Mr. Vierson.
Mr. Vierson.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Motts.
Mr. Mott.
Mr. Benson.
Mr. Benson.
Ms. Kuzi.
Mrs. Kuzi.
Mr. Lloyd.
Mr. Lloyd.
Monsieur Barcelou Duval.
Mr. Barcelou Duval.
Monsieur Plamondon.
Mr. Plamondon.
Monsieur Saint-Marie.
Mr. Saint-Marie.
Monsieur Martial.
Mr. Martial.
Madame Posé.
Madame Posé.
Monsieur Fortin.
Monsieur Fortin.
Monsieur Thériault.
Mr. Thériault.
Monsieur Beaulieu.
Monsieur Beaulieu.
Madame Gill.
Madame Gill.
Monsieur Boudria.
Mr. Boudria.
Mr. Tutu.
Mr. Tutu.
Mr. Kung.
Mr. Kung.
Yeas pour, 36, 36. Nays contre, 251, 251.
I declare the amendment defeated.
Questions on the main motion. The question is as follows. Ms. Bennett, seconded by Mr. O'Regan, moved that the amendments made by the Senate to Bill S3, an act to amend the Indian Act, elimination of sex-based inequities in registration, be now read a second time and concurred in. All those in favor of the motion will please rise.
Mr. O'Regan. Mr. Sajan.
Mr. Sajan.
Ms. Petitpas-Taylor.
Mr. Petitpas-Taylor.
Mr. Goodale.
Mr. Goodale.
Madame Joly.
Madame Joly.
Monsieur Leblanc.
Monsieur Leblanc.
Ms. Qualtrough.
Ms. Qualtrough.
Mr. Morneau.
Mr. Morneau.
Mr. Bryson.
Mr. Bryson.
Ms. Wilson-Raybould.
Ms. Wilson-Raybould.
Mr. Macaulay Cardigan.
Mr. Macaulay Card.
Madame Le Boutillier.
Madame Le Boutillier.
Madame Bibot.
Madame Bibot.
Ms. Haidu.
Ms. Haidu.
Ms. Bennett.
Ms. Bennett.
Mrs. Philpott.
Philpott.
Ms. Mahichuk.
Ms. Mahichuk.
Mr. Casey Cumberland Colchester.
Mr. Casey Cumberland Colchester.
Mr. Easter.
Mr. Easter.
Ms. Fry.
Ms. Fry.
Mr. McKay.
Mr. McKay.
Ms. Scrow.
Ms. Scrow.
Monsieur Lauzon, Argenteuil, La Petite Nation.
Mr. Lauzon, Argenteuil, La Petite Nation.
Mrs. Romanato.
Mrs. Romanato.
Monsieur Rioux.
Monsieur Rioux.
Mr. Blair.
Mr. Blair.
Mr. Holland.
Mr. Holland.
Mr. Casey Charlottetown.
Mr. Casey Charlottetown.
Mr. Leslie.
Mr. Leslie.
Ms. Gould.
Ms. Gould.
Mr. Carr.
Mr. Carr.
Ms. Monsef.
Ms. Monsef.
Mr. Rodriguez.
Mr. Rodriguez.
Mr. Sohi.
Mr. Sohi.
Mr. Garneau.
Mr. Garneau.
Ms. Duncan, Etobicoke North.
Ms. Duncan, Etobicoke North.
Monsieur Duclos.
Mr. Duclos.
Ms. Murray.
Ms. Murray.
Ms. Cara.
Ms. Cara.
Mrs. Caesar Chavan.
Mrs. Shiva Chavan.
Monsieur Cormier.
Mr. Cormier.
Mr. Wilkinson.
Mr. Wilkinson.
Monsieur Lemaitre.
Mr. Lemaitre.
Mr. Kuzner.
Mr. Kuzner.
Ms. Jones.
Ms. Jones.
Mr. Rusnak.
Mr. Rusnak.
Mr. Bagnall.
Mr.
Mr. Bagnall.
Mr. McGinty.
Mr. McGinty.
Mr. Scarpellegia.
Scarpellegia.
Mr. Sims.
Mr. Sims.
Ms. Ratanzi.
Mr. Ratanzi.
Mr. Shifke.
Mr. Shifke.
Mr. Varani.
Mr. Varani.
Ms. Goldsmith-Jones.
Ms. Goldsmith-Jones.
Mr. Fillmore.
Mr. Fillmore.
Mr. Algabra.
Mr. Algabra.
Mr. DeCourcy.
Mr. Corsi.
Mr. Beach.
Mr. Beach.
Ms. Rudd.
Ms. Rudd.
Mr. Dogood.
Mr. Dogood.
Mr. Miller, Ville-Marie, le Sud-Ouest Île des Sœurs.
Mr. Miller, Ville-Marie, le Sud-Est, Île des Sœurs.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Mr. McKinnon, Gatineau.
Mr. McKinnon, Gatineau.
Mrs. McCrimmon.
Mr. McCrimmon.
Mr. Lightbound.
Mr. Lightbound.
Mr. Vaughn.
Mr. Vaughn.
Mr. Mendocino.
Mr. Mendocino.
Monsieur Poisson.
Mr. Poisson.
Mrs. Lockhart.
Mrs. Lockhart.
Ms. Young.
Ms. Young.
Mr. Jesneski.
Mr. Jesneski.
Mr. Dhaliwal.
Mr. Dhaliwal.
Mr. Pescasolido.
Mr. Pescasolido.
Mr. Oliphant.
Mr. Oliphant.
Mr. Dubourg.
Mr. Dubourg.
Mr. Aldag.
Mr. Aldag.
Ms. Alisled.
Ms. Alisled.
Mr. Amos.
Mr. Amos.
Mr. Anna de Sangri.
Mr. Anna de Sangri.
Monsieur Arsenault.
Mr. Arsenault.
Mr. Aria.
Mr. Aria.
Mr. Badaway.
Mr. Badaway.
Monsieur Bayless.
Mr. Bayless.
Mr. Boissonneau.
Mr. Boissonneau.
Mr. Bossio.
Mr. Bossio.
Mr. Bertina.
Mr. Bertina.
Mr. Breton.
Mr. Breton.
Ms. de Bruzen.
Mr. Bruzen.
Ms. DeMoff.
Ms. DeMoff.
Ms. Dillon.
Ms. Dillon.
Mr. Biddle.
Mr. Biddle.
Ms. Tassi.
Ms. Tassi.
Mr. Drouin.
Mr. Drouin.
Ms. Zarowitz.
Ms. Zarowitz.
Mr. Sassi.
Mr. Assassi.
Mr. Adkouri.
Mr. Alcouri.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Erskine Smith.
Mr. Erskine Smith.
Mr. Ailson.
Mr. Elson.
Monsieur Fergus.
Mr. Fergus.
Mr. Finnegan.
Mr. Finnegan.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Fonseca.
Mr. Fonseca.
Mr. Fragascatos.
Fragascatos.
Mr. Fraser West Nova.
Mr. Fraser West Nova.
Mr. Fraser Central Nova.
Mr. Fraser Central
Mr.
Nova.
Fuhrer.
Mr. Fuhrer.
Mr. Garrettson.
Mr. Garrettson.
Monsieur Graham.
Mr. Graham.
Mr. Greywall.
Mr. Greywall.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Harvey.
Mr. Harvey.
Mr. Housefather.
Mr. Housefather.
Ms. Hutchings.
Ms. Hutchings.
Monsieur Yakino.
Mr. Yakino.
Mrs. Jordan.
Mrs. Jordan.
Mr. Johari.
Mr. Johari.
Ms. Khalid.
Ms. Khalid.
Madame Lapointe.
Madame Lapointe.
Monsieur Lefebvre.
Monsieur Lefebvre.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Longfield.
Mr. Longfield.
Ms. Ludwig.
Ms. Ludwig.
Mr. Maloney.
Mr. Maloney.
Monsieur Massé Avignon, La Matisse Matin Matipédia.
Mr. Massé Avignon, La Matisse Matin Matipédia.
Mr. May Cambridge.
Mr. May Cambridge.
Mr. McDonald.
Mr. McDonald.
Mr. McKinnon, Coquitlam, Port Coquitlam.
Mr. McKinnon, Coquitlam, Port Coquitlam.
Mr. McLeod, Northwest Territories.
Mr. McLeod, Northwest Territories.
Mr. Morrissey.
Mr. Morrissey.
Madame Nassif.
Madame Nassif.
Ms. O'Connell.
Mr. O'Connell.
Mr. Oliver.
Mr. Oliver.
Monsieur Ouellet.
Mr. Ouellet.
Mr. Peterson.
Mr. Peterson.
Monsieur Picard.
Mr. Picard.
Monsieur Robillard.
Mr. Robillard.
Mr. Rumi.
Mr. Rumi.
Ms. Sahota.
Mr. Sahota.
Monsieur Sanson.
Mr. Sanson.
Mr. Sanga.
Mr. Sanga.
Mr. Sarai.
Mr. Sarai.
Mrs. Schultz.
Mr. Schultz.
Mr. Sede.
Mr. Sede.
Madame Shanahan.
Madame Shanahan.
Mr. Sheehan.
Mr. Sheehan.
Ms. Sidhu, Brampton South.
Ms. Sidhu, Brampton South.
Mr. Secan.
Mr. Secan.
Mr. Sobera.
Mr. Sobera.
Mr. Spengeman.
Mr. Spengeman.
Mr. Tabera.
Mr. Tabera.
Mr. Tan.
Mr. Tan.
Monsieur Vandal.
Mr. Vandal.
Ms. Vandenveld.
Mrs. Vandenveld.
Mr. Whalen.
Mr. Whalen.
Mrs. Zaid.
Mrs. Zaid.
Madame Fortier.
Madame Fortier.
Madame Nambropoulos.
Madame Nambropoulos.
Mr. Rota.
Mr. Rota.
Ms. Bergen.
Ms. Bergen.
Mr. Nicholson.
Mr. Nicholson.
Ms. Finley.
Ms. Finley.
Monsieur Blaney, Bellechasse des Echemins-Lévis.
Ms. Blaney, Bellechasse des Echemins-Lévis.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Kent.
Mr. Kent.
Monsieur Reyes.
Mr. Reyes.
Ms. Raitt.
Ms. Raitt.
Monsieur Poliev.
Mr. Poliev.
Monsieur Bernier.
Mr. Bernier.
Mrs. McLeod, Kamloops, Thompson, Caribou.
Mrs. McLeod, Kamloops, Thompson, Caribou.
Mrs. Block.
Mrs. Block.
Mr. Clement.
Mr. Clement.
Mr. Van Loan.
Mr. Van Loan.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Doherty.
Mr. Doherty.
Monsieur Polius.
Mr. Polius.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Barlow.
Monsieur Beltud.
Mr. Belton.
Monsieur Delted.
Mr. Delted.
Mr. Chong.
Mr. Chong.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Workington.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Ms. Harder.
Ms. Harder.
Mrs. Vecchio.
Mrs. Vecchio.
Mr. Abuteyev.
Mr. Abitayev.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Kelly.
Ms. Gladu.
Ms. Gladu.
Mr. McColeman.
Mr. McColeman.
Mr. Tilson.
Mr. Tilson.
Mr. Sopuck.
Mr. Sopuck.
Mr. Miller, Bruce Gray, Owen Sound.
Mr. Miller, Bruce Bay, Owen Sound.
Mr. Brown.
Mr. Brown.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Lukiski.
Mr. Lukiski.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Broussard.
Mr. Broussard.
Mr. Sweet.
Mr. Sweet.
Mr. Genera.
Mr. Genera.
Mr. Anderson.
Mr. Anderson.
Mr. Soroya.
Mr. Soroya.
Madame Boucher.
Madame Boucher.
Mr. Trost.
Mr. Trost.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mr. Falk.
Mr. Falk.
Mr. Genereux.
Mr. Generous.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Stipley.
Mr. Van Kesteren.
Mr. Van Kesteren.
Mr. Lake.
Mr. Lake.
Ms. Leach.
Ms. Leach.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. Albrecht.
Mr. Albrecht.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Hoback.
Mr. Hoback.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. McCooper.
Mr. Clark.
Mr. Clark.
Mr. Godin.
Mr. Godin.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Stanton.
Mr. Stanton.
Monsieur Lauzon, Stormont Dundas, South Glengarry.
Mr. Lauzon, Stormont Dundas, South Glengarry.
Mr. McKenzie.
Mr. McKenzie.
Mr. Yerdega.
Mr. Yerdega.
Mr. Glinsky.
Mr. Glinsky.
Mr. Diat.
Mr. Diat.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Calkins.
Mr. Calkins.
Mr. Leipert.
Mr. Leipert.
Mr. Shields.
Mr. Shields.
Mr. Vierson.
Mr. Vierson.
Mr. Weber. Weber.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Motz.
Mr. Motz.
Mr. Benson.
Mr. Benson.
Mrs. Kuzi.
Mrs. Kuzi.
Mr. Lloyd.
Mr. Lloyd.
Mr. Kung.
Mr. Kung.
All those opposed to the motion will please rise.
Monsieur Caron.
Mr. Caron.
Mr. Julian.
Mr. Julian.
Ms. Matheson.
Ms. Matheson.
Ms. Duncan Edmonton Strathcona.
Ms. Duncan Edmonton Strathcona.
Madame Laverdière.
Madame Laverdière.
Mr. Angus.
Mr. Angus.
Mr. Cullen.
Mr. Cullen.
Mr. Massey Windsor West.
Mr. Massey Windsor West.
Mr. Garrison.
Mr. Garrison.
Mr. Dubé.
Mr. Dubé.
Madame Brosseau.
Madame Brosseau.
Mr. Rankin.
Mr. Rankin.
Mr. Davies.
Mr. Davies.
Mr. Bouleris.
Mr. Bouleris.
Mr. Dussault.
Mr. Dussault.
Mr. Donnelly.
Mr. Donnelly.
Mr. Stewart.
Mr. Stewart.
Monsieur Aubin.
Monsieur Aubin.
Monsieur Nantel.
Monsieur Nantel.
Return to Madame Moore.
Madame Moore.
Madame Quash.
Madame Quash.
Monsieur Saganache.
Mr. Saganache.
Mr. Blakey.
Mr. Blakey.
Madame Sanssouci.
Madame Sanssouci.
Ms. Benson.
Ms. Benson.
Mr. Weir.
Mr. Weir.
Mr. Duval.
Mr. Duval.
Mr. Stetsky.
Mr. Stetsky.
Mr. Johns.
Mr. Johns.
Mr. McGregor.
Mr. McGregor.
Ms. Ramsey.
Ms. Ramsey.
Ms. Malcolmson.
Ms. Malcolmson.
Ms. Blaney North Island Powell River.
Ms. Blaney North Island Powell
Ms.
River.
Hardcastle.
Ms. Hardcastle.
Madame Hughes.
Madame Hughes.
Monsieur Barceau de Duval.
Monsieur Barceau de Duval.
Monsieur Plamondon.
Monsieur Plamondon.
Monsieur Saint-Marie.
Monsieur Saint-Marie.
Monsieur Marcel.
Monsieur Marcel.
Madame Posé.
Madame Posé.
Monsieur Fortin.
Monsieur Fortin.
Monsieur Thériault.
Monsieur Thériault.
Monsieur Beaulieu.
Monsieur Beaulieu.
Madame Gill.
Madame Gill.
Monsieur Baudrillard.
Monsieur Baudrillard.
May Saanich Gulf Islands.
Ms. May Saanich Gulf Islands.
Yeas pour, 241, 241. Nays contre, 46, 46.
I declare the motion carried. La Chambre abordera maintenant la...
House will now proceed to the taking of the deferred recorded divisions at the third reading stage of Bill C-63, a second act to implement certain provisions of the budget tabled in Parliament on March 22nd, 2017, and other measures. Mr. Morneau, seconded by Mr. Garneau, moves that Bill C-63, a second act to implement certain provisions of the budget tabled in Parliament on March 22nd, 2017, and other measures, be now read a third time and do pass. Pursuant to Standing Order 69.1, the first question is on Clause 48 in relation to agricultural and fisheries cooperatives. All those in favor of this clause will please rise. The Honourable Government Whip. Yes, Mr. Speaker, I believe that you will find that there is unanimous consent for the results of the previous vote to be applied to this vote, with Liberal members voting in favor.
Mr. Speaker, if Conservatives agree to apply, we will be voting no. Thank you.
For London Fanshawe.
Speaker, we agree to apply the vote with the NDP voting yes.
The Honourable Member for Manicouagan. Mr. Speaker, the Bloc Québécois agrees to apply the vote, and we will be voting against. Oh no. Excuse me, we will be voting in favor.
The
Honourable Member for Saanich Gulf Islands. Mr. Speaker, I agree to apply the vote, and I will be voting in favor.
The member for Nunavut.
I'll be voting in favor.
The honourable member for Calgary Skyview.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I agree to apply the vote and I'll be voting yes.
L'honorable député de Lac-Saint-Jean.
The Honourable Member for Lac-Saint-Jean. Mr. Speaker, I missed the last vote due to an emergency.
Yeas pour, 209, 209. Nays, contre, 79, 79.
Je déclare cet article.
I declare this clause carried.
The next question is on clauses 139 and 163 in relation to the GST-HST rebate for public service bodies. All those in favor of these clauses will please raise the honorable whip on. Myself to gouvernement.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, I believe that if you seek it, you will find agreement to apply the result from the previous vote to this one, with the Liberal members voting in favor.
The member for Barrie Innisfil.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Conservatives agree to apply the vote. We will be voting in favor.
For London Fanshawe.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and that we agree to apply the vote with New Democrats voting yes.
The honourable member for Manicouagan. Mr. Speaker, the Bloc Québécois agrees, and we will be voting in favor.
Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Agree to apply the votes and votes yes.
Member for Nunavut.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm glad you saw it and found that I will agree, as everyone agreed, to apply and be voting in favor. Thank you.
The honourable member for Calgary Skyview.
Mr. Speaker, I also agree to apply the vote yes.
Yeas pour, 288, 288. Nays, contre, 0, aucun.
Je declare ces articles adoptés.
I declare these clauses carried.
The next question is on clauses 165 to 168 in relation to beer made from concentrate. All those in favor of these clauses, l'honorable chef de gouvernement.
Honourable Government Whip.
That if you seek it, you will find agreement to apply the result from the previous vote to this vote, with Liberal members voting in favor.
The member for Barrie Innisfil.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Conservatives agree to apply the vote. We will be voting yes. Thank you.
Honourable member for London Fanshawe.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We agree to apply the vote with New Democrats voting yes.
The honourable member for Manicouagan. Mr. Speaker, the Bloc Québécois agrees and will be voting in favor.
Honourable member for Nunavut. Oh, the honourable member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I wouldn't want to be forgotten when there's a chance to vote for beer from concentrate. We vote yes.
The honourable member for Nunavut.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'm glad I'm from Nunavut, not from Saanich Gulf Islands, so I don't want to move. But I agree to apply and will be voting in favor. Thank you.
Honourable member for Calgary Skyview.
Mr. Speaker, I also agree to apply the vote yes. Thank you.
Yeas pour, 288, 288. Nays, contre, 0, aucun.
Declare these clauses carried. La prochaine mise au voix porte.
The next question is on Clause 261 in relation to the discharge of debt. All those in favor of this clause will please rise. The Honourable Government Whip. Yes, Mr. Speaker. I believe that if you seek it, you will find unanimous consent for the result of the previous vote to be applied to this vote, with Liberal members voting in favor.
Innisfil.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Conservatives agree to apply the vote. We will be voting no. Thank you.
Honourable member for London Fanshawe.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and we agree to apply the vote with New Democrats voting yes. Yes.
Honourable member for Manicouagan. The Bloc Québécois agrees to apply the vote and will be voting against.
Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Agree to apply the vote and vote yes.
The honourable member for Nunavut.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Very happy you got unanimous consent and agree to apply and will be voting in favor.
Member for Calgary Skyview.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I also agree to apply the vote for yes.
Yeas pour 199, 199. Nays contre 89, 89.
Je déclare cet article.
And declare this clause carried.
The next question is on all the remaining elements of the bill. All those in favor of the remaining elements of the bill, please rise.
The Honourable Government Whip. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Final vote. I believe that if you seek it, you will find agreement to apply the result from the previous vote to this vote, with Liberal members voting in favor.
Excellent.
Member for Barrie Innisfil.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Her Majesty's loyal opposition agrees to apply the vote, and we will be voting no. Thank you.
The honourable member for London Fanshawe.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and we agree to apply the vote with New Democrats voting no.
The Honourable Member for Manicouagan. Mr. Speaker, the Bloc Québécois agrees to apply the vote, and we will be voting against. The Honourable Member for Saanich Gulf Islands. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Green Party agrees to apply the vote and votes yes.
Member for Nunavut.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm very happy to see so much unanimous consent in this room. I agree to apply and I'll be voting in favor. Thank you.
Member for Calgary Skyview.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I agree to apply the vote yes.
Yeas pour 164, 164. Nays contre 124, 124.
I declare all the remaining elements of the bill carried. Entirety of Bill C-63, a second act to implement certain provisions of the budget tabled in Parliament on March 22, 2017, and other measures at the third reading stage. Order. I encourage members to take their conversations into the lobbies. And I'd ask members to assist me by saying, thank colleagues. À ce moment-ci, conformément à l'article 30.
And now, pursuant to Standing Order 38, a motion to adjourn the House is now presented. The question now is as follows, that the House do now adjourn.
Oh, Lady Smith.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Partway through the 16 days of activism to end violence against women, I note with great sadness that Indigenous women are 7 times more likely to be murdered and 3 times more likely to be sexually assaulted compared to non-Indigenous women. The United Nations Committee on the Elimination of Discrimination Against Women, evaluating Canada's actions on violence against women, found that this government is failing to act on, quote, the continued high prevalence of gender-based violence against women, particularly against Indigenous women and girls, end quote. Over 2 decades, more than 58 reports on violence against Indigenous women have been compiled by governments, by international human rights bodies, by Indigenous women's organizations like the Native Women's Association of Canada. Shockingly, researchers found that only a few of those recommendations have been implemented, and more than 700 recommendations to end violence against Indigenous women remain unimplemented. 700 remain on the table, not yet acted on after all these years. 9 months ago, I urged the Canadian government, along with my New Democrat colleagues, urged the government to demonstrate leadership by walking the talk and dedicating the political and financial support, resources and funding to meet Canada's long-standing international commitments and its constitutional commitments to make this a safer country where Indigenous women and girls live free of violence. It's far beyond time to put those words into action. Following its interim report, the inquiry into murder to missing Indigenous women, this is just a few months ago, the inquiry commissioners blamed Liberal interference for the slow progress of the inquiry. 8 out of the 10 challenges that the commissioners listed blame the federal government for bureaucracy and lack of resources. For example, startup issues, delays, obstacles opening offices and staff. Average of 4 months to hire a new staff person. 8 months delay in opening offices, which often lack proper equipment, internet and office equipment. Telephone connections, no shared drive. Just astonishing lack of support. And the Privy Council office is repeatedly implicated, both in the inquiry's interim report, but also from Native Women's Association of Canada and a joint letter from 50 Indigenous leaders and family members. On multiple occasions in question period, I've asked the Minister of Indigenous and Northern Affairs if funding was fully accessible for the commissioners and if the government was doing everything it absolutely could to support the families of murdered and missing Indigenous women. The government has always said yes. Yet Maclean's magazine reported that out of the $5 million spent by the inquiry, $2 million was taken completely by Privy Council office bureaucracy. Can this really be true? Are the Liberals really spending 40% of the inquiry's budget on Privy Council office bureaucracy?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Crown, Indigenous Relations and Northern Affairs.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'm pleased to rise to speak to this issue and to speak on the traditional territory of the Algonquin people. Mr. Speaker, as a government, we want to end all violence against all women, and we will not stop until we have eradicated violence against women in our society, and we will not stop until women feel safe. Do we think that we are going to change this in an instant? We know it takes work, and that's why our government is committed to ending the ongoing national tragedy of missing and murdered Indigenous women and girls. We launched this inquiry, and we launched it as a national independent inquiry to ensure that the voices of women and families are heard and that they get the answers that they deserve. We know that families and survivors fought long and hard against the previous governments for this inquiry. We are the first to recognize the necessity of this. We are the first to recognize that these are the steps that we need to take in order to really end violence and also, in this case, to end the ongoing tragedy against missing and murdered Indigenous women and girls in our society. The Commissioner's mandate is very clear, and that is that families must be at the centre of the Commission's work. The government took great care in ensuring that the terms of reference authorized the Commission to inquire into circumstances of individual cases in order to identify systemic issues at play, be it institutional issues or otherwise. And they are also authorized to examine and report on the root causes of all forms of violence that Indigenous women and girls experience and their greater vulnerability to that violence. The Commission is looking for patterns and underlying factors that explain why the higher levels of violence occur. And it has been clear from the start, policing would be looked into as part of that mandate. Furthermore, we have heard and take very seriously the concerns that have been raised about how existing government policy and processes are impeding their work. So a working group is being created to provide effective feedback and offer support to the Commission to ensure it is able to do its work effectively. Our government remains fully committed to ensuring that families get the answers that they have been waiting for a very long time. Actually, on November 1st, the National Inquiry's interim report was released, and we are currently reviewing the Commission's preliminary recommendations. However, government is also taking immediate action. We have been investing in women's shelters, housing, education, child welfare, and doing what we can to improve safety on the Highway of Tears. The government has also funded the Family Information Liaison Units to assist families of missing and murdered Indigenous women and girls in finding the answers they need from government agencies and other help with services to address the trauma that they suffer. A condition of the funding is that the services be trauma-informed and culturally responsive, and jurisdictions are expected to work with Indigenous organizations to achieve this goal. Mr. Speaker, there are so many more.
The Honourable Member for Nanaimo Ladysmith.
I note that for the second time, the government has chosen not to deny the Maclean's Magazine report that $2 million of the inquiry's money has been spent directly on Privy Council office bureaucracy, so I'm taking that as a yes. And that's a very sad state of affairs. 2 weeks ago, the Liberal majority at the Indigenous Affairs Committee blocked a motion to hear from the Privy Council office witnesses on how they're handling money for the murdered and missing Indigenous women's inquiry. Then last week at the Status of Women Committee, we learned that Indian and Northern Affairs Canada has declined our request to participate in Status of Women Committee's study on Indigenous women's experience in the justice system and in the corrections system. Through you, Mr. Speaker, can the government please reconcile these refusals in light of this government's commitment to ending violence against women, standing with Indigenous women, and also operating in a transparent manner?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to, first of all, outline that the work of the committees of the House is at the discretion of those committees. It's their decision as to what particular witnesses they want to call or what issues they want to study. I think it's also important to point out here that the Government of Canada has made substantial allocations of funding to ensure that the missing and murdered inquiry into Indigenous women and girls is funded and providing the supports that is necessary. We're indicated that additional supports were needed. The Government of Canada has continued to step up. We have not turned our back in any way, shape, or form on this independent inquiry. In fact, Mr. Speaker, we have been there to support them on every part of this journey and to support the families that have been impacted. We want to ensure the success of this independent inquiry, and I can assure the member that. However, in the meantime, we will let the inquiry do its work.
The honourable member for Lethbridge.
Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the Liberals, they like to talk a lot. They talk a lot about protecting the middle class and those working hard to join it. This is one of their taglines. But the reality is that this summer they introduced some tax changes that are actually incredibly unfair and incredibly hurtful towards those who are in the middle class and working hard to join it. Now, I've heard from thousands of people in my riding who are worried about these small business tax hikes and how they're going to hurt them and their families as well. Now, I'm not talking about the people who are at the very top, the 1% that Morneau or the finance minister, sorry, Mr. Speaker, that the finance minister would want us to believe these individuals are. Instead, these are the local coffee shop owners in my riding. These are the restaurant owners in my riding. These are the hairdressers in our communities, the plumbers in our communities. These are men and women who are incredibly hardworking and they're providing jobs, and they're making about $75,000 per year. Now, these are the middle-class, hardworking Canadians that this current government is taking out an attack on. Now, Lila is an entrepreneur who owns a diner in my town, and she recently wrote to me and she said this. She said, I employ 6 people. With the minimum wage increases and then this tax was proposed, it's going to be next to impossible to continue. I can't add more onto my prices. The carbon tax has already affected my business. How can we pay more? It's impossible to keep going, end quote. Now, Lila is one of many small business owners across the country who is asking this very question. And the Liberals are determined to make sure that these hardworking visionaries are put at a detriment in terms of running their business. Now, the Liberals are not only making it difficult to save for retirement, but they're also targeting families that work together for family-run small businesses, such as agriculture. Now, in my riding, of course, I have many farmers or egg operators, and often it's the whole family that works together. The mom, the dad, the kids, sometimes the grandparents, an aunt, an uncle. They're a part of the operation making it a success. They work as a collective in order to make sure that the ends are met and that the operation runs smoothly. Now, they're going to have their business scrutinized by bureaucrats in Ottawa according to these changes that are coming up as of January 1st. So parents will no longer be able to pay their children for the work that they do on the family farm without a CRA taxman first going through a record and deciding what counts as farm work and what doesn't count. Now, we're talking about someone thousands of miles away, I should say, and they're going to be looking through these records. They may have never stepped foot on a farm before in their lives, and they're going to dictate to my farmers in my riding and the ridings across this country, they are going to dictate to these individuals what counts and what doesn't in terms of their taxes. Now, hardworking farm families are going to have to spend time that they don't even have to fill out these logbooks, which is going to be incredibly strenuous and time-consuming, and they are going to have a ton of paperwork to do just to be able to collect a paycheck at the end of the day. We've seen Canadians from all across this country speak out against these unfair tax changes. Small businesses are incredibly worried about their future under the Liberal government, and it's rightly so. Now, the Liberals have informed us that they are consulting Canadians and that they're listening to the feedback that they receive about these tax changes and that they'll make changes accordingly. But it's very clear from what I've seen over the last 2 years of them in government that they really are not truly listening to Canadians, nor would I say they intend to do so. In fact, you know, they've made many decisions that are actually quite contrary to hardworking Canadians, to those who are a part of the middle class and those working hard to join it. They've raised the taxes on families. Now, you will hear the member across, spoiler alert here, you will hear him stand up and say that they lowered the small business tax changes, or small business tax rate, sorry, from 10.5% to now 9% in 2019. And to that, I say kudos, because that was actually a Conservative platform.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Finance.
Bonsoir, Monsieur le Président. D'abord,
good evening, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for having raised this important question. Which is taxes on small businesses. Since the beginning of the public consultations in 2017, Canadians have discussed important measures designed to address the problem of taxation on corporations, which can allow private business people to obtain tax benefits that are unfair to the rest of the population. So the government listened to the viewpoints of small business owners, professionals, and experts, and because we did not want any unforeseen consequences.
Speaker, the government will move forward with measures to limit the tax deferral opportunities while providing small business owners with more flexibility to build a cushion of savings for business purposes to deal with a possible downturn, finance a future expansion, or deal with personal circumstances, such as for parental leave, sick days, or retirement. As the government moves forward with measures to improve the tax system, it is also making good on a commitment to invest in growth. In October 2017, the government announced its intention to lower the federal small business tax rate to 10% as of January 1st, 2018, and then to 9% as of January 1st, 2019, as my honourable colleague has rightfully pointed out. For the average small business, this will leave an additional $1,600 per year for entrepreneurs and innovators to reinvest in their business and create jobs. With this proposed change, Canada would have by far the lowest small business tax rate in the G7. This is part of the government's plan to grow the economy, create jobs, and help the middle class succeed. The most recent steps in this plan were laid out in the fall economic statement. That's when the government announced the enhancement of the working income tax benefit by $500 million per year starting in 2019. This measure will improve the financial security of low-income working Canadians. This enhancement is in addition to the increase of $250 million annually already announced, set to come into effect in that year as part of the enhancement of the Canada Pension Plan. In the fall economic statement, the government also announced its intention to strengthen the Canada Child Benefit by increasing the benefit annually to keep pace with the rising cost of living. As of July 2018, the CCB will be indexed to inflation. That is 2 years sooner than originally planned. Going forward, our government will continue to take actions to support middle-class Canadians. It also will ensure that corporations that contribute to job creation and economic growth continue to benefit from a supportive tax environment aimed at helping them succeed. Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Lethbridge.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, it's clear that the Liberals aren't listening to Canadians, and they haven't listened from the beginning, and they're still not listening today. Now, they're making it incredibly difficult for families to work together to support a family-owned business. They're raising taxes on passive income, making it difficult for business owners to save for sick leave or maternity leave or retirement. And they're consulting on how they will change the rules to tax the transfer of the family business to the next generation. Now, they've claimed to consult Canadians on these issues, but they have yet to show any signs of actually listening to those that they are so-called consulting. Now, the Liberals have shown us again and again that they are out of touch with middle-class Canadians. So my question here tonight is very, very simple, Mr. Speaker. When will the Liberals admit that they got this wrong and cancel their tax changes?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to reassure my honourable colleague that, on the contrary, we listen to Canadians across the country. The Minister and myself held consultations from coast to coast to coast. We also received online submissions from thousands of Canadians. And with regard to passive investment income, we announced that we would establish a limit of $50,000 per year for passive investment income. And there are ways of protecting passive investment income and anything that's generated by it, so as to achieve our objectives, that is, that corporations that create jobs are not taxed unfairly. And I would urge my colleague to consult the PBO report, which came out recently, that says that there are 1.8 million companies, Canadian companies, and only the very few wealthiest would be impacted. So it's not the small businesses in our ridings who will be unduly affected.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to speak today to a matter of ethics as it relates to the Minister of Finance. The Finance Minister was told by the Prime Minister through his mandate letter what was expected of him when he gave him the position of being the Minister of Finance for Canada. And I'm going to quote a little excerpt from that letter. As noted in the guidelines, you must uphold the highest standards of honesty and impartiality, and both the performance of your official duties and the arrangement of your private affairs should bear the closest public
scrutiny. This is an obligation that is not fully discharged by simply acting within the law." End quote. It is a contention of his side of the House that the mandate has not been met. I shall begin by setting out a brief outline of the events which transpired and then follow with my argument. On November the 4th, 2015, the Minister of Finance implied to the CBC when interviewed that his assets would be put in a blind trust. And here there's a little bit of a problem, Mr. Speaker, because it is by convention that ministers of the Crown place all of their assets into a blind trust, and a blind trust is exactly that. It is impervious to the view of the minister into his business affairs, and also it works both ways. It creates an impervious shield. The Minister of Finance, when explaining his situation, said he placed all of his assets with the commissioner, with the conflict of interest commissioner, and that she advised him that his best route of proceeding, his best way of of arranging his personal affairs would be to use an ethics screen. Well, Mr. Speaker, a screen is exactly that. It's a screen. It's not impervious. It allows for movement of information, flow of goods back and forth, because it is, in essence, only a screen. It's not a blind trust. But he did imply that his assets would be put into a blind trust, and the Prime Minister's mandate letter indicated that the minister should embody the spirit of the law, and that obligation went beyond merely acting within the law. Acting within the law would have meant a blind trust. He chose not to go that far. He chose rather to use an ethics screen. And I would submit to you, Mr. Speaker, that the two are very, very different. On November the 30th, there were 680,000 shares in Morneau Shepell that were sold for $10.2 million. A week later, the minister tabled the budget, introducing tax changes which would have caused the share value to drop by $500,000. Now, no one has admitted to selling those shares yet, and it would be curious to know exactly who sold those 680,000 shares. On October the 19th, 2016, Bill C-27 was introduced, which would reform pension plans. This would potentially benefit the share value of Morneau Shepell shareholders, the minister's own company. September 22nd of this year, the Minister of Finance discloses ties to a private company. He failed to disclose that private company for 2 years. This company held a villa in France. October 31st, the Ethics Commissioner levied a fine upon the Finance Minister under the Conflict of Interest Act. Mr. Speaker, a Minister of the Crown has many privileges and rights that the average Canadian would not have. This is necessary for the proper functioning of the country. However, a Minister of the Crown has a responsibility to act ethically and to be seen to do so. It is not enough to follow the letter of a law, but a government minister must embody the spirit of the law that they represent. The dual role of following the letter of the law and embodying the spirit of the law is all the more vital if the minister in question is the finance minister. It is to the finance minister that the business community looks for reassurance and to structure their long-term planning.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Finance.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Ethics Commissioner and the institution that is in charge of it to ensure the integrity of Parliament, and that is also the path to follow for parliamentary secretaries and all members based on the assets that all of them have. When the Minister of Finance was elected in 2015, the Ethics Commissioner recommended the measures to take so that he was in compliance with the rules that govern all of this House, and he followed her recommendation, which was to put in place an ethical screen which was sufficient for the member of Milton when she was in government, and Denis Lebel as well. And I hope that all the parliamentarians here trust her. She said that the best measure was to set up this ethical screen. Now, with regard to the sale of shares, I'm still trying to understand what allegations that he is trying to make. When I saw that on the weekend, the National Post and a number of other media outlets did not raise even a shadow of suspicion. And so they said that the Conservatives' attacks are unethical in themselves. He said in this House that he had sold shares in 2015, but to claim, like the Conservatives did last year, that under the measure that was announced, the Ways and Means had anything to do with that sale is not only frivolous, but vexatious. And that is why that they are not repeating these allegations outside of this House. And so on our side, what we've done from the beginning, what the Minister has done from the beginning, is to work with the Ethics Commissioner to ensure that he meets the highest standards under the rules that govern this House and to ensure that he follows all her recommendations. And he did all of that. And in fact, he said he would go further than what the Ethics Commissioner had recommended, divesting himself of all of his shares and putting his assets in a blind trust to ensure that he could continue the good work that he has been doing at the service of Canadians for the past 2 weeks. And I might remind you of the results. They are remarkable for the Canadian economy. 600,000 jobs created over the past 2 years in Canada, the highest growth in the G7 countries. I'm pointing this out because this is a record that is the envy of the previous government, which showed the poorest job growth since the Second World War. And the Minister of Finance has been he's been working for Canadians and reducing all inequalities. I think that's a good thing.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And just to wrap up my question, I want to reiterate again the question that I asked the Minister of Finance in question period, and that was, when did he tell the Prime Minister that he didn't do what he said he would do? He told CBC back in November the 4th, 2015, that he would be placing all of his assets into a blind trust. He never did that. He didn't disclose all of his assets. And so my question still remains, why has he been less than honest with the Prime Minister? And was the Prime Minister actually aware that he didn't put his assets into a blind trust? And if he was aware of that, why did the Prime Minister not hold his Minister of Finance to the highest ethical standards that he had indicated in the mandate letter?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, as I said, that is exactly what he did. He revealed all of his assets to the Ethics Commissioner, and she recommended that he comply with the rules by doing certain things, and that's exactly what he did. He has always worked with her to ensure that the rules that govern this House are respected. And that's what he's been doing from the beginning, and that is what would be expected of any elected official who comes to the House of Commons. Thank you.
The motion
to adjourn the House is now deemed to have been adopted. Accordingly, this House stands adjourned until tomorrow at 10 a.m. pursuant to Standing Order 24-1.